Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At exactly 11:23 a.m. on the morning of August 15, 1975, the Marple Police Department received a phone call. David Zanstra, a clergyman and the director of a summer Bible camp, was the caller. Gretchen Harrington, an 8-year-old girl, had vanished, according to his terrifying account. The camp was less than half a mile away from Gretchen's house in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and she had planned to walk there. But she never did. They immediately launched a desperate search for Gretchen, but to no avail. Gretchen's skeletal bones were discovered in neighboring Ridley Creek State Park on October 14, 1975, 2 months later. The community was left confused and uneasy as the crime went unsolved, in spite of this startling discovery. After Gretchen left for the summer Bible camp, what happened to her? Would the truth regarding Gretchen's death and abduction ever be revealed? Marple Township, which is in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, in the United States, is the setting for today's case. It was home to more than 23,000 people as of 2015. The Broomall Fields and Marple Gardens are two of the many fascinating attractions in Marple Township. With a crime rate below the national average, Marple Township is a rather safe area to live. It is among the safest communities in Pennsylvania, with a crime score of 0.17. The story of Gretchen Harrington started here. Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Harrington welcomed Gretchen Eleanor Harrington into the world on June 13, 1967. Harold, her father, was a Presbyterian church preacher at the time. Gretchen had 2 older sisters, Zoe and Harriet, in addition to her parents. According to Gretchen's family, she was a sweet, gentle girl who exuded kindness. Gretchen was in the 2nd grade at Delaware County Christian School in Newtown Square by 1975, when she was 8 years old. Before a terrible incident upended Gretchen and her family's lives, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Gretchen left home early on August 15, 1975, to go to a summer Bible camp program. There were 2 places in this camp. A guy by the name of David Zanstra was the pastor of Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church, which was the first. Harold, Gretchen's father, served as the pastor of the Reformed Presbyterian Church, which served as the second venue. The first church hosted the Bible camp programs in the morning, and David would then drive the kids to the second church. The Zanstra and Harrington families knew one another quite well. Both moms fulfilled the customary role of a pastor's wife, and both fathers served as pastors. They lived close to one another. In actuality, Gretchen's dearest friend was one of Zanstra's daughters. That day, Gretchen's voyage was unique. She usually walked with her 2 sisters, 11-year-old Harriet and 12-year-old Zoe, to the summer Bible camp program. They did it every day. But on that specific day, their mother, Ina, was taking their infant home after giving birth to a baby named Jessica. Harriet and Zoe decided to wait for them to return. In spite of this shift in schedule, Gretchen's father, Harold, urged her to continue attending the summer Bible camp program in order to keep up her flawless attendance record. Thus, when her father said goodbye, Gretchen started the walk by herself. She started walking up the hill toward Trinity just after 9 in the morning. Harold watched her closely as she continued along Lawrence Road. He had no idea that after she was out of his line of sight, he would never again see his daughter alive. On warm summer days in the 1970s, it was rather common to observe kids strolling by themselves in a quiet suburban area like Marple. People didn't even consider the possibility of danger. Children used to play freely into the late hours of the night. Without any concerns, they wandered the streets, went into the woods, and even took a dip in Darby Creek, which ran behind Gretchen's house, to cool off. Without the use of cell phones or GPS watches to stay in touch with their parents, kids would walk blocks to their friends' homes. Simply put, Marple was a very safe place. Many longtime Philadelphians opted to relocate there for that very reason. Gretchen was expected to appear at Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church by 9:30 a.m. in the 1960s, but she failed to show up on time. Harold's realization of her disappearance was the first clue that anything was wrong. At approximately 11 in the morning, Gretchen's pals arrived at the house's front door in search of her. Harold acted right away, since he was worried and couldn't see Gretchen in the classrooms or in the area. To find out where his daughter was, he called the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church and talked to David's wife, Maggie Zanstra. He was informed that she hadn't been spotted, though. After this, David called the Marple Township Police Department and officially reported Gretchen missing. Ruma and Marple Township were rocked by Gretchen's disappearance. Around the next day, August 16, 1975, hundreds of individuals were involved in a massive hunt for her. This comprised volunteer firemen and dog teams that searched farms, wooded areas, and both sides of the creek. From above, a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter kept scanning the area, but with so little information available, the authorities were forced to end the extensive search on August 17, 1975, just 2 days after Gretchen vanished. Daniel Hennessy, the police chief, openly acknowledged to a local newspaper that they had no idea where she was. The entire town went into a frenzy as a result of this circumstance, completely upending the sense of security in the area. In response, family members and friends began handing out flyers to local drivers. Gretchen's most current school photo, which showed her with a missing tooth and a happy childlike smile, was used on these flyers. Due to the lack of information, there were many unsolved questions and a rise in conjecture. Did she flee? Did she drown in the creek by accident? Was it someone she knew, or could it have been a stranger? The mystery of Gretchen's disappearance left everyone puzzled and extremely worried. The police spent the days that followed Gretchen's disappearance gathering information and trying to piece together what had happened. On August 19, they conducted one of their most important interviews with David. In the course of this discussion, David revealed that on the day Gretchen vanished, he had in fact driven a group of kids to the church. He claimed, nevertheless, that he had not seen her that day. Gretchen's sisters, Harriet and Zoe Harrington, returned to Delaware County Christian School as August gave way to September. However, because they were confused of what to say, their fellow students found it difficult to approach them or have a conversation. When standard investigative techniques failed to produce any results in the face of such a heartbreaking circumstance, the police chose to take an unusual approach to find Gretchen. They sought the help of Judith Richardson Hames, a psychic. Judith was well known for helping law enforcement solve almost 100 criminal cases, especially those involving missing children, by using her psychic powers. Judith sat down with police officials in September 1975 and made a forecast that she hoped would turn out to be wrong. She thought Gretchen was dead, based on her psychic revelations. On October 14, 1975, 1 month later, a jogger in Ridley Creek State Park discovered a decomposing body concealed in the trees. When he saw a human fingernail, his initial confusion about what he had discovered was eliminated. As soon as the jogger realized how serious the situation was, he called the police. After examining the unique clothing found with the bones, Gretchen's parents were able to verify that it belonged to her. The medical examiner then used dental data to connect Gretchen's body to the body. Tragically, it was determined that Gretchen had been murdered. According to the forensic analysis, she had been severely beaten because her skull had many fractures. Despite the police's initial suspicions of mistreatment, the autopsy produced no hard proof to back up this theory. Harold, Gretchen's father, stood in the pulpit and gave a moving speech on Sunday, October 19, 1975, a few days after her body was found. He mentioned Gretchen's trust in Christ in his heartbreaking speech. He emphasized that although her murderer was no longer bound by their horrible deeds, she was now free from this world. David presided over Gretchen's funeral, which was a solemn occasion. Gretchen was 8 years old. She was buried in Johannesburg, Michigan, USA's Meridian Line Cemetery after the ceremony. Meanwhile, new enthusiasm for the investigation was sparked by the finding of Gretchen's body in the woods. Witnesses came forward to describe different people they had seen in the area where Gretchen's body was discovered. Men who had visited the area were described in these eyewitness accounts. As a result, the police were inundated with community suggestions, some of which seemed more promising than others, and others of which proved irrelevant or useless for pursuing justice. Investigators investigated a variety of possible possibilities, including closely examining local residents with past criminal histories. The evidence box at the Marple Township Police Department offices started to collect dust after they failed to produce any noteworthy leads. Reel-to-reel tape interviews, photographs, and memoranda were among the many items in this box that were pertinent to the case, but it was left dormant due to the lack of progress. The investigation into Gretchen's abduction became chilly over time. Sometimes a detective might review the case at roll call meetings or in their own time during a routine week. Every time, it felt pointless to search through the file in the hopes of finding something they had previously overlooked. They were frustrated and unable to make any progress on the case because the leads consistently ended in dead ends. The first detectives who had been investigating Gretchen's disappearance had either retired or died, so there were no updates on the case for many years. However, things took a dramatic change in the fall of 2022. A woman, whose identity was kept secret, contacted the Marple Police Department and said she wanted to talk about Gretchen's murder and disappearance. Sergeant Nick Coffin was in charge of Gretchen's cold case at the time. Consequently, this woman's message was sent to Coffin's phone when she called the Marple police. Coffin was told by the woman that she thought she knew who might have caused Gretchen's terrible demise. Suspicions of a potential connection were raised when she also brought up an attempted kidnapping episode that had happened around the same time. The long-standing mystery surrounding Gretchen's disappearance and death was given new life by this unexpected contact. State troopers scheduled an interview with the woman, who was designated as a confidential informant and only known by her initials, SF, on January 2, 2023. This interview would turn out to be a significant turning point in a cold case that had been unsolved for almost 50 years. SF claims that Gretchen and one of her sisters, Zoe, had gone to school with her. Investigators were also informed by SF that she had been friends with David Zanstra's daughters and had often visited the Zanstra home, often spending the night there. When she was 10 years old, SF recalled waking up in the middle of the night to see David touching her inappropriately during one of these sleepovers. Terrified by this unsettling conduct, she moved and caused David to rush out of the room. This unwanted touching happened again the next night, which is shocking. When the girls woke up in the morning, SF made the decision to tell David's daughter about her father's disturbing behavior. To her surprise, the daughter said something like, "He does that sometimes." Eventually, SF found the strength to tell her parents about this upsetting event. The Zanstra family responded to the problem by moving to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb, shortly after Gretchen vanished. In the course of her interrogation, SF also provided state police with details of a girl named Holly, a neighboring child whom she saw as a friend. She said there had been an attempt to kidnap Holly. As the discussion progressed, SF showed the investigators a childhood journal she had kept. She had mentioned that a man had attempted to kidnap Holly twice in a particular diary entry, dated September 15, 1975. She continued to write in the diary that she suspected this man, whom she called Mr. Z, of being the one who had abducted Gretchen. David was what she referred to as Mr. Z. The investigation into Gretchen's murder and disappearance gained a crucial new dimension as a result of SF's revelation. Investigators were inspired to find 83-year-old David, who was now living in Marietta, Georgia, northwest of Atlanta, by SF's interview and her diary entries. David was interviewed by investigators at the Cobb County Police Headquarters in Marietta on July 17, 2023. Andrew Martin and Eugene Trey, two Pennsylvania troopers, conducted this interview. The tone of the conversation was rather amicable at first. At first, David denied ever seeing Gretchen on the day she vanished, but when the police told David about the assault claims made by a lady who had written about her experiences in the diary, things took a different turn. As the discussion went on, David finally lost it and admitted to something really unsettling. David told the police that he had seen Gretchen that morning as she was making her way to the church. According to him, she accepted his offer of a trip in his green AMC Rambler station wagon because she had no reason to refuse. However, David told detectives that he took Gretchen to a nearby wooded area instead of taking her to church as he had promised. He parked the car there and told Gretchen to take off her clothes, but she refused. He then punched Gretchen with his fist, causing her to bleed and sustain brain injuries. David then acknowledged that he attempted to hide Gretchen's half-bare body with sticks after learning she was dead before he left the scene. Detectives were in a state of shock as they processed the horrific contents of David's confession. Following this startling disclosure, David was taken into custody and charged with a number of grave offenses, including first-degree murder and criminal homicide, because of his confession about Gretchen. At last, 83-year-old David Zanstra is in prison. Gretchen Harrington was kidnapped and brutally murdered by him in 1975, according to the prosecution, while she was walking to the Bible camp where he served as a pastor. In any case, David's admission brought some closure to Gretchen's destiny. It also brought up an unsettling query with far-reaching consequences. Could there be more victims for this man who has publicly confessed to killing one girl and hurting others? David had spent a number of years as a pastor at a now-closed church in Flanders, New Jersey, before moving to Marple. He had been a vocal opponent of sexuality education in the local school district's curriculum while he was a student at Trinity. He relocated his family to a church in Plano, Texas, which is just outside of Dallas, little than a year after Gretchen's remains were found. He served as the congregation's leader for 7 years. David then proceeded to the Living Faith Community Church in San Diego as part of his pastoral journey. In 2005, at the age of 65, he retired from his last pastoral position in Fairfield, California. Authorities knew that this extended tenure of leadership gave him significant access to and influence over young and vulnerable people. They were thus left wondering how much he might have done during these years. Although the Marple community had finally gotten some of the answers it had been looking for decades, many locals were not at all at ease with the unexpected turn of events. It had been far more reassuring to think that this horrible thing had been done by an outsider, a troubled criminal, someone who had come into town at random, kidnapped a little girl, and then disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. However, the offender was a well-respected member of their own community rather than an outsider. It was a devout figure, a husband and father to his own young daughters. The community's sense of security was further destroyed by this. Following all of this, Gretchen's family released a statement. They conveyed their appreciation to law enforcement for their continued commitment to the matter. Additionally, they expressed their desire that the person who killed Gretchen would be held accountable. David's legal team first opposed an extradition procedure after his arrest, but prosecutors, under the leadership of Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolsteiner, asked Governor Josh Shapiro's office for help in getting the confessed criminal back to Pennsylvania. David is currently being looked into for any abuse cases. In addition to this case, investigators also collected a DNA sample from David, which may be useful in a wider context, supporting the investigation of other missing individuals as well as assault and murder cases across the country. One cannot help but consider the intricacies and turns that have transpired over the years as we draw to a close this horrific case. What obstacles must Gretchen's family overcome in order to find healing and closure after all these years? What about the criminal, David? How should he be held accountable for his acts, in your opinion? And what effect would his arrest have on other possible abuse cases? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. In downtown Melbourne, Australia, on an ordinary Wednesday evening in January 2019. To a sinister turn. What began as a casual outing with friends for a young international student quickly escalated into a terrifying ordeal that stunned the entire country and the world. Kaya Mayasarwe was born in 1997 in Baqa al-Gharbia. At the age of 21, I moved to Israel with my Palestinian Muslim family. Aya Mayasarwe, a Palestinian citizen of Israel, embarked on a journey that was meant to be transformative. She had come to Australia for a one-year exchange program at La Trobe University in Bundoora, Melbourne. Her thirst for knowledge and love of languages drove her decision to study abroad. However, the January night proved fatal for her. Aya Mayasarwe's night of January 16, 2019 began just like any other. After attending a less talkative English social event, she went to a comedy show in North Melbourne with her friends. For Aya, these gatherings were more than just social occasions. They provided opportunities for her to improve her English and connect with people from various backgrounds. Aya's time in Australia was part of an on-campus exchange program with La Trobe University in Bundoora, Melbourne. She was a dedicated student who studied Chinese and English at a Shanghai university. Her time in Australia was intended to help her improve her English language skills, which are an important part of her academic journey. Australia had quickly become a place she adored, a place where she could discover new places, try new experiences, and form meaningful bonds. Her enthusiasm for life was contagious, and she possessed an innate ability to see the beauty in every moment. But Aya was more than just an adventurous spirit. She was a conscientious student who took her studies seriously. Her language skills were impressive, as she was fluent in Arabic, Hebrew, and Mandarin. Her commitment to learning and personal development was demonstrated by her decision to spend a year in Australia, pushing her limits and broadening her horizons. Throughout her time in Australia, Aya maintained regular contact with her family back home. She spoke with her parents and sisters almost every day. Her family was preparing to visit her in Australia, a prospect filled with excitement and anticipation. The prospect of reuniting with her loved ones on the other side of the world sparked great excitement. On that fateful Wednesday night, after attending a comedy show with friends, Aya returned to her student housing at La Trobe University. The night appeared ordinary, with Aya taking the tram to her destination. She disembarked at her usual stop on 23 at 12:05 a.m. He was concerned for her safety, as he often was when walking alone at night. Aya made a phone call to her sister Ruba. This precautionary measure was Aya's way of feeling more secure during late-night walks. Ruba was at home in Israel and answered the phone, not expecting her sister to answer at that time. What happened during that phone call sent terror through Ruba's heart and soul. The sound of her sister's screams and shouts pierced the telephone line. In a matter of moments, Ruba went from hearing her sister's voice to witnessing a terrifying and unexpected silence. Ruba remained on the line, heart racing, as she listened to the eerie silence. She could hear the distant hum of a passing car, but her sister never returned her call. It was a moment of terror, helplessness, and dread. You were panicked and worried because you had no idea what had happened on the other end of the line. Ruba immediately contacted her other sisters who were in China at the time. They tried to contact Aya by phone and text message. However, there was no response. Their anxiety increased with each unanswered attempt to reach Aya. Dawn approached, but Aya had still not returned their calls. Ruba and her sister took a fateful decision. They reported the disappearance to the Australian police. It was approximately 6 a.m. When they took the step, they had no idea a horrifying truth that would soon be revealed. Around the same time, a passerby on his way to work discovered the lifeless body of a young woman behind a hedge, changing his life forever. That young woman was Aya's. The discovery of Aya Mayasarwe's lifeless body behind a hedge on the fateful morning of January 16, 2009, marked the start of a perilous journey into the heart of a heinous crime. Her body was discovered just 100 meters from the tram stop, where she had disembarked in less than a mile from her student housing at La Trobe University, and word of Aya's brutal murder spread. The Australian authorities responded quickly, and when police arrived at the crime scene, they were met with a killing tableau of violence and brutality. Aya had sustained serious head injuries as a result of a relentless and brutal assault. Her body was covered in burn marks, adding to the horror she had experienced. The discovery of a hat and a shirt thought to have been left behind by the person responsible for Aya's murder was one of the first clues that proved critical to the investigation. These items would be sent for forensic testing, providing crucial evidence in the pursuit of justice. From the start, the authorities assumed they were dealing with a random attack. The community, still reeling from the shock of Aya's murder, was gripped by fear and anxiety as they tried to comprehend how such a heinous act could have occurred. Seemingly at random, the police, determined to bring Aya's killer to justice, launched a thorough investigation. They meticulously reviewed CCTV footage from the area, piecing together the events leading up to the murder. They interviewed people who had been in the area at the time of the crime, hoping to learn anything that could lead them to the perpetrator. In their unwavering pursuit of justice, the authorities also focused on a known offender, investigating their whereabouts in the hopes of determining a connection to Aya's murder. The investigator felt compelled to solve this case because he recognized the profound impact it had on the community and the international community as a whole. Only 2 days after Aya's lifeless body was discovered, a breakthrough occurred. Australian police arrested Cody Herman, 21, and charged him with rape and murder in connection with Aya's death. For those following the case, the arrest brought both relief and shocks. The swift apprehending of a suspect demonstrated law enforcement's dedication to finding answers. Cody's arrest sent shockwaves through the community and around the world as the horrific details surrounding Aya's death emerged. Surveillance footage and forensic evidence were crucial in his identification. What was most astonishing in this case was Cody's decision to plead guilty to rape and murder charges before the trial began. This plea spared Aya's family and the court from a long and painful trial. However, the key questions about the crime's motivations and circumstances remain unanswered. The guilty plea was a significant development in the case because it indicated that there would be no traditional trial. Instead, the court would hold a sentencing hearing in which the prosecutor would explain the details of the attack. This would provide a glimpse into the horrifying chain of events that resulted in tragic and premature deaths. The court proceedings revealed a chilling account of what occurred on that fateful night. While Aya had never met Cody prior to the attack, disturbing details about his previous interactions and intentions emerged in the month before the murder. Cody had made attempts to enter her apartment complex, raising suspicions of premeditation. In December 2018, just 4 months after arriving in Australia, Aya attempted to gain entry into the apartment building by falsely claiming to have misplaced his key. However, he did not live there and was at the time without a permanent address and abode. Cody returned a few days later, and residents noticed him standing outside the building, evoking an unsettling connection to Aya. Cody's online activities increased the case's intrigue. Under the rap name Makodes, he posted disturbing lyrics on Facebook, including references to suicide and demons in my head. Despite the alarming online posts and attempts to gain access to Aya's apartment complex, police initially suspected that these incidents were linked to Aya's murder. The motivation for the attack remained perplexing mystery. The court proceedings also shed light on the events leading up to Aya's murder. While Aya was at the comedy show with her friends, Cody was hanging out at the Palazzo shopping center. At 12:07 a.m., he left the shopping center, cutting through the parking lot and arriving at Main Drive. Cody spotted Aya walking down the street that night, and without warning or provocation, he launched a vicious attack. He struck her 4 times in the head with a metal pipe, causing her to drop her phone and fall to the ground, unconscious. The speed and ferocity of the assault rendered Aya defenseless, with no way to protect herself or flee. Cody's actions after the initial attack were equally horrific. He dragged the unconscious Aya behind a low hedge between the footpath and the car park, where he brutally assaulted her. The brutality didn't stop there. He continued to strike her head with a metal pipe 9 times. The details of the injuries were equally distressing. The force of the blows had fractured her skull multiple times, and while lacerations on her brain would be fatal, the nature of a neck injury is unknown, leaving investigators puzzled as to whether it occurred during strangulation or while she was being dragged into the bushes. Following the assaults, Cody attempted to eliminate any evidence linking him to Aya's body. He fled the scene, carrying Aya's belongings with him. Surveillance footage shows his escape as he climbs over the fence of a nearby nature reserve, leaving behind a black cap that was caught. He also discarded his shirt, the murder weapon, and the can of WD-40 fluid used to burn the bodies. One critical question went unanswered throughout the proceedings: whether the attack was premeditated. Did Cody roam the shopping center looking for a potential victim? Was he waiting specifically for Aya? The evidence indicated that he had the metal pipe in his possession prior to the attack, indicating a deliberate action. Cody claimed he couldn't recall anything from the 2 hours preceding the attack, leaving investigators in the court to grapple with the motivations for the senseless act of violence. During the sentencing hearing, the prosecutor meticulously recounted the terrifying sequence of events that occurred that fateful night. The details were chilling, emphasizing the brutality of the crime. Cody had relentlessly assaulted Aya, a young woman he had never met before. Cody began the attack by striking Aya 4 times over the head with a metal pipe without provocation, knocking her unconscious in her vulnerable state. He dragged her behind a low hedge and assaulted her in a horrific manner. This was followed by 9 additional strikes to her head with the metal pipe, resulting in a catastrophic brain injury. Aya suffered horrific injuries, with multiple skull fractures, brain lacerations, and an unexplained neck injury. Investigators were unsure whether she was strangled or dragged into the buses. The gruesome details were revealed in court, leaving the audience in shock and disbelief. The victim's humanity, The brutality of the crime and the attack's apparent motivelessness left everyone in attendance feeling deeply saddened and outraged. Throughout the preceding period, opposing viewpoints emerged regarding Cody Herman's sentencing. The defense claimed that Cody had a troubled upbringing characterized by instability and substance abuse. His attorney acknowledged the gravity of the crime, claiming that there was no justification for the attack. He portrayed Cody as someone who, despite committing a heinous act, was not inherently a monster. Instead, he contended that Cody's life had been plagued by extraordinary disadvantages, resulting in a distorted view of the world. A forensic psychiatrist provided insight into Cody's psychological profile, describing him as having a severe personality disorder. A forensic psychiatrist described the attack as the result of male rage directed at a female. He suggested that Cody's actions were motivated by a combination of humiliating experiences, including a broken relationship, substance abuse, a worsening mood state, and unresolved anger. In a handwritten letter to the court, Cody apologized for his actions. Recognizing that there was no excuse for what he had done, he expressed deep regret and promised to spend the rest of his life trying to make amends. On the other side of the courtroom, the prosecution argued for a harsh sentence, claiming that Cody should not receive leniency. They highlight the attack's sheer violence and depravity, emphasizing the importance of justice being served. Throughout the preceding period, Aya's family provided victim impact statements, which provided a moving glimpse into the profound loss they had suffered and would continue to suffer. Ruba, Aya's sister, described Aya as someone who looked up to those who knew how to deal with difficult situations. Her mother, Kidam Aya, described her daughter as a beautiful girl and expressed his deep sadness when speaking of her. She described their daily conversations and her longing for her mother's embrace, while another sister remembered Aya as always cheerful and energetic. Justice Elizabeth Hollingworth presided over the sentencing hearing, and she addressed Cody directly. He emphasized the importance of women's freedom to walk the streets without fear of being violently attacked by strangers, as well as the gravity of his actions. According to Justice Hollingworth, Cody struck Aya with the clear intention of killing her, and his savage attack left her physically small, unprepared, and alone with no way to defend herself. Justice Hollingworth also addressed the issue of premeditation, stating that there was no evidence to suggest that the attack occurred while Cody was intoxicated or in a drug-induced psychosis. Instead, he noted that Cody's actions were influenced by a number of factors, including previous violent experiences, relationship breakdown, substance abuse, worsening mood states, and unresolved anger. Finally, Cody Herman sentenced Justice Holly to 36 years in prison with a 30-year non-parole period. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. An unthinkable event occurred on a summer day in the heart of Borough Park, a close-knit community in Brooklyn, New York, sending shockwaves far beyond its boundaries. It was a day when the rhythms of daily life in this small community were disrupted, leaving its residents to deal with fear, uncertainty, and an overwhelming sense of tragedy. On that hot summer day, July 11, 2011, the sun hung low in the sky over Borough Park in Brooklyn, a neighborhood rich in Hasidic Jewish traditions. It was a typical day, complete with the laughter of children playing in the streets and the soothing hum of a close-knit community going about its business. No one expected this ordinary day to take such a heartbreaking turn. Yehuda Kletsky, also known as Libby, was born on July 29, 2002, to Nachmen and Saint Forster Kletsky. He was the third of 6 children and the only son of a Hasidic boy in our family. Within their close-knit community, family ties were sacred, and the Libby Kletskys were revered as the embodiment of their dreams and traditions. As the school day came to a close, the young leader felt a surge of excitement. He begged his parents for permission to walk home from day camp on his own, a small step towards independence for the 8-year-old. The move was marked by his parents' trust and support, as they had spent the previous day training with him on the route. His mother, Saint, waited at a predetermined location, a few blocks away, at the intersection of 50B Street and 13D Avenue, eagerly anticipating the arrival of her beloved fun. Little did she know that a seemingly insignificant missed turn would set off a chain of events that would change their lives forever. Gretzky set off on his solo journey. A backpack slung over his small sleeves and a rush of adrenaline coursing through him. But fate had different plans. Walking down familiar streets, he missed a critical turn that would have taken him safely home. He found himself going in the wrong direction, unintentionally triggering a chain of events that would leave an indelible mark on history. The disappearance of young Libby Kletzky has shocked the Borough Park community in Brooklyn. It was a neighborhood where families knew each other, children played on the same streets as their parents, and everyone trusted one another. When Levy vanished, the collective emptiness was palpable. The community rallied. At precisely 6:14 p.m., a pleading mother called the Brooklyn South Shomrim Volunteer Citizen Patrol on that fateful evening. The urgency in her voice reflected her growing concern that her 8-year-old son was in trouble. Brooklyn and South Summering have previously handled missing child cases, but this time was different. They knew time was their enemy, so they acted without hesitation. Their volunteers searched the homes of friends and relatives for traces of the missing boy. By 8:30 a.m., it quickly became clear that this was not a typical case. The showman made an important decision to contact the New York Police Department. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the police declared a level 1 search, which involved mobilizing all available resources. Police used canine units to sniff out suspects, mounted officers to navigate busy streets, and helicopters to survey the area from above. However, as night fell, the situation became increasingly dire. It was a race against the clock and anxiety. During this difficult time, the Borough Park community demonstrated its true fortitude. The following Tuesday morning marked a watershed moment in the quest to leave. The police asked for volunteers to assist. The call reverberated throughout synagogues, homes, and community centers. Reaching far beyond Borough Park, 5,000 Orthodox Jewish volunteers responded to the call from both the local community and remote areas of the tri-state region. Their dedication and unwavering commitment to finding young Levi was admirable. They began searching block by block, roaming the streets with unbridled enthusiasm. The outstanding unity demonstrated by the community it crossed cultural boundaries, with Bangladeshis from nearby Kensington joining the search and providing assistance during the crisis. It was a powerful demonstration of the shared humanity that brings people together, regardless of their backgrounds. State Assemblyman Dov Kind played an important role in the search. He promised a $5,000 reward for any information that led to Libby's safe return. People desperate to reunite a missing child rallied around the incentives, eventually raising the reward to a whopping $100,000. During the search operation, Yaakov Herman, the Leaf teacher, took on the task of canvassing the surrounding area. He and his son carefully reviewed CCTV footage from shops and offices along Levy's route. Levi walks past locksmiths on the rim of 44th Street and 15th Avenue before continuing along 44th Street to 17D Avenue. However, the most important footage shows Levi on 18D Avenue. He spoke briefly with a man who would soon become the central character in this heartbreaking story. This stranger, who crossed the street and entered the dentist's office, unintentionally determined the fate of young BB. When the man left the dentist's office, we followed him as he appeared to get into his car. Everyone who saw the footage was taken aback by the inexplicable nature of the encounter. Our days turned into days, and the police's hard work and the community's tireless efforts were about to yield results. After carefully reviewing CCTV footage, the police gained a significant advantage. They knew Levy had met the man outside the dentist's office on Edit Avenue. The police located the dentist, who notified his secretary. He gave them the name and address of the suspect, who arrived that day to pay the bill. This was the first step in identifying both the man and the footage. Late in the evening, at around midnight on Tuesday, police made another breakthrough. They quickly identified the vehicle in the surveillance video as a gold 1990 Honda Accord. This was a crucial discovery, but what came next was even scarier. About 45 minutes later, 2 volunteers looking for the missing boy in Kensington discovered the same gold Honda Accord. They quickly jotted down the license plate number of this car. With this critical information in hand, the police drove to the address listed on the car. Police arrived at the suspect's Kensington apartment around 2 a.m. On Wednesday, when officers arrived, they discovered the door open, a foreboding sign of what lay ahead. In the apartment, they were met with a terrible scene. When the man who lived there, Levi Aaron, was asked where the missing boy was, He allegedly nodded towards the kitchen. It was a frightening gesture that sent shivers down the veteran officer's spine. When they entered the kitchen, they were met with a scene that would haunt their dreams for years to come. Kitchen knives and stone towels were discovered in the bags, indicating a terrible act. The legs of young Libby Klasky were discovered in the freezer. The shock and horror that overtook the officers at that point are indescribable. Levi Aaron, the man seen leaving in the surveillance footage, was apprehended by police at 2:40 a.m. on that fateful Wednesday. Levi Aaron was a man from Brooklyn, New York. He grew up in the city as an Orthodox. His father worked at D&H Photo, a Hasidic-owned store. Unfortunately, his mother died about 5 or 6 years before these events. Levi lived in his parents' apartment in the Kensington neighborhood. He had gotten married twice. Unfortunately, both marriages ended in divorce. Levi worked as a clerk at a hardware supply company in Brooklyn. People who worked with him described him as a quiet and socially awkward individual. At the age of 9, he was hit by a car while riding his bike. This injury caused problems, and some believe it contributed to his severe sinusitis and unusual behavior as he grew older. Surprisingly, Levi had no previous criminal record. However, in January 2007, he was served with an order of protection, which is typically issued when there are concerns about someone's behavior. He also received a fine for failing to wear his seatbelt and a speeding ticket. Levi Aaron, the man accused of Levi Klasky's heinous crime, claims he encountered Levi when the boy asked for directions and arrived. Levi wanted to go to the bookstore, but Aaron suggested they attend a wedding in Monson, New York. Instead, they returned later in the evening, around 11:20 p.m. Aaron initially intended to return Levi to his family the following day. When Aaron saw posters about missing children and realized that people were looking for Levi, he became panicked. Aaron took me back to his apartment where he killed Levi with a towel. After that, he placed my body in bags. Aaron then placed the bags in a suitcase and disposed of them in another location. Following Aaron's words, police raided Kensington, Brooklyn, and discovered the body of Libby Klasky of Borough Park. The Lifting Boys' remains were discovered in a dumpster at 20 D Street and along the avenue in Greenwood Heights. They were wrapped in a black plastic trash bag and placed inside a red suitcase. Police say emergency workers in protective suits retrieved a suitcase from a Sunset Park trashing where Levi Aaron, the suspect in the murder of Libby Klasky, instructed them to clip the baby. After the discovery, no one questioned the killer. Aaron appeared in Brooklyn criminal court on July 14, 2011, and pleaded not guilty. Attending the hearing, Aaron's lawyer stated that he has hallucinations and hears voices. The court ordered Aaron to be admitted to Bellevue Hospital Center's prison ward for psychiatric evaluation. Aaron's lawyer claimed that after being hospitalized, he listened to music to drown out the voices in his head. They also referred to his behavior as abnormal. On July 20, 2011, the New York City Medical Examiner's Office released its findings, which revealed that Levi had ingested a poisonous mixture and then strangled. After the results were released, the case was officially classified as murder. On August 29, 2012, Aaron was sentenced to 25 years to life for second-degree murder and 15 years to life for second-degree kidnapping. This will qualify him for parole when he is 74 years old. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Two roommates, Lori Lister, age 21, and Melinda Aguilar, age 18, were the victims of a horrific attack in their Houston, Texas apartment on Sunday, May 23, 1982. They appeared to be the target of a man who was obviously trying to kill them. He restrained them and tried to drown Lori in the bathtub of their apartment. Melinda managed to get away, though, by feigning fainting and then plunging headfirst from her balcony. She asked for assistance, and she and her roommate were saved with the help of a neighbor. As he tried to escape, the offender, Coral Watts, 28, was taken into custody. Nobody could have predicted that he was suspected of killing nearly 100 other women, in addition to being involved in these two attempted murders. In 1982, he admitted to the murders of 13 women and was sentenced to 60 years in prison. Then, in a startling turn of events in the early 2000s, this man, who had committed multiple murders, was about to be released from prison. He was reclassified as a nonviolent felon as a result of a contentious court decision. Remarkably, well-behaved nonviolent felons could have 3 days taken off their sentence for every day they served under Texas law. Model inmate Watts had accrued enough time deductions to be eligible for release on May 9, 2006. The public, police, and relatives of the victims were all in complete shock and terror. Everyone was plagued by the unanswered question, why? How could a murderer like him be freed against all logic? What possible reason could there be for releasing a serial killer who has killed numerous people? Richard Eugene Watts and Dorothy Mae Young were the parents of Carl Eugene Watts, also known as Coral, who was born in Killeen, Texas, on November 7, 1953. His mother was a kindergarten art teacher, and his father was a private first class in the Army. Watts was raised by his mother after his parents divorced before he turned 2. After they moved to Inkster, Michigan, Dorothy Mae married Norman Caesar, a mechanic, in 1962. The two of them had 2 daughters. Watts and his sister fought meningitis when Watts was 8 years old. He was held back in school for an additional year and missed the 3rd grade because of the illness, which almost took his life. Watts was temporarily housed at Herman Kiefer Hospital, where he required isolation from other patients and spinal taps. Journalists reported that Watts' body temperature rose to dangerously high levels, which raised questions about possible brain damage. His family observed a change in his personality after his illness. His memory deteriorated, his attention span was shortened, and he became shy, quiet, and introverted. Having been held back a grade and experiencing chronic insomnia, Watts struggled to keep up academically. His sleep cycle was disturbed by violent dreams in which he battled and killed the evil spirits of women. At the age of 12, Watts started to enjoy his sleep-induced fantasies of torturing and killing girls and young women. When asked later about his crimes and the reason he killed his victims, Watts explained that he wanted to free their spirits because they had evil eyes. Watts began stalking girls at this time, still a teenager, and it's believed he may have killed his first victim before turning 15. Police identified Watts as the attacker in the July 29, 1969 attack on 26-year-old Joan Gave when she was 15 years old. Watts knocked on Joan's apartment door while delivering his newspaper, and when she opened it, he attacked her severely. He carried on with his delivery route as if nothing had happened, with no remorse. Coral was arrested at his residence as a result of Joan's quick reporting of the incident to the authorities. He was then ordered to receive mental health care at a mental hospital in Detroit called the Lafayette Clinic. A psychiatric evaluation indicated a delusional thought process and a full-scale IQ of 75, indicating mild intellectual disability. He did poorly in school, but a police officer later said he was very, very intelligent and had a great memory. On November 7, 1969, Watts was discharged from the Lafayette Clinic. Watts received a football scholarship to Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee, after graduating from high school in 1973, despite having academic difficulties. After 3 months, though, he was expelled on charges of stalking and assaulting women. Watts' expulsion was also influenced by suspicions surrounding his ruthless killing of a female student. Even though there was not enough evidence to convict him, he moved to Houston, Texas after being expelled. Coral and his girlfriend Dolores Howard welcomed their daughter, Nikisha Watts, in 1979. Coral and Dolores, however, went their separate ways and broke up soon after her birth. Following that, Coral married Valeria Goodwill. Not long after they were married, Valeria saw that Coral was acting strangely. He broke candles, melted them on a table, rearranged furniture all the time, chopped up houseplants with knives, and strewn trash all over the floors without cleaning up after himself. Furthermore, he would abruptly depart after intimate moments, going missing for a few hours. Sadly, they were only married for 6 months. Although there are hints that Watts may have had more victims before this, his murders officially started in 1974, when he was 20 years old. After abducting his victims from their homes, he tortured them until he killed them. His victims were mostly slender, attractive white women between the ages of 14 and 44, and he struck in different states. Watts killed his victims by a variety of means, such as drowning, bludgeoning, stabbing, and strangulation. 10:45 a.m., Coral knocked on the door of Lenore Knazaki's apartment on October 25, 1974, saying she was trying to find Charles, one of his siblings. He carried on a conversation with Lenore. Coral asked if he could leave a note when she opened the door, the chain still fastened. He unexpectedly attacked Kinizaki and strangled her until she passed out as she went to get paper. Lenore later called the police, but they couldn't find her attacker. Gloria Steele, 20, was thought to be Watt's second victim and was brutally murdered and tortured 5 days later on October 30, 1974. Gloria was a mother and a Western Michigan University student. She was discovered with 33 stab wounds to her chest from a wooden carving tool, as well as a crushed windpipe. Because there was insufficient evidence, Watts was not charged with direct murder. Diane K. Williams, an apartment resident manager and the sole witness, saw a black man looking for Charles throughout the apartment building. Coral grabbed her when she saw Williams, pried open her door and pulled her inside. Williams' phone rang during their struggle, so she knocked it off the hook and yelled for assistance. Williams saw her assailant getting into a tan Pontiac Grand Prix as he ran away. Both Williams and Kinizaki recognized Coral in a police lineup. Coral had been arrested for stealing plywood from the campus of Western Michigan University. On November 16, 1974, he was arrested and charged with assault and battery in connection with the Nikazaki and Williams cases. Watts was moved to the Center for Forensic Psychiatry in Michigan after being diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and attempting suicide with a length of cord at the Kalamazoo Mental Hospital. When asked about Gloria Steele's death in 1975, he confessed to attacking about 15 other young women and acknowledged being close to her the day before she passed away, but he denied being the cause of her death. Under a search warrant, Detroit police searched Watts' home and found a wooden carving tool, but no evidence connecting him to Gloria's death. Watts was given a year in the county jail after entering a no-contest plea during his trial for the assault and battery of Nizaki and Williams. When Watts was evaluated by psychologists, they described him as incredibly dangerous, lacking regret for his crimes, reckless, careless, emotionally distant, and prone to relapsing. Following that, he killed 5 women in a series of attacks that took place in the Detroit area over the course of a year. One odd finding was that most of his crimes took place on Sunday mornings. An Ann Arbor newspaper gave the offender the sinister moniker, Sunday Morning Slasher, because of this peculiar pattern, which added to the mystery surrounding the timing of these horrific attacks, which all took place at approximately 4 a.m. On April 20, 1980, Shirley Small, then 17 years old, was fatally stabbed twice outside her Ann Arbor, Michigan home. On July 13, 1980, 26-year-old Glenda Richmond was the target of a similar attack. Although there was not enough evidence in either case to convict, Watts' traits were evident. On September 14, 1980, 20-year-old graduate student Rebecca Huff was discovered dead after suffering about 50 stab wounds, the first murder that can be directly linked to Coral. On October 6, 1980, a 20-year-old named Delpy survived an attack, but he suffered serious injuries, such as muscle weakness and partial paralysis. Agnes, a 30-year-old woman, raised the alarm on her way back from a Halloween party on November 1, 1980, and barely avoided being attacked by a hooded man who looked like Watts. She recognized Watts from pictures, but there was still some doubt because of the dark surroundings. When Watts became the focus of local homicide investigators in July 1980, a task force was established to investigate the Sunday slashings. Watts was intermittently monitored, and in November, a court order permitted officers to equip his vehicle with a tracking device. Around 5 in the morning on November 15, 1982, Ann Arbor patrol officers were near Main Street when they noticed a suspicious man in a car following a woman as she walked home. When the woman realized she was being followed, she tried to escape by hiding in a doorway. When the police stopped Coral's car for having out-of-date license plates and driving with a suspended license, they arrested him because he was upset about losing sight of the woman. When police inspected his car, they discovered a package with several screwdrivers and wood-filling tools. The most important item they found was a dictionary that belonged to Rebecca Huff and had the carved words, "Rebecca is a lover." Despite this, there was not enough evidence to connect him to her murder. Coral moved to Columbus, Texas in the spring of 1981 and found work with an oil company. On weekends, he would make the more than 70-mile journey to his next hunting location in the Houston area. Watts murdered scores of women, including dozens, between 1,974 and 1,982. Watts avoided being identified as a serial killer for almost 8 years in spite of the long list of victims. This elusiveness was caused by multiple factors. The fact that Watts operated in multiple jurisdictions and even states made it more difficult to link the crimes. His method of operation also deviated from the norm because, in contrast to many other serial killers who prey on women and girls, he never had physical contact with his victims. As a result, connecting the crimes was difficult, even after DNA testing was developed. Law enforcement did not recognize Watts as a possible criminal until his arrest in 1982, and those who knew him did not view him as a suspect. Watts broke into the Houston apartment of Melinda Aguilar, then 18, and Lori Lister, then 21, on May 23, 1982. Watts strangled Lori down the steps outside the apartment after she returned from work. He then went into the apartment and strangled Melinda, who feigned unconsciousness. Melinda was able to avoid being fully strangled. Watts intended to drown Lori, so he wire-tied her hands behind her back. He filled the bathtub with water and carried Lori's body upstairs to the bathroom, but Melinda took advantage of the situation and jumped out of the window to get assistance. Watts first attempted to elude capture, but was caught, and Lori was saved. Investigators began connecting him to recent murders of women while he was in detention. Texas prosecutors felt there was not enough evidence to convict Watts of murder despite the connections. After Melinda Aguilar and Lori Lister were attacked, Harris County Assistant District Attorney Ira Jones negotiated a plea deal in May 1982. Watts would be charged with burglary with intent to murder in exchange for his complete admission of guilt and immunity from prosecution for murder. For this offense, he consented to a 60-year sentence. After Watts agreed to the terms, investigators found the remains of 3 victims. At last, Watts admitted to assaulting 19 women and killing 13 of them. While he acknowledged that he killed some victims, he did not confess to the deaths of others. His cases in Michigan, however, remained open after Michigan authorities refused to take part in the agreement. When the Texas Court of Appeals decided shortly after Watts' prison sentence that he had not been told that the bathtub and water he used to try to drown Lori Lister were deadly weapons, the hope for justice took a tragic turn. Due to this ruling, he was eventually granted early release and reclassified as a nonviolent felon. This was due to Texas law at the time, which allowed nonviolent felons to have 3 days taken off their sentences for each day they behaved well. As a model prisoner, Watts accrued time deductions that resulted in his potential release on May 9, 2006. There was little comfort in the early release law's subsequent repeal, which was brought about by public outcry because the Texas Constitution prohibited its retroactive application. As Michigan Attorney General Mike Cox looked for evidence to convict Watts of murder and stop his possible release in 2004, a call for justice reverberated across the country. Westland, Michigan resident Joseph Foy courageously came forward to describe the horrific scene of Watts-like man killing 36-year-old Helen Dutcher on December 1, 1970. 12 stab wounds had claimed Helen's life. Foy recognized Watts by his eyes, which he described as evil and emotionless in a haunting way. Michigan had no such agreement, even though Watts was exempt from prosecution for the 13 confessed murders in Texas. Law enforcement officials begged the trial judge to admit the Texas confessions into evidence as the 2004 trial drew near, and he agreed. Watts was found guilty of killing Helen Dutcher and Gloria Steele, and he was given 2 life sentences without the possibility of release in a Michigan jail. He was given a sentence on November 17, 2004, to serve his time in an Ionia, Michigan, maximum security prison. But a few years after this sentence started, on September 21, 2007, he died in a Jackson, Michigan hospital from prostate cancer. Ultimately, his dark story came to a somber conclusion when he managed to avoid serving his entire sentence for the lives he took. A vicious serial killer named Coral Eugene Watts terrorized the nation with his numerous murders. Despite his confessions, He was nearly released due to legal loopholes that allowed for a reduced sentence. The extent of his darkness was revealed by his subsequent conviction for Helen Dutcher's murder in 1979. In April 2379, Watt's legacy is haunted by the fact that he left the Ann Arbor murders unsolved, a terrifying reminder of hidden evil. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We will examine two cases today that you are most likely unfamiliar with. Both cases occurred in the United States of America, one in Maine and the other in New York City. Two 19-year-old women encountered unanticipated events that ended their plans and aspirations and permanently altered their families' lives. Michaela Conley, 19, lived in Bar Harbor with her mother and stepfather. The town of Bar Harbor is located on Mount Desert Island in Frenchman Bay, Maine. It provides access to the nearby Acadia National Park's mountains and cliffs. When Michaela was 4 years old, her father passed away. On May 31, 2018, Michaela picked up her friend Jaliek Keene at Logan Airport in Boston and drove him back to Bar Harbor. Conley and Keene attended Mount Desert Island High School together. Before graduating in 2015, he played running back for the Mount Desert Island High School football team. According to a friend and coach, he had just finished playing football for the Krausevo Royal Crowns, an amateur team in Serbia. He is thought to have been returning from Europe when Michaela Conley met him at the airport. The same evening, she took him back to her Bar Harbor home on Eden Street, which is directly across from the Connors Emerson School. Michaela and Jaliek decided to go for a walk after leaving the house at around 2 in the morning. Michaela never came home. Later, Jaliek went back to Michaela's house the following morning and informed her mother that he had left his wallet and cell phone in Michaela's room and wanted to get them back. Danielle Timoney, Michaela's mother, was shocked to hear that her daughter had not spent the night at home. Jaliek claimed that after a fight with Michaela, he left her alone and walked away. According to Jaliek, he had not seen Michaela. Michaela's mother then reported her daughter's disappearance to the police. Court documents are the most trustworthy source of information. One such document that describes Michaela's fate will now be read to you. A detective who worked on the Michaela Conley investigation provided this testimony. Thomas Pickering, a detective in the Maine State Police Major Crimes Unit North, is your affiant. As of February 2012, your affiant has been a detective. Due to my own investigative efforts and the efforts of other Maine State Police detectives and other law enforcement personnel who shared their findings with me as part of the investigation, I have first-hand knowledge of the facts and circumstances that are described below. Although this affidavit does not contain all of the information we have learned during our investigation, I think it is enough to show that there is reasonable suspicion that Jaliek Keene committed murder. The Maine State Police contacted your affiant on June 1, 2018 in Bar Harbor, Maine. On June 2, 2018, around 11:32, Bangor RCC reported a missing person from Bar Harbor. After arriving at the Bar Harbor Police Department, your affiant was informed by Maine State Police Sergeant Jason Richards of the following facts: that on March 22, 1999, Michaela Conley was reported missing to the Bar Harbor Police Department, that she had left in the afternoon of May 31, 2018, to travel to South to pick up Jaliek Keene and a woman named Natasha, that her mother, Danielle Timoney, reported her missing on June 3, 18 at around 1:04 p.m., that Danielle reported that her cell phone was found this morning on the grounds of the Connors Emerson School, that a school official gave Danielle a cell phone, which Danielle recognized as her own, that on June 2, 2018, an MSP canine search team discovered human remains in the wooded area between the Connors Emerson School and the intersection of Eden Avenue and West Street in Bar Harbor, Maine, that a video was uploaded to Snapchat from Michaela's phone on June 1, 2018 at 2:19 a.m. that a male named Jalik Keene was identified in the video, and that the video showed what was thought to be the playground at the Connors Emerson School. The remains were hidden beneath branches, bamboo, and other vegetation. The body had been dragged from the vicinity of the school, as evidenced by the obvious drag marks found upon closer inspection of the scene. Later, it was determined that the remains belonged to Michaela Conley, who was born on March 22, 1999. On June 3, 2018, State Medical Examiner Dr. Margaret Greenwald performed Michaela Conley's autopsy. Dr. Greenwald called me to share her initial findings. She discovered evidence of strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head and face after the autopsy. In addition, there were numerous abrasions and contusions on the torso and extremities, which suggested both dragging and intentional harm. Additionally, there was evidence of anal penetration with injury, including rectum contusions, anus lacerations, and contusions. She believes that strangulation and blunt force trauma are the causes of death. Homicide is the manner of death. Before MSP detectives Jason Fowler and Paul White discovered the body, Jalik Keene was interviewed on June 10. He acknowledged in that interview that Michaela had picked him up at Logan Airport and that they had driven back to Bar Harbor together. He claimed to have stayed with her until the wee hours of the morning at her house, and that while they were there, they both went onto the grounds of the nearby Connors Emerson School at around 2 in the morning. I was able to verify this claim by looking at surveillance footage that was obtained from the school. He claimed that they made out and had sex for approximately an hour while they were together on the school grounds, as will be covered in more detail below. Then she got angry. A physical altercation broke out. He displayed the scratches on his back to the detectives. "She had forced it upon me," he said. He claimed that he left at 3:30 a.m. and never came back. "I never saw her again," he said. Jalik and I had a walkthrough on June 3 before I interviewed him. He acknowledged that they had had vaginal sex at that point, and in response to my questions, he revealed that this was their first time having sex together, and that he had also had anal sex with Michaela. He went on to say that he never saw her again after leaving her on the school grounds at around 3:30 in the morning. He told me that he waited for her for 4 hours after walking down to the shoreline close to the Bar Harbor shore path. I was able to get the video surveillance footage from every camera at the school by collaborating with other detectives. By watching that video, I was able to see Michaela Conley and Jalik Keene strolling along the path that connects Eden Street to the Connors Emerson School at 2:17 in the morning. Jalik and Michaela walk off camera toward the school's Eden Street side, which is where the playground is. After that, I watched more video from a camera mounted on the building's Eden Street side. Low light levels and cobwebs in front of the lens, which partially obscured the view, resulted in poor video quality. It was like taking pictures with night vision. However, I managed to see someone who looked like Michaela enter the scene and sit on the ground in what must have been a very dimly lit space. Then, at 3:36 a.m., I saw a man who looked like Jalik approach her side. Following some sort of conversation, he picked her up over his shoulder and left with her while she was kicking her feet. I then looked at more footage from the same camera that was shot at around 7:05 a.m. the following day in full daylight. I saw someone operating a lawnmower, moving in and out of sight. Shortly afterward, I saw Jalik Keene emerge from behind a line of bushes into the open, carrying an apparently dead Michaela by her wrists, pulling her over his back with her body stretched out on it, and quickly dragging her across the screen in the direction of the location where her body was eventually discovered. Jalik had the same eye-catching tattoo on his left arm that I had previously noticed on the video, and I noticed that he was wearing the same black clothing that he had been wearing when they first arrived on school property. Additionally, when he is interviewed, the video footage blatantly disputes Jalik's assertion that he abandoned Michaela at the school grounds at 3:30 a.m. and never returned. I did not see any other male or female than those mentioned above at any time while I was watching the surveillance tape. Jalik Keene was taken into custody. Despite facing multiple charges, he entered a not guilty plea. About 50 of Conley's family members and friends packed the courtroom for the 2019 trial. A smaller group of Keene's relatives and friends were gathered on the opposite side of the courtroom, wearing black t-shirts featuring a picture of Keene and the words, "We all love you" in large letters. Meg Elam, the prosecutor, told the jury, which consisted of 6 men and 9 women, 10, that on May 31, 2018, Michaela Conley drove Keene and two other people back to Bar Harbor after picking them up at Boston's Logan International Airport. Michaela was unaware that she would die within the next 18 hours, Elam reminded the jury. She also mentioned that Michaela Conley's genitalia and under her fingernails contained Keene's DNA. Since Keene was physically stronger than Michaela, she had very little chance of escaping after the police found and inspected her body. According to the website of the West Virginia University sports team, where Keene played collegiate soccer, Michaela was 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed just 93 pounds. In 2015, he made a separate opening statement to the jury, stating that he weighed 180 pounds and stood 6 feet tall. Attorneys Don Corbett and Jeffrey Tutaker, who are Keene's representatives, stated that although prosecutors have circumstantial evidence against Keene, they are unable to prove that he killed Michaela Conley because there may have been another person on the school property who escaped being captured on camera. According to Corbett, police never tested objects discovered on the playground, such as cigarette butts and an empty alcohol bottle, in an effort to identify additional suspects. According to her, there is no evidence of Conley's cause of death or the identity of those present when she passed away. Circumstantial evidence, according to Corbett, does not prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. It makes people guess. Before Corbett told the jury how Conley and Keene, who had known each other since elementary school, went to Conley's mother's home on Eden Street, which was right across the street from the elementary school, when they arrived in Bar Harbor at around 1 in the morning. Elam gave her opening statement. Her mother never saw or spoke to her again after Conley and Keene left. According to Elam, Keene returned to the house the following morning and claimed that he had left his cell phone there the previous evening. Conley's mother discovered that Conley was missing when she went up to her daughter's room to get it. Keene informed Conley's mother that he had last seen her on the school grounds at around 3:30 a.m. when she inquired about the whereabouts of her daughter. Conley's mother was notified later that morning by school personnel that they had located Conley's cell phone on the school's playground. Later that morning, after a thorough search involving Conley's friends and the police, they also discovered Conley's shoes outside the school. Keene persisted in telling people that he last saw her at the playground. Even the defendant took part in the search. Elam claimed that even though he already knew where Michaela Conley's body was, he feigned to search for her. Keene began as Conley's friend, but ended up being a wolf in sheep's clothing. According to the victim's stepfather, "I am completely shattered. I am irreparably damaged. This is my life sentence without my girl. Keene has destroyed our family, Jalik." According to Danielle Timoney, Conley's mother, Keene made the decision to testify on his own behalf. A video that purportedly showed him carrying Conley's lifeless body and then washing himself in a water spigot was shown to him on the grounds of Connors Emerson School. Keene claimed he couldn't remember what was captured on camera. Prosecutors and defense lawyers questioned Keene. He claims that after an international flight from Serbia, where he played football, he had been up for about 36 hours that night. Keene claims he didn't remember anything from that morning until he left his wallet and phone at Conley's house. As he spoke for himself, Keene informed Judge Murray that he disagreed with one aspect of the case, stating that although he loved Michaela, he was never in love with her. After that, Keene read a written confession in which he acknowledged that he was responsible for Conley's death and stated that he wanted to exchange his life for hers. He appeared to request the death penalty rather than spend years in prison, saying he would never purposefully hurt any of his friends but would take a bullet for them. A jury found Keene guilty, but Keene added that no one knows what happened the night Michaela was killed in May 2019. During the sentencing on September 11, the verdict was declared. Despite the video evidence, Judge Murray said it was chilling that Keene refused to accept responsibility for Conley's death. Judge Murray also found it unsettling that Keene could appear to Conley's mother while pretending to care for her daughter, 22-year-old Jalik, only minutes after killing her. Keene received a sentence of 30 years and 58 years for murder. The two terms will be served simultaneously. The event covered in this video happened in January 2022, specifically in East Harlem, New York City. Cristal Bayron Neves, 19, was employed at Burger King on the night shift. As if sensing trouble, she was scheduled to work another shift on January 8, 2022. Even though Crystal didn't want to go to work, her sense of duty overcame her. The girl showed up for what turned out to be her final shift. North of the Upper East Side, East Harlem, also called Spanish Harlem or El Barrio, is a neighborhood in Upper Manhattan, New York City. It is bordered to the east and north by the East and Harlem Rivers, to the south by 96th Street, and to the west by 5th Avenue. Although it is one of the neighborhoods that are included in Greater Harlem, it is generally not regarded as being a part of Harlem proper, despite its name. The neighborhood is home to one of New York City's largest Hispanic communities, which is primarily made up of Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Cubans, and Mexicans. In 2019, Crystal, her mother, and her 14-year-old brother relocated to New York City from Puerto Rico, where they gradually made their home. While their mother, Christy Nieves, found employment and tried her best to provide for her children, Crystal and her brother began attending school. Crystal received her high school diploma in 2021. She started looking for work, but since she lacked any skills, she was compelled to accept a position at East Harlem's Burger King in December 2021. Her home was only a few blocks away from her workplace on 116th Street. Her dreams were not limited to working behind the cash register at a fast food restaurant. Of course, she intended to attend college and pursue a career that would enable her to be eligible for a higher-paying job. But for now, Crystal's dream was a personal vehicle, and she set out to earn the money necessary to purchase it for herself. During her first few days at Burger King, Crystal encountered difficulties. She had to work the night shift because of the way the schedule was set up. Since East Harlem has a long history of social issues, including high crime rates, Crystal was understandably unhappy with the night shifts. She was afraid of the homeless people who would gather in front of the Burger King where she worked at night. Crystal asked her manager to adjust her work schedule after she started to worry about her safety. She requested to start working the day shift on January 14, 2022. As her final night shifts came to an end, Crystal was to start working during the day. She grew less and less excited to go to work. Before leaving the house on the evening of January 8, 2022, Crystal was heading to one of her final night shifts. She told her mother, Christy Nieves, that she was scared of the contingent that gathered there at night, and that was why she didn't want to go to work. But the mother insisted that her daughter must do the right thing. "You have to be responsible," Christy said. "You're already on the schedule, so you must leave." The last time Crystal's mother saw her alive, she left for work. Crystal changed her clothes when she got to work and started working. She worked at a Burger King location that was open 24 hours a day, but there was no security. A man wearing all black entered the building at around 1 in the morning. He had a gun in his hand and a black ski mask covering his face. The first person to obstruct the offender at this time was a patron who was seated at a table within the establishment. The handle of the gun struck him in the head. The 59-year-old female manager was struck in the face by the perpetrator after she was next in line. Then, the masked man threatened Crystal as he walked up behind the cash register. He insisted that she take the money out of the cash register and give it to him. Although there was only $100 in the cash register, Crystal opened it, took the money and gave it to the criminal in order to comply with the demands. The masked man pulled the trigger because he apparently didn't like receiving so little money. Crystal was struck in the chest by the bullet. The manager called 911 after the offender had left the property. Police and an ambulance showed up and took Crystal to the hospital, where the doctor tried her best to save her life but was unsuccessful. The location where everything occurred was cordoned off by police, but they were unable to track down and capture the criminal on the hot tracks. The female manager told the police everything they could recall after the customer was struck in the head by a gun handle. They claimed that Crystal followed the offender's instructions without question. However, he still shot her. Although the suspect's face was hidden by a mask, the New York Police Department released a picture of him in the hopes that someone would recognize him and report it for information that would result in the criminal's arrest. The $10,000 reward offered by the New York Police Department was quickly raised to $20,000. What took place? Additionally, Crystal's family suffered a severe blow. Funeral arrangements were now a burden for the family, even though her life had only just begun. Outside the Burger King building, a temporary memorial was set up, and worried citizens brought flowers and lit candles. According to Mayor Eric Adams, he met Nieves's mother and observed the anguish on her face. He expressed gratitude to the NYPD for their efforts in apprehending the suspect. "Even though I don't attend arrest press conferences, It was extremely personal for a cold-blooded murderer to shoot a 19-year-old girl after she cooperated. There are far too many firearms on our streets, as we have repeatedly stated. Adam said that when a fundraiser was set up for the Nieves family, hundreds of worried people answered the call for assistance. In her native Puerto Rico, Christy Nieves made the decision to bury her daughter. When contributions totaled $45,000, the fundraiser was shut down. Crystal's family members received complimentary tickets to Puerto Rico from JetBlue Airways, which has its headquarters in New York. Police were working to solve the case in the interim. Throughout the city, leaflets featuring the offender's picture were actively circulated. The incident was discussed on television news programs, and the picture was also circulated on social media. There was no justification for shooting this young woman, so it's likely that very few people in New York are still unaware of Crystal's incident. The money had been transferred. She was making an effort to follow the gunman's instructions. She was killed for no apparent reason, according to NYPD Chief of Department Kenneth Corey. 5 days after Crystal's death, police spoke tearfully about the teen's last moments. After the culprit fled the scene, they declared that they had arrested a suspect. Detectives used surveillance footage to follow his movements. On Friday, January 14, Winston Glynn, 30, was taken into custody. The clothes the murderer allegedly wore the night of the attack were discovered in nearby dumpsters when police arrested Glynn at a Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn address. According to law enforcement, they found a phone that he had taken from the manager of the restaurant and thrown into a subway tunnel. They also used security footage to follow the attacker to a nearby bodega where, an hour prior to the deadly altercation, he made an electronic transaction. Among other charges, he was accused of first-degree murder. Surprisingly, Glynn, a Jamaican native, worked at Burger King for a while in 2020 in the exact location he chose to rob. He also resided in a homeless shelter. Furthermore, he probably went in disguise as a customer the day before the attack to take a look around. Because Glynn was familiar with the facility and knew there was inadequate security, investigators came to the conclusion that he planned the attack. He left before Crystal began working there, so he didn't know her. As officers led Winston Glynn out of the police station in handcuffs and shackles, he screamed at the irate crowd of onlookers. "Our reparations for 400 years of slavery are nowhere to be found," Glynn inquired. Then he yelled, "America is going to burn," as loudly as he could. As the suspect was being led from the station, a crowd of bystanders gathered outside and threw profanities at him. Glynn repeatedly accused the judge of lying during the courtroom arraignment. "You didn't see the judge, liar," the suspect yelled. "Liar." At a subsequent court hearing, Glynn was accused of first-degree murder and robbery and was not granted bail. He likened himself to Jesus Christ and Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela. What happened to him? What became of Jesus? They weren't guilty. I want to be a leader in all of that, Glynn. Many people are envious. He asked why he would use a traceable payment so soon before the crime, and why it took days for a witness to identify him after the news had broadcast the robbery's video. "I used to work at a tip line, and I'm sure someone called it. That's all," he raged, alluding to the 8 months he worked at the East 116th Burger King in 2020, the location of Bayron Nieves' murder. "This can only go in one direction. They let me go, and I sue the city for keeping me for so long," he continued. "The system treats the lower class as if we are unimportant," which infuriated Glynn, before asserting that the families of the wealthy and powerful truly profit from crime and chaos in the city. He also made strange references to Freemasons and the Illuminati. Glynn entered a not guilty plea in the death of Bayron Nieves. Glynn's criminal history includes at least 4 prior arrests, including menacing with a weapon in November 2021 and criminal possession of a weapon in December 2020. Winston Glynn is currently awaiting sentencing. A conviction for first-degree murder carries a life sentence without the possibility of release. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Ashley Parlier, a 21-year-old from Battle Creek, Michigan, argued with her parents on June 12, 2005, and then fled the house. Everyone, including relatives and friends, was suspected for years after she vanished without a trace and was never seen again. For more than 10 years, the case produced no results. The police were looking for answers about the Parlier family for 18 years until they finally found them. Where has Ashley Parlier disappeared to? Was there a possibility of foul play? Today we're examining Ashley Parlier's case, which lasted until 2023 and involved 18 years of age. Without further ado, let's begin the narrative. In addition to welcoming neighborhoods and amiable communities, Battle Creek, a tiny city in southwest Michigan, offers its residents amazing growth prospects and a thriving business. Located between two states and a major highway, Battle Creek is known as the cradle of the cereal industry and attracts a lot of tourists because of its picturesque downtown. Battle Creek is a bustling neighborhood with a distinct suburban vibe. One of the greatest areas in Michigan to raise a family is Battle Creek, which is well known for its recreational possibilities and natural beauty. In 2005, a 21-year-old from the same vibrant and welcoming town sadly vanished without a trace. Russell and Sherry Parlier welcomed a baby girl, whom they named Ashley, as their second child on October 16, 1983. Ashley has been quiet and reserved since she was a young child. She was also quite naive. She didn't make many friends as she grew older. Nicole Campen, Ashley's older sister, recalls how trusting her sister was. She claimed that one of the most memorable things about her was how trusting she was and how she simply saw the best in everyone. It was excellent that she wanted people to be what she believed the world should be. Ashley had gorgeous brown hair and eyes, and her crooked-toothed smile was quite lovely. Ashley also worked at the level of an adolescent between the ages of 12 and 14 due to a little mental impairment. She was able to live life to the fullest in spite of her troubles. She obtained employment at the closest Taco Bell store, located on the 800 block of Northeast Capitol Avenue, after graduating from Battle Creek Central High School. She had been accumulating money from her earnings at Taco Bell in order to get her own vehicle. Unfortunately, disaster was just around the corner for Ashley, a young woman who wished for a happy world. She was sweet and loving, yet the world did not treat her well. Ashley Parlier, 21, was about 5 feet 9 inches tall and had a slender frame. She was only 100 pounds. Her parents were therefore quite concerned on June 12, 2005, when they discovered that she seemed to have a bulge. Ashley was too pure, after all, both mentally and naturally. If she chose to carry the baby, they wanted her to see a doctor and receive prenatal care since they were worried about her health. Ashley left the house in a rage after a heated argument with her parents about the whole thing. Without a car, driver's license, cell phone, or credit card, she left her home in the Bedford Township community of Urbandale. She did, however, have some cash on hand, roughly $700.00. Ashley never came home, despite the family's desire to give her the time she needed to calm down. The Parlier family felt something was wrong and were anxious as the minutes stretched into hours, and then into days. At first, they had assumed Ashley would stay at one of her friends' homes for a few days, cool off, and then come back to them. However, they were forced to report her missing to the police after she hadn't returned after many days, and they couldn't contact her. The police made Ashley Parlier's photo and physical description public in the hopes that it would help them find any leads, because they had little evidence to work with and no leads to pursue. They disclosed information about her build, weight, and physical characteristics, as well as the clothing she was wearing at the time of her disappearance. She was last saw wearing blue trousers, brown leather sandals, and a checkered top. Soon after, the police received a lot of tips regarding sightings, particularly in the vicinity of Houghton Lake. There was a sigh of relief from the family. In the event that she was discovered, they planned to convince Ashley to return home. However, the Parlier family soon received grim news from the police. None of the sightings could be verified and were all bogus. Ashley was therefore not yet prepared to return home, wherever she was. As the investigation progressed to the second level, Ashley's parents, Cherie and Russell, who had delayed making a complaint, were the object of the officers' first suspicion. While Ashley's mother, Cherie, refused to take the polygraph, her father consented to do so and was exonerated. It's crucial to note that Cherie had already begun exhibiting symptoms of Huntington's disease, which was correctly identified a few years later. Nicole, Ashley's sister, explained that since Ashley had never done anything like that, not returning home for this long was undoubtedly uncommon behavior. However, the family had assumed that she was likely venting at a friend's house because they had a rather heated disagreement before she left. They had thought they would be able to resolve the issue if she returned home by the weekend. The police were clearly concerned because, according to Nicole, her parents were the last two people to see her at that time. She continued, "Again, we are a small-town Michigan family. We never thought that this would be a 16-year ordeal of trying to figure out where a daughter and sister is." In the months prior to her disappearance, the police also attempted to look for her then-estranged partner. At the time of the interrogation, Ashley's family thought she was carrying his child, even though they had split up. Another girlfriend of his was pregnant as well. Although the cops were unable to locate any evidence against him, he was not ruled out as a suspect. Ashley's close friends and family members were again questioned, but once more no information was discovered. But there was another angle. The officers discovered that Ashley might have had suicidal thoughts. The police had a suspicion that they would be able to locate the body if she had committed suicide. Thus, the police conducted a thorough search for her body. There was nothing substantial to find. They then speculated that Ashley might have been robbed, but her social security number remained unchanged during her absence. The police were prepared to deliver more unfavorable news to the Parlier family by this point. They told her relatives that Ashley was probably already dead and that they suspected foul play. Additionally, they promised the family that they would not give up on her. Although they conducted a thorough search for Ashley Parlier, the case ultimately came to nothing. Ashley's case was handled by a number of Battle Creek Police Department personnel throughout the course of the following 18 years. The department as a whole was baffled by her disappearance, as they kept discovering people of interest, but none of them had ever been shown to be suspects. The sheriff's department was given the case in 2020 after they had suspicions that she had been murdered outside of Battle Creek City. Only in 2021, when they least expected it, did they make progress in the case. The case has stalled after about 16 years of little progress. Then, however, something occurred that would alter everything. When police in Pennsylvania suddenly discovered a lead in Ashley Parlier's case in January 2021, they contacted officers in Calhoun County. Harold David Holman III, a 44-year-old serial murderer, was being questioned by Pennsylvania authorities in connection with the killings of Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz. Holman did not want a trial at that time, so he asked the authorities if they could combine the three cases of Phillips, Schultz, and Parlier. Ashley Parlier had not been brought up by the police at any point during the exchange. They questioned him further about the Parlier case, since they were unsure of what he was talking about, and the results were startling. It was a complete confession, rather than merely a lead. The detectives promptly contacted the Calhoun County Police Department to update them on the latest case development. After taking over, the Calhoun County Police Department's investigation showed that Holman had resided in Battle Creek from 2002 to 2009 and had communicated with Parlier. Following Ashley's argument at home, police discovered that Holman had been in communication with Parlier. In Emmett Township, Michigan, she paid him a visit. Ashley informed him that a pregnancy test was requested by her parents. After getting into a fight with Ashley, Holman attacked her, knocked her out, and carried her to the Pennsylvania hills, where he struck her skull with a piece of wood until she was immobile. He also told police that he had disposed of his bloodied clothes after leaving Ashley someplace in Newton Township's northern section. On November 29, 1978, Harold David Holman III was born. Before becoming a young man, Holman lived in Germany with his father from his early teens until his father moved to Turkey, leaving him to live with his girlfriend. He looked like a typical young man at the time. The fact that he would become a serial killer was not anticipated. Holman killed someone for the first time when he was 20 years old. On May 3, 1999, 21-year-old Joseph Whitehurst, the son of an Air Force colonel, was residing at a military installation in southwest Germany. He was discovered outside Ramstein Air Base after going missing. A club discovered at the scene of the murder had been used to bludgeon him to death a few days later. Holman admitted to killing Whitehurst after being apprehended by German police for an unrelated offense. Holman claimed that he attacked Whitehurst first because he felt threatened by him when he had begun dancing around the campfire. As Holman told the authorities, "I don't know how many times I hit him and then I was gone, but it was the biggest rush I ever felt, like your whole body to this day. He was only given a 6-year sentence at a German reform school in spite of his confession. A person under the age of 21 must be tried in a juvenile court in accordance with German legislation. Furthermore, Holman received a less sentence because he was also diagnosed with schizophrenia at the time. After that, he returned to America and worked as a truck driver in Emmett Township, living close to Battle Creek, Lakeview, and the Fairfax Addition. Around this time, he appeared to play a significant part in Ashley Parlier's 2005 disappearance. Tiana Phillips, a mother of 2 children, vanished on June 13, 2018. 3 years later, when he was eventually arrested and being questioned by the police, he said that he had wanted to kill again rather than specifically kill Phillips. Erica Schultz knew a man online as Dave, and she wasn't sure if she would ever meet him. Erica went missing on December 6, 2020. Because Erica was a habitual person with autism, the police looked through her phone records and linked Holman to her murder when she failed to appear. Killing Erica Schultz was like just another day in the park for me, he said nonchalantly in his confession. He was discovered with a self-inflicted wound beside railroad tracks in Duncan, Pennsylvania, at the time of his arrest. He felt that in order to atone for his misdeeds, he had to die. Holman confessed to killing Schultz and Phillips when he was in the hospital getting treatment. He confessed to killing Phillips, whom he had slept with, in a letter to his estranged wife while he was incarcerated. To emphasize that he would never do such a thing with her, he stated that he wished to confess to the crime. His ex-wife was clearly alarmed and took the letter to the police. She added that she had not believed Holman when he had previously claimed to have killed a lady. He was a serial killer due to the commonality of his acts. His victims had all vanished. They were all injured in the head. After attacking them and rendering them unconscious, he completed the task. He did not bury the remains. Instead, he disposed of them in isolated locations. Actually, Schultz and Phillips were killed on the same day. In the cases of Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz, Holman has been accused of abduction, criminal homicide, and abuse of a corpse. Detective John Pignatch of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department stated that Holman was not a temporary resident and did not have a permanent address in Pennsylvania in 2021. He attributed all of this to his family and a failed marriage. According to him, there are alphas and non-alphas. That's simply the case. A master and a slave, or whatever you want to call them, are present. That's how life is constructed. He had to seek that dynamic in extramarital affairs because his wife refused to yield to him. He studied serial killers after Parlier's passing. He always said that he remembered every murder, including specifics of what he did to each one, when asked which one he remembered the most. He needed to be removed from the streets right away because police were certain he was a serial killer. Holman actually acknowledged that he would have killed again if he hadn't been apprehended. In his confession, Holman made it clear that he had met Ashley Parlier, who had been with her parents, in a bowling alley. The confession in the court document also made clear that he struck up a conversation with her, which later resulted in a deeper relationship when she argued with her parents. After phoning Holman, she went to his house. Ashley told him that she was being forced to obtain a pregnancy test by her parents. He admitted to being the father of the child Ashley was expecting. Their subsequent dispute infuriated him and he knocked her out. Then, on the night of June 13, 2005, he killed her by repeatedly beating her in the head. He described it as an overgrown meadow 10 miles from the town in the middle of nowhere, Michigan. There was a small house nearby, perhaps a garage, but it was deserted. We took a seat. I was absorbed in my own universe as I sat there. Ashley was just out in the back. When he located a suitable location while sitting with Ashley's comatose body beside him, he made the conscious decision to kill her there. Then it occurred, he added. I was sitting there and no cars drove by. The longer I sat there, the more I thought, this is a good place as any. I removed her, brought her to the location and completed the task. He struck her and saw her perish. He went home and showered when he was certain Ashley was gone. He later disposed of his clothes at Meijer, an American supercenter, where he was employed at the time. The fact that he pursued the case for years and years is even more startling. At one point, he even went to see if Ashley was still alive, but all he discovered were bones. He came forward and apologized to the Parlier family after being questioned further. Holman denied that it was premeditated. I don't want that to happen with Ashley, he stated. I regret Ashley's murder more than any of them, he continued. It should be mentioned that he had already killed several people when this confession was made public in recent years. Ashley's sister, Nicole, was puzzled and unable to contain her emotions after learning that Hallman had claimed that Ashley had approached him for assistance. She was appalled that Hallman had killed Ashley in cold blood in spite of this information. Hallman killed her because he thought that things had gotten out of control. On the one hand, he claimed that he was intoxicated for 3 weeks in a row because he felt terrible for killing her. He wanted to put the incident out of his mind. However, he clarified that the entire killing procedure gave him an adrenaline high that was unmatched by anything else. Nicole was discouraged to learn that his apologies was merely a pretext for flaunting his horrible behavior. She claimed that their ignorance was quite difficult. My mother's depression and loss caused her Huntington's disease to worsen rapidly. My dad was the same way. As a mom myself, I understand their struggles. What kind of individual could do it is difficult to comprehend. I could never comprehend having such a strong desire to harm someone. Hallman acknowledged that he was unable to console the family verbally, but he would be prepared to beat them up with a log if they so desired. The apology did not sit well with Nicole. Along with losing her sister, she also lost her parents, who passed away in sorrow and bewilderment. It was true, she thought, that Hallman killed more than simply Ashley. There were more persons Harl Hallman had murdered than only his immediate victims. The loved ones of many of his victims had died, and they were unaware of what had become of them. Nicole created a social media page called Bring Ashley Home, which she used to connect with the other Pennsylvania victims' elder sisters. They think they have formed buddies and are united by their shared misery. She stated that when Nicole presents her victim impact statement on behalf of the entire Parlier family on April 10th during Hallman's trial, the 3 older sisters of the other Pennsylvania victims will accompany her. She said, "We're going to remember our sisters, and we're going to remember Ashley and Tiana and Erica and not him. We're going to remember how they were good people who loved and were caring, and he's just going to rot." Ashley had been out of the house for 18 years after a fight with her parents. After what occurred to her, she never went back home. Her return home was a top priority for the police. Throughout the years, they looked everywhere for solutions. The police therefore asked Harold Hallman to show them where he had left Ashley's body once he came out with the confession. According to the officers and the prosecution, Ashley Parley's case was extremely labor-intensive and emotionally charged. Nearly 20 years had passed since the original detectives attempted to solve the mystery. The Parlier case was given to several detectives in the next years. They even flew across the nation to find possible witnesses and gather the evidence they needed to convict the criminal after failing to discover the answers in the city. In March, Sheriff Steve Hinckley told the media that the officers had visited Pennsylvania, Maryland, and California to look into Parlier's case. The investigating team included Detective John Pignato of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department, Detective Dave Huminga, and Detective Sergeant Chris Suarez of the Michigan State Police. Hallman guided the police to a wooded region in Newton Township south of Battle Creek, at a 6.5-mile road. On March 30, 2022, almost 24 officers conducted a search for Ashley's remains, but after several hours of work they were unable to locate her body. When Ashley vanished, the region remained farmland, but within a few years it was all divided up and sold to other property owners, locals told the media. The policemen's attempts were all in vain. Hallman acknowledged that he was unable to appropriately situate Ashley where he had left him after all these years and the local developments. Ashley's remains are still being sought by the authorities. It should come as no surprise that the man who had previously murdered 3 women and possibly more was terrified of being executed. He received 2 life sentences in prison. No kind of parole was given to him. Hallman entered a guilty plea to Ashley Parlier's second-degree murder in February 2023. He consented to assist Calhoun County authorities in locating Ashley's remains in the vicinity of the purported location of his disposal. It is a component of the plea agreement with the Office of the District Attorney for Luzerne County. He is set to be sentenced in April 2023 and faces a maximum life sentence in prison in return for not being given the death penalty. In order to solve Ashley Parlier's case and locate her remains, the Calhoun County Sheriff is still searching for any information. Call 269-781-0880 to reach the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office if you have any information. When a loved one disappears, Every minute is challenging. Imagine being heartbroken, grieving, and depressed for 18 years with only a glimmer of hope that they could return at some point. Consider the uncertainty about whether to continue waiting or to simply end the depressing experience. In the spring of 2020, Ashley's parents, Russell and Cherie, passed away without ever understanding what had happened to their daughter. Imagine the anguish and suffering they endured when they came to terms with the fact that they would never find out what had happened to Ashley, particularly since she had left the house in a state of rage. Imagine how their lives must have been when they were the target of active suspicion over the disappearance of their own daughter from the police, the media, and true crime fans. However, even though it took 18 years, Ashley's story was finally resolved. At least her family is aware of what happened to her, even though she hasn't returned home yet, because the police are still looking for her remains. Do you believe that Harold Holman might have had other victims? Regarding Holman's apologies, what are your thoughts? Does he kill people for fun, or does he actually have a mental illness? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This was a mass killer confessing his darkest intentions, but the real horror was the cold, calculated execution of his crime, captured in real time. On June 5, 2014, Ybarra brutally entered the Seattle Pacific University lobby and took his first victim. He had planned a massacre, but that was not what happened. During one of Seattle's worst crises, a single small mistake set off a series of events that would change everything. There were a number of horrifying facts that were just waiting to be revealed. June 5, 2014, started out like any other day until, shortly before 3 p.m., a string of calls from the same location flooded the Seattle Police Department's helplines. The city would be thrown into an unimaginable crisis and chaos in a matter of minutes. A nightmare started when a man carrying a gun entered SPU. With each call, more terrifying information surfaced. The description initially appeared ambiguous and unremarkable, but the details were beginning to come together. He wasn't an aspiring pupil. His purpose for being on campus that day was darker. But why was he there, and who was he? They would soon find out more about his nefarious schemes. The white pickup van he was driving was seen parked on the street close to the Seattle Pacific University campus in Washington. This man, whoever he was, had no intention of going away quietly. And just as police closed in, something far worse was about to happen. Paul Lee, a 22-year-old random student, was struck by the first bullet. The question was no longer who he was. The van belonged to 26-year-old Aaron Ybarra. Now the only question was, how far would he go? A massacre was in the making, and the police seemed like they might be too late to stop it. Officers moved in, sirens heightening the tension across the campus, but no one knew what they were truly walking into, or how the standoff would unfold. Even before the police arrived, the action had already taken place, captured on camera as it all played out in real time. The man, whose identity was now confirmed to be Aaron Ybarra, could be seen walking into the hallway calmly, as if he belonged there. The CCTV captured everything, every step, every glance, but no one knew what was coming next. There, sitting innocently at the desk, was 22-year-old Tristan Ruth, unaware his life was about to hang in the balance. The man leaned in close and threatened him. "Don't move, or there will be consequences." But it wasn't just Tristan in the building, unaware of the danger. Sarah Williams, 22, had just reached the bottom when Ybarra turned and shot without thinking. Sarah was shot at close range in the chest. Tristan saw his opportunity then, and he took desperate action. The gunman would not be as fortunate, though, as his next move would be the demise of his entire scheme. Aaron's statements were obviously more than just threats. He was shooting people, and he had a clear plan that was only a few seconds away from causing total mayhem. However, he then committed a critical error. A security guard caught the gunman as he stopped to reload his weapon. A 22-year-old student and security guard named John Mice came up behind the shooter. Everything suddenly changed in a split second. He wrestled the shooter to the ground, wrenched the gun out of his hands, and pepper-sprayed his eyes. Aaron, the shooter, was on the ground with his eyes burning, and Sarah, the injured girl, took the opportunity to step aside. John moved away with the weapon to keep it out of the shooter's reach, but when he returned, he'd find a surprise. Aaron had produced a knife from his pocket. Next, John would engage in a physical altercation with the pepper-sprayed Aaron to remove the weapon from his grip. He was going to have unexpected help. Suddenly, a second hero, Justin Serra, kicked the weapon out of Aaron's reach, ensuring it would do no harm. What was seconds away from becoming a massacre was stopped in its tracks, thanks to their courage. But the tragedy was nowhere near an end, and what came next was going to expose the harsh reality that changed everything. By 3:29 p.m., paramedics and officers from the Seattle Police Department flooded the campus. Officers immediately apprehended Aaron after finding John Mice and Justin Serra holding him down on the hall floor. One team of police officers took Aaron into custody, while the second took hold of his van. Paramedics treated several students for shock, while Paul Lee, Sarah Williams, and John Mice were all transported to Harborview Medical Center in Seattle. Paul was pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital. Sarah was taken to surgery right away because her condition was critical. Despite Thomas's critical condition, medical personnel managed to stabilize him, and he was admitted to the hospital. After receiving treatment for the cuts he sustained during his fight with Aaron, John was allowed to go. However, this was not the end of the story. They thought the worst was over when the police showed up to remove the gun. They were unaware that the shooter was hiding something much darker than anyone could have predicted. After being brought to the homicide and assault unit of the Seattle Police Department, Aaron was informed of his Miranda rights. Detectives Dana Duffy and James Cooper then brought him in for an interview. What secrets was he concealing, and what was his true motivation? The truth was finally going to be revealed in the interrogation room, where the answers were hidden. Aaron was still recuperating from the pepper spray, so detectives Cooper and Duffy took a while to begin the interview. They started by inquiring about his private life. Janice and Ambrose Ybarra welcomed Aaron into the world in July 1988. He grew up in Seattle's Mount Lake Terrace neighborhood with his younger brother Joel and older sister Brandy. From the start, Aaron's life was described as turbulent. Ambrose, his alcoholic father, was a frequent source of conflict for the family. Aaron discussed his psychological issues, including his severe OCD, as he became more at ease during the interrogation. As the investigators spoke with this profoundly disturbed individual, they discovered that his OCD was only the beginning of his psychological problems, which started when he was 13 years old. Innocent students were suffering on the SPU campus because of a sin that only existed in Aaron's troubled mind and about which they knew nothing. When Aaron was little, his family made the decision to rearrange the furniture in his bedroom. Aaron claims that he became fixated on the status quo and that this changed him. Aaron had realized that respect could be gained by using fear. The mass murderer Eric Harris served as his initial source of inspiration. But there was another reason why he preferred using guns to cause harm. Aaron loved firearms just as much as his father and brother did, and he even spent 8 years working at a Mount Lake Terrace gun range. He was a competitive shooter who was said to be extremely proficient with a firearm. Aaron was characterized as pleasant, shy, and humorous by some of the people who had met him at work. People were unaware, however, that the quiet young man was harboring demons. The theft of Aaron's firearms was the last straw. The compulsive Aaron couldn't get over it, and was convinced that he detested everyone. According to Aaron's delusions, the evil side was ready to take control. Perhaps the fatal outcomes could have been avoided if he had received therapy sooner, but that was not to be. Aaron had only begun therapy as a result of pressure from those close to him to get help. After quitting therapy, he brought his unsettling mission to SPU within a month. The next thing Aaron would say to investigators would make it impossible for it to be anything other than a premeditated crime, something he and his attorney would sincerely regret in court. Aaron's plans for July 5, 2014 were well defined. He aspired to end his life, just like one of his heroes did. It was supposed to be a declaration, but the students never took Aaron seriously and were unable to comprehend the full scope of what they had to deal with that day. He claimed that he was treated disrespectfully and that to be respected was to instill fear. Paul Lee, a 19-year-old student, was standing there. He took Aaron lightly, which was a fatal error. Aaron told the two detectives that he kept his plans a secret from everyone, Nevertheless, he documented everything in his journal and hoped that if he were killed in the shooting, others would comprehend his motivations. Aaron talked to Detective Duffy one-on-one during the interview, telling her that he had realized something was wrong with him, but that his hatred eventually got the better of him. Aaron appeared to have accepted his fate and realized that his actions would have a severe impact on his life and future by the end of the interrogation. As investigators got to work on their case against Aaron Ybarra, students began to return to campus life and resume their regular activities in the wake of the tragedy. Aaron had only managed to kill one person, but his goal was much more deadly: to cause widespread devastation. However, the prosecution was aware that the defense was preparing for a tough fight as they worked tirelessly to create a strong case. The real battle was only getting started. Aaron Ybarra was put on trial for his crimes on October 10, 2016. Prosecutors weren't going to let Aaron's defense team get away with a lesser charge or sentence, even though they were already ready to use the insanity plea as their argument in the case. According to defense lawyer Ramona Brandis, Aaron experienced crippling bouts of mental illness and depression, which caused him to hear the voice of God, who urged him to go on a murderous rampage. She also questioned his upbringing and his unstable home life, claiming that he never got the support he actually required. Aaron's victims' testimonies were crucial to establishing the case as it actually was. Paul Lee was the worst hit, followed by Sarah Williams. Before she could resume her regular life, she spent days in the hospital. She made an effort to describe the pain she endured in court. The entire scene in the SPU lobby where he and John Mice had overpowered Aaron was described by Justin Serra. Ramona, the defense lawyer, also contended that Aaron's actions were influenced by his upbringing and unstable home life, because he had sought professional help for his years-long mental illness. Under the direction of Senior Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Kristen Richardson of King County, the prosecution team was ready for the insanity defense. Aaron's own words were going to be used against him by the prosecution. They provided evidence that Aaron had voluntarily stopped taking his medication and quit therapy in order to allow his dark side to take control, shattering the notion that he did not receive assistance for his mental health problems. The assertion that Aaron was getting assistance from at least one family member was supported by testimony from his mother, Janice. His journal also provided evidence to the prosecution that he had premeditatedly planned and executed the shootings. Additionally, the recorded interrogation by detectives Cooper and Duffy was made available to the jurors, demonstrating Aaron's complete awareness of his actions and the repercussions. Aaron tells detectives in the video that he was inspired and motivated by Sung Hui Cho and Eric Harris, but he makes no mention of hearing the voices of God or Satan. Although the prosecution acknowledged that Aaron had serious mental health problems, they made it abundantly evident that Aaron planned and chose to carry out the shooting. Now that the sentence was just a few seconds away, everyone was wondering if the jury would feel the same way. Following weeks of testimony and arguments from the prosecution and defense, the jury returned a guilty verdict on November 16, 2016. Aaron was convicted of 1 count of assault, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and premeditated first-degree murder. Judge Jim Rogers sentenced Aaron Ybarra to 112 years in prison on February 17, 2017, for the shooting at Seattle Pacific University. Aaron spoke to the courtroom full of SPU employees, students, family members, and surviving victims during his sentencing. Aaron was the center of attention, but nobody was emotionally ready for what he said next. He apologized for the horrible crime he had committed. In addition, he expressed regret for killing Paul Lee, whom he hoped was still alive. Speaking to the survivor of the attack, Sarah Williams, he told her that she did not deserve the events of that day. Aaron expressed his desire to go back and change everything, but he acknowledged that it was too late. He will be housed at the King County Adult Detention Center for the duration of his sentence. John Mize was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor in 2015 for his valiant efforts to apprehend the SPU shooter. Since the 2014 shooting, Aaron Ybarra's family has stayed out of the spotlight. The public and social media spheres still contain scant if any information about his family members and their lives. Paul Lee's legacy endures in the lives of his family and friends. Soon after Paul's memorial service in June 2014, the Lee family established the Paul Lee Foundation. The goal of the foundation was to carry on Paul's work of supporting those who experienced mental health problems and depression. It was cruelly ironic. He wanted to help people with mental illnesses, but before he could complete his education, he was harmed by someone he would have preferred to assist. The foundation has made it its mission to raise money to support groups that conduct research and create solutions to assist people with mental health conditions. Many people will be discussing what caused Aaron Ibarra to become a school shooter in this case today. Seeing young lives lost so needlessly and murderers succumbing to their own mental health problems is heartbreaking. Could something have been done to prevent this tragedy, considering Aaron's family life was, to put it mildly, turbulent? Or was he destined to become a killer? Before he committed suicide, he was troubled, mistrustful of people, and desperate to be remembered. However, he chose to target the helpless students instead of exacting revenge on the innocent or facing down actual villains. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Georgia in this video. At the age of 22, Laken Riley was a medical student at Athens Augusta University College of Nursing. She went for a run on February 22, 2024, and never came back. Her death, which attracted a lot of media attention, happened on a trail close to the university campus. Using surveillance footage, detectives investigated the case and apprehended the offender. Both the president and the media were alerted to Laken's passing. However, Joe Biden had to later issue an apology for remarks he made while discussing her passing. On January 10, 2002, Laken Hope Riley was born in Marietta, Georgia. She had 3 siblings and was the daughter of Allison Phillips and Jason Riley. Laken participated actively in the cross-country team at River Ridge High School in Woodstock, Georgia, where she graduated in 2020. Her high school athletic involvement demonstrated her dedication to health and fitness. Following high school, Laken pursued an undergraduate degree at the University of Georgia before transferring to Augusta University to obtain a nursing degree. She pursued her education at Augusta University with an emphasis on healthcare, which reflected her desire to work as a nurse. Laken was well known for her lively disposition and commitment to learning. In August 2023, she was awarded her honorary white coat, signifying the start of her nursing career and her dedication to compassion and humanism in the medical field. She was a cherished sister and daughter with a promising future, according to friends and family. Unfortunately, on the morning of her death, all of her dreams and plans were dashed. "Good morning, about to go for a run, if you're free to talk," Laken texted her mother, Allison, at 8:55 a.m. A doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. She shared a rental home close to the university with other female students. Morning jogging was an essential part of Laken's daily routine because she loved running. Allison called her daughter at 9:24 a.m. after reading the message, but she didn't get a response. Allison didn't believe that anything negative could have occurred at that time. Since she was running, she figured Laken hadn't responded. Allison sent her daughter a text message 14 minutes later, saying, "Call me when you can." Allison kept attempting to call Laken, but no one answered. Allison texted Laken again at 9:58 a.m., saying, "You're making me nervous not answering when you're out running. Are you okay?" Laken's mother and sister kept trying to get in touch with Allison, but they were all unsuccessful. Other calls, including from Laken's stepfather, also went unanswered, and at 11:47 a.m., Allison texted, "Please call me. I'm worried sick about you." Another 2 hours or so went by. It was clear that something odd was happening. Laken's run could not have lasted longer than 3 hours, and she was always in contact with her family. The police were notified of Laken's disappearance at 12:05 p.m. Her dead body was discovered in a wooded area close to the lake where she had been jogging 30 minutes earlier. Her mother and sister had already arrived when the police discovered Laken's body. The moment Allison received the worst news of her life was caught on camera. Laken Riley died from a combination of asphyxia and blunt force head trauma. According to an autopsy, she suffered severe injuries, including several head traumas from blunt force. Her disappearance investigation was changed to a homicide investigation. Police used surveillance footage to identify the culprit behind Laken's ordeal. Laken texted her mother at 8:55 a.m. on the morning of her death, and a doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. A security camera caught her running with her phone in her left hand toward the location, where she was eventually located 10 minutes later at 9:05 a.m. At 9:06 a.m., she was out of the camera's line of sight. Her heart stopped at 9:28 a.m., 22 minutes after the camera took her picture, according to data from the smartwatch she was wearing. Laken was dead. But it turned out that prior to her passing, Laken had called 929. 5 minutes after she stepped out of the camera's line of sight, the call was placed. Before the call was disconnected, the dispatcher who took the call had no time to speak. The 911 dispatcher followed instructions and made 2 follow-up calls to Laken's number, but neither time anyone picked up. Police searched the area surrounding the trail where Laken was discovered in the early phases of the investigation. Potential witnesses who might have heard or seen something strange were interviewed. A suspicious male who was also captured on camera was spotted by several people. The suspect is seen discarding his jacket in this video. 15 minutes after Laken's passing, the video was captured. Forensic analysis was essential in identifying the offender, in addition to witness accounts and surveillance footage. Laken had resisted frantically, as evidenced by the DNA samples that investigators took from the crime scene, including beneath her fingernails. In order to find traces of evidence that might connect the suspect to the murder, the forensic team also looked through objects discovered close to her body. The man on the tape was promptly identified by the police. On September 8, 2022, a 26-year-old Venezuelan named Jose Ibarra entered the country illegally. Ibarra crossed the southern border between the United States and Mexico close to El Paso, Texas, where he was met by Customs and Border Protection officers. He was released for additional processing after being granted parole. Ibarra initially stayed at a migrant shelter before starting to travel the nation, according to officials. On September 14, 2023, Ibarra was taken into custody by the New York Police Department and charged with violating a motor vehicle license and acting in a way that would cause harm to a child under the age of 17. He was accused of riding his moped with a child who was not wearing a helmet. Then, before a detainer could be issued, he was released by New York officials. Jose Ibarra and his brother, Diego Ibarra, relocated to Georgia from New York City. His brother deserves a few words as well. Diego Ibarra, 29, is linked to a dangerous Venezuelan gang, according to court documents. Diego Ibarra was taken into custody for using a fictitious green card to obtain employment at the University of Georgia. Diego's tattoos, attire, and use of gang symbols in social media photos, according to the prosecution, gave the impression that he was connected to a gang. In court filings, the gang was accused of being behind recent violent altercations with law enforcement and civilian victims in New York and other U.S. cities. Members who ride mopeds are accused of dragging victims to the ground in order to steal their devices during a series of violent phone robberies that are said to have occurred in New York City. Ibarra has tattoos associated with the gang, such as a 5-pointed star on the right side of his neck and a 5-pointed crown on the left. He poses with handguns in other photos. Since he is an undocumented immigrant and is therefore not permitted to legally possess firearms in the United States, prosecutors said this was a blatant violation of the law. About a mile from the wooded area where Laken Riley's body was discovered in Georgia, Jose Ibarra resided in an apartment complex. Laken had already been arrested for shoplifting at a nearby Walmart prior to the attack, but he was freed pending trial in December 2023-3. When he did not show up for the theft case in court, a warrant was issued for his arrest. If Ibarra had been taken into custody on the outstanding warrant, police could have stopped the attack on Laken, but they chose not to. Those who witnessed him on campus reported seeing him in places where students congregate. His location close to the scene of Laken Riley's death was also determined by investigators using digital footprints and cell phone data. Ibarra and Riley were not known to be related. At a press conference after the murder, Jeff Clark, the chief of police at the University of Georgia, stated, "This was a crime of opportunity where he saw an individual and bad things happened." Ibarra was arrested after authorities gathered sufficient evidence to connect him to the crime scene. His hands were scratched from the fight with Laken. 3 counts of felony murder, 1 count of malice murder, one count each of kidnapping, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, obstructing an emergency phone call, tampering with evidence, and peeping Tom were among the charges brought against Ibarra. The peeping Tom charge stems from Ibarra's observation of an apartment window in a university housing building on the day Riley was killed. The funeral for Laken Riley took place on March 1, 2024. Her departure brought with it unexpected and unwelcome fame. Too much was known about her death and its raging aftermath, and too little was known about her life by many who had heard of her. It makes sense that those closest to her were reluctant to participate in interviews. The absence of someone like Laken, whose light never stops shining, makes the world seem even more hopeless. Simon Mossad, the lead pastor of the church, wrote to the media, "Don't even begin to scratch the surface. She was a loving daughter, sister, and friend. She had a gift for making anyone she was around feel comfortable and seen. Laken was special. She was a gift to anyone who knew her, smart, kind, compassionate, and thoughtful." A wooden sign was located on the shore of Lake Herrick in Athens, close to the spot where Laken made her final run. The murder of Laken Riley and the immigration status of the man accused of it swiftly became a rallying cry for some prominent Republicans to blame immigrants for crime in America and criticize the Biden administration for its handling of the southern border situation. Someone had used black tape to change the word lake to Laken. The untimely death of Laken Riley has caused national indignation and touched the hearts of Georgians everywhere. At the time, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp wrote on X, "Joe Biden's failed policies have turned every state into a border state, and I'm demanding information from him so we can protect our people when the federal government won't." The brutal murderer who took the life of Laken was one of the millions of illegal aliens that the Biden administration simply released and unleashed upon our country, House Speaker Mike Johnson stated on X. During his Georgia campaign stop, Donald Trump had a meeting with Laken Riley's family. "What Joe Biden has done on our border is a crime against humanity and the people of this nation for which he will never be forgiven," Trump said, claiming that Riley would still be alive today hadn't Joe Biden willfully and maliciously eviscerated the borders of the United States and set loose thousands and thousands of dangerous criminals into our country. He continued, "He was an illegal immigrant, and he should not have been in our country, and he never would have gotten into our country if Trump was president." Joe Biden, on the other hand, made a mistake in his speech, but did not downplay Laken Riley's death. To the thunderous cheers of his supporters, Biden mispronounced the victim's name during the speech, saying instead Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. He also added, note the word illegal in that quote. Laken's mother, Allison Phillips, posted on Facebook, "Biden does not even know my child's name. It's pathetic. If you were going to say her name, even when forced to do so, at least say the right name." Allison also wrote, "Amen," beneath a comment labeling the 81-year-old Biden a disgrace of a president. Following criticism from some members of his party for using the term to refer to those who entered or are currently residing in the United States illegally, Biden later apologized, but not for referring to the young woman as Lincoln. Instead, he apologized for referring to Ibarra as a illegal. "I shouldn't have used illegal. It's undocumented," said Biden. At the same time, Trump attacked Biden for the remarks while on the campaign trail in Rome, Georgia. He said, "Joe Biden went on television and apologized for calling Laken's murderer illegal," to furious booing and jeering. "Biden should be apologizing for apologizing to this killer." He compared his words to Biden's. "I say he was an illegal alien, he was an illegal immigrant, he was an illegal migrant," and charged that Biden, who has long been regarded as a compassionate leader, lacked regret. He's got no regret. He's got no empathy, no compassion, and worst of all, he has no intention of stopping the deadly invasion that stole precious Laken's beautiful American life, Trump stated. Ibarra was indicted on 10 counts on May 8, 2024. He was refused bail after entering a not guilty plea to all counts. He requested a bench trial during a pre-trial hearing, waiving his right to a jury trial, which was scheduled to start on November 13 with jury selection. In the courtroom, family members of Laken Riley gave statements. Allison Phillips, the mother of Laken Riley, pleaded with Judge Patrick Haggard to punish Jose Ibarra harshly. "There is no end to the pain, suffering, and loss that we have experienced or will continue to endure. Allison stated when making a statement in court as part of the family impact. This sick, twisted, and evil coward showed no regard for Laken or human life, said Allison. We are asking the same be done to him. Allison characterized her daughter as intelligent, industrious, considerate, kind, and, above all, a child of God. She claimed that her daughter worked with the elderly in nursing homes and went on mission trips. This monster took away our chances to see Laken graduate from nursing school. He took away our ability to meet our future son-in-law. He destroyed our chances of meeting our grandchildren, and he took my best friend, the mother of Riley said. Laken Riley's younger sister, Lauren Phillips, stated that she was unable to join her sister in celebrating her acceptance to the University of Georgia. I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again, she stated. She said she would miss Riley's contagious laugh, her smile, and her daily good morning messages, and referred to her as her sister, best friend, and role model. She lost her sense of security as well because of the murder. I cannot walk around my own college campus because I am terrified of people like Jose Ibarra, she stated. She referred to Ibarra as a monster and stated that she was certain he was the cause of her demise. As he read one of Laken Riley's final journal entries to her future husband, John Phillips, her stepfather broke down in tears. To my future husband, I'm working every day to become the best wife I can be, Laken wrote in part. According to John Phillips, Laken's journal entry only scratches the surface of what was cruelly and tragically taken from her and her family. Prosecutors told the court how the nursing student battled for her life and dignity against a man who had gone hunting for women that day. As the trial finally began on Friday, November 15, Ibarra retaliated when she saw Laken Riley, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross. When she refused to be a victim, he bashed her skull in with a rock repeatedly, Ross stated. Riley's death was tragic, according to defense attorney Dustin Kirby, who also described the case's evidence as graphic and unsettling in his opening statement. He questioned how Ibarra's fingerprints could be on the phone if he was allegedly wearing gloves, though, and stated that there was insufficient evidence to prove that it was Ibarra. The evidence in this case is very good that Laken Riley was murdered, Kirby stated. Ibarra, a Venezuelan national and non-citizen of the United States, has no known relationship to the student and no violent criminal history, so the evidence that Jose Ibarra killed Laken Riley is circumstantial. Rather, investigators characterized Laken's death as an opportunity crime. Ibarra's fingerprint on Laken Riley's phone screen and her DNA beneath her fingernails were among the evidence the prosecutor produced. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation's medical examiner informed the court that Laken Riley suffered cuts, bruises, and scratches on her head, neck, torso, abdomen, left arm, and left leg. Ibarra struck Laken Riley in the head with a rock, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross, and 2 rocks at the crime scene contain Laken Riley's DNA. Additionally, according to the DNA expert's testimony, tests revealed that a jacket that police found in a trash can at Ibarra's apartment complex contained both Ibarra's DNA and a blood stain that tested positive for Laken Riley's DNA. Judge Patrick Haggard granted the wishes of Laken Riley's family and friends on November 20, 2024, when he found Ibarra guilty on all counts and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In addition, he imposed a second life sentence and 27 years of consecutive imprisonment on him. Today, the integrity of our judicial process and the pursuit of justice transcended political considerations, said Deborah Gonzalez, the district attorney for Athens-Clarke County within her circuit. No sentence can undo the harm caused by Jose Ibarra's actions, but we hope it brings justice to Laken's family and the community, she said. Our hearts remain with Laken's family and friends as they continue to grieve this tragic loss. The Laken Riley Act was approved by the House of Representatives on March 7, 2024. The Laken Riley Act would allow states to sue the federal government for not enforcing immigration laws and would require federal detention of illegal immigrants who commit theft or burglary if it were to become law. In August, Riley received her honorary white coat, which represented compassion, humanism, and the beginning of her nursing career. And she had just made the fall dean's list. The nursing school issued a statement on Facebook. She was set to graduate in 2025. The College of Nursing will miss Lakin's spirit on campus, and our hearts go out to her family and friends. We know that she would have been a wonderful nurse, and her passing is a loss for the profession and the communities she would have graciously served. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Any life may be wrapped in a lovely wrapping, even the most embarrassing ones. You will undoubtedly feel pity and sadness for the unfavorable character if you tell it calmly and portray him as a victim of his circumstances. The truth is that a lot of bad individuals are charming, strong, and crafty, and we honestly think that they weren't always nasty, since they frequently created these situations, and we unconsciously justify their egregious actions. However, we won't defend unlawful behavior today, and we won't cover for anyone. You will choose for yourself whether their actions are justified after reading about this case. A neighborhood person made a spooky call to emergency services on April 4, 2015. He had gone into a friend's living room to turn on the lights and check on him, but when he got to the second floor of the room, he discovered blood all over the place. A scared male voice shouted into the dispatcher's phone. According to the victim's acquaintance, the injured man was not breathing and everything was soaked in blood. Charles Taylor, 59, was brutally murdered in Montgomery County's unincorporated village of Owlette after police arrived, shocking the population. The crime scene resembled the set of a horror film and appeared to be the source of nightmares. The couch where the slain guy was found was fully covered in blood, and there was blood all over the carpet and paintings. It appeared to be a grudge drama due to the savagery of the act. After all, the assailant undoubtedly intended for Charles to suffer from excruciating anguish in addition to his death, repeatedly stabbing him with a sharp knife. The fact that Charles's bloody body was found upstairs in his room and that the house search revealed no obvious evidence of forced entry indicated that the criminal was familiar with the residence and had taken decisive action. Charles Taylor died as a result of 31 stab wounds and blunt force trauma to the back of his skull, according to the results of the forensic medical investigation. Charles Taylor was regarded as a generous and compassionate man. He had a wonderful relationship with his adult son. He loved Amanda, his daughter-in-law, and his 2 grandkids. People see this aspect of life and make judgments regarding the health of the family. How rich, how evil. They describe the family as a healthy family. But did the Taylor family actually live like this? Let's investigate this unpleasant family situation. Because there were few leads available to the authorities, the initial inquiry proceeded somewhat slowly. They began searching for Charles's associates, but they were unable to locate anyone with the intention or motivation to hurt him. They quickly discovered the attackers' identity after the theory that it was a member of Charles Taylor's family emerged. That's actually when investigators were fortunate enough to be contacted by a crime blogger who had pictures of Amanda Taylor taking selfies next to Charles's dead body. The wanted list now includes her. On March 27, 1991, Amanda Barbara Nicole Taylor was born in Christiansburg, Virginia. Not much is known about Amanda's early years. The only reason it was challenging is that both of her parents served time in prison. After meeting Mariah Robach, Amanda created a lot of troubles for herself, which led to the start of her youth. Amanda started living an illegal life together. According to Montgomery County Sheriff's records, on October 23, 2005, when the sisters were only 12 years old, they got into a lot of trouble. Amanda and Mariah were charged with unlawful use of a motor vehicle after they fled their home and got into a car. Amanda was accused of unruly conduct at her middle school in early April 2006. She screamed that she would kill everyone there since she detested the place and everyone in it. This is just a small part of Amanda's police station record, and this incident undoubtedly went beyond the bounds of typical teen drama. Amanda started dating Rex Taylor, who was 2 years her senior in 9th grade. On March 27th, Amanda and Rex were born on the same day. Both of them interpreted it as a divine sign. When Amanda learned she was expecting a child, she quit school altogether. She married Rex and they had a son shortly after. However, her criminal impulses persisted after becoming a mother. Additional run-ins with the law also punctuated the years of her married life. Amanda Taylor's police station reports increased rapidly. So had a criminal record for possession of a controlled substance, a conviction for alcohol possession, multiple domestic disputes, and another attempt to flee after stealing a car. Rex Taylor, her spouse, was not from a perfect home either, and Rex battled addictions and the depression they brought around despite their love for one another. The young man developed an addiction to illegal narcotics at the age of 15. The couple eventually had a baby, and at first it appeared that Amanda was still in control and had become a perfect wife and mother. However, she was a little different from other American women in their 20s who have tattoos, piercings, and undoubtedly post daily selfies on social media, as well as the family. Amanda and Rex's relationship was everything but typical. The pair addressed letters to well-known serial killers while they were inside and studied their biographies obsessively. Amanda started to fantasize of turning into a criminal herself, but tragedy befell the family before Amanda could fulfill her dreadful ambition. Amanda's fears about her husband's infidelity overshadowed the couple's complex relationship. The pair finally parted ways in April 2014 when their paths diverged. After moving back in with the family, Rex started using illegal drugs once more. He had hanged himself on his son's 7th birthday, and his lifeless body was found in a shed on the property 4 months after the transfer. Amanda briefly stayed with her mother and friend Mariah Roback after losing her cherished husband. She made friends with Sean Ball, another Roback family member, while she was staying with her friend Mariah. On their joint birthday, March 27, 2015, Amanda visited Rex's grave and made an attempt to commit herself. Since her behavior and mental processes were obviously abnormal and could endanger herself and others, she was rescued and taken by force to a mental health facility. Amanda was promptly sent home, however, in spite of her mother's demands and entreaties for extended care. Due to her unstable personality issues, things appeared to get worse when she was discharged from the mental health facility. Thus, Amanda was asked to leave by Mariah and her husband. Mr. Ball, who had fallen deeply in love with Amanda, was also expelled. Amanda's late husband, Rex Taylor, served as the basis for her intense urge to kill during this time. When it appeared like her only true friends had abandoned her, she wanted to honor Rex and make him proud of her, and in order to do that, someone had to be expertly killed while he was still alive. Additionally, Rex had a fascination with serial killers that had long transcended his hobby status. During his lifetime, he was proud of the close friendship he had with criminals. Imagine discovering an envelope addressed to you from a well-known serial criminal who was arrested in 1980 when you go to the mailbox one morning after leaving your home. You are relieved to discover a birthday card for your little child and a handwritten note inside the envelope rather than any eerie keepsakes. Some would contend that getting such a message would be just as terrible as getting a strand of hair or a severed finger. In any case, it would be unusual for most people to get anything in the mail from a serial offender, but Amanda and Rex Taylor's family did not. Some terrible disclosures of earlier social media posts under Amanda's account have proven Amanda's fixation with crime, as well as Rex's behavior in his desire to communicate and receive experiences from renowned serial criminals. Amanda praises a number of criminals in a number of blogs for their heinous acts, such as Timothy McVeigh, the mastermind of the biggest terrorist assault in American history, and Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, 2 young men who planned a mass shooting at Columbine High School. She naturally chose to begin her career as a criminal with a vengeance, since she wanted to be one of those vicious criminals she so greatly admired. After a while, Amanda blamed her husband's death on Rex's father, Charlie Taylor, saying that he had not assisted Rex in kicking his pill addiction but had instead acclimated his son to illegal substances. The cold-bloodedness and cynicism with which Amanda exacted revenge on her father-in-law, Charlie Taylor, will chill you to your core. She required a helper who would support her acts without reservation. She needed a willing accomplice to support her if she felt threatened, and Amanda already had one. Of course, it was Sean Ball, the man she was in love with. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to do it alone the first time. It was only a matter of time until she would take over him. Amanda quickly found the eager accomplice she sought in Sean, but since he didn't know what he was getting himself into, Sean and Amanda came up with their evil plan with military accuracy and carried it out. At precisely 3:27 p.m., the time that Rex and Amanda were born, Amanda and Sean visited Charles Taylor's run-down house in the neighboring town of Ironton, Virginia, on a spring April afternoon in 2015. In order to fill an Easter basket for her cherished grandchildren, Charles had to pay her money. After a half hour of pleasant conversation, Amanda suddenly sat down on the couch beside Charles, as if a switch had been flipped in her brain. Amanda's actions took a significant turn. After she started viciously stabbing Charles with a knife, Sean struck him in the head with a tire iron. Then, after shocking Charles, Amanda drove the knife hard into his chest once more. She seemed so angry that she was unable to see anything around her, and Charles simply stared at her and said, "What are you doing?" He reached out and grabbed her hair as she stabbed him, but Amanda kept stabbing him, and he kept screaming. Amanda Taylor used a sharp bayonet knife to stab her father-in-law, Charles Taylor, 31 times. She wanted to feel his final breath and wanted him to know that she was the one killing him every time she looked into his eyes. She desired Charles's death as a form of retaliation. The whole room was covered in blood, and she halted as her anger started to fade. Amanda didn't stop there either. By snapping a photo of herself close to the body and sharing it on social media, she went one step further in her extreme behavior. A frightening phone call with Amanda's voice on the other end of the line came to Amanda's mother later that day from an unidentified number. She broke down in tears as she told her mother how much she loved her and how valuable all she had done for her was. She also revealed through sobs that she had done what she had to do, and it was a terrible thing. Her mother could feel it, and she knew that something horrible had occurred. Amanda resisted her plea for her daughter to return to Christiansburg, saying that she and Sean were en route to Pittsburgh. It was well known that Amanda was in a downhill spiral, and it all began nearly 8 months ago when her husband Rex Taylor, who had battled depression and illegal substance misuse for years, committed suicide by hanging. When authorities looked at Amanda's social media profile, they were taken aback. It was obvious that she took great pride in the crime she had done. The police issued a warrant for her arrest in the hopes of a speedy settlement, but Amanda and Sean had already made their getaway by then. As though they were planning a fantastic vacation rather than being on the run, Amanda and Sean chose a really picturesque escape route. They traveled from Virginia to North Carolina along the Blue Ridge Parkway. According to the photographs taken at the crime site, which depict the heinousness of the crime, the authorities were quite concerned that the killers would carry on killing, and they were correct, because Amanda didn't stop there. Amanda's sins would not, however, go unpunished. She did not mean to conceal her act, nor did she intend to punish herself after doing her intended crime. She started posting on social media shortly after she and Sean Ball left on the road, accepting responsibility for the murder and claiming that she did it for her husband. However, Amanda and Sean were more than just fugitives. After committing her first crime, which Amanda believed was ideal, they were now following their next victim. She was unable to stop. She had to continue killing. They took out cash at a gas station, filled up the car, and drove on to Tennessee. After tasting blood, Amanda was determined to carry out her wish to commit another crime, and she would come very close to doing so despite Sean's best efforts to persuade her to stop and simply go on the run, hide, and lay low. After stopping at a Fleabag motel in Tennessee, they restocked on ammunition at a sporting goods store. The following day, they departed to grant Amanda's bleeding desire after spending the night in a motel by the side of the road. At a rest area on Blue Ridge Boulevard, Amanda spots 2 young girls who might become her next victims. "I'm going to bring these girls in so we can shoot them," she said to Sean. He agreed that they needed money. Amanda walked outside to guide them to the car, but Sean wouldn't shoot them when she brought them inside. Amanda was enraged. She returned to the vehicle and drove off. She was unable to control herself, so she halted the vehicle in the driveway and attacked her accomplice. She was now aiming for Sean. After taking a handgun from the glove box, Amanda exited the vehicle and went to the passenger side, where Sean was sitting with his eyes closed in fear. She had gone so far. She was so enraged that she pointed the gun at the random jogger in front of her and squeezed the trigger. Fortunately, Amanda missed, and Sean opened his eyes and regained consciousness when he heard the gunfire. He noticed that the revolver's muzzle was aimed at him. Amanda claimed that she wanted him to understand that she was simply using him for the car and the pistol before killing him. Then she fired, striking Sean square in the face. Amanda left Sean bleeding on the side of the road from the gunshot wound after taking a photo of his wounded face to share on social media. She was now running by herself. They possessed firearms. They had already purchased magazines and ammunition for the identical weapon and had taken them from a relative's home. The police captain was aware that they appeared to agree on the course of events, which would begin with Charles Taylor's murder. Amanda kept posting notes while the police pursued her. She disclosed that she killed Sean in a field during a traffic check in her subsequent social media post. Amanda shared a photo of a silver revolver in her lap along with a comment on Instagram. It resembled a suicide note more than anything else. "All right, that moment is coming up. I will finally find peace when I find my hubby in hell. I know you will give my lovely kids the life I could never offer them, and I love you, Mom. I'll be free at last." In an effort to find Amanda, the police were keeping a close eye on her account and recording surveillance footage from patrol stations along the white SUV's path. It also aided authorities in pursuing the criminals as they fled in it. Amanda was located by cell tower signals, and officers from the North Carolina State Highway Patrol saw the white SUV traveling east on I-40, close to Asheville. No matter how much she ran, she attempted to stop. She refused to give up easily. The police were ready. They were aware that she was dangerous and armed. Later that day, another grim social media post that read, "Okay, the time is about to come when I find my husband in hell and finally become one with him," further solidified this truth. Amanda appears arrogant in her photo, as like she is pleased with her accomplishments. Eventually, all the commotion and devastation stopped after a 2-mile stretch of spikes that had been placed deliberately in Amanda's route. Amanda was arrested. Amanda was handcuffed by police after they dragged her from the automobile at around 8 in the morning. Paramedics discovered Sean dead by the side of the road. Amanda feigned indifference to the proceedings in the interrogation room. Before Captain Robert realized it, she was messing with her hair and drinking a soft drink when another detective entered. Amanda gave up her right to silence and admitted to everything when questioned. She appeared to feel completely at home. Amanda found out that Sean wasn't dead after speaking with the investigators. There were no markings on him other than the fact that the bullet had passed right through his jaw and made him faint from the pain. Amanda then made the heartbreaking admission that she wished to be put to death. "Is there anything you can do? The death punishment alone is what I would want." In the interrogation audio, Amanda claims, "I kill people. I'm worthy of dying. I'd be better off just leaving. If I could just get the death penalty and go, it would be best for my kids." In a startling turn of events, Amanda later found herself apologizing and entering a not guilty plea in front of the court. However, during the trial, Amanda detailed her crime and maintained that she had done the right thing by killing old Charles, who had stolen Rex from her. She claimed that after being furious with Rex for harming her, she became even more enraged with his father. Amanda said that she wished for Charles to experience the same suffering that she experienced. She claimed that she killed Charles because she believed he was responsible for the death of her husband Rex, to whom Charles had allegedly given illegal substances. Amanda claimed that the instant Charles mentioned Rex once more, she turned to him and began stabbing him, which made her feel more alive than she had since Rex had passed away. She acknowledged that the times when the knife penetrated her father-in-law made her very happy. At last, Amanda let out all of her pent-up resentment and rage. Captain Robert New stated, "She did it to get attention, and by not pleading guilty, she got the opportunity to talk about the case." Amanda gave an awful explanation. She does, after all, liken the sensation of the crime to a pleasant recollection. The jury heard testimony during the November 2015 trial about Amanda's 31 stabbings of Charles and her intended targets, chest and face. The jury found Amanda Taylor guilty of first-degree murder in under 30 minutes. She received a life sentence. She was described as the height of depravity by the judge. Sean Ball accepted a suspended 60-year sentence as part of the plea agreement. After serving 41 years in jail, Sean acknowledged that he is not deserving of pity and that he is deeply sorry for his actions, but he still has to live with the shame of his actions every day and wonders why this happened in his life. As part of a plea deal, Sean Ball admitted to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 41 years in prison. The The 60-year term was suspended, but Ball was required to serve 41 years and 1 month. Amanda recently lost her appeal of her conviction. She stated that if necessary, she intends to appeal her conviction to the Supreme Court. Amanda became famous as a killer selfie taker, but she obviously did not turn into a serial criminal. In a phone interview from prison for a popular show, Amanda Taylor made a devastating admission. She responded, "I was just really excited and thought I wanted to take a picture so I could post it and show everyone it made me really happy," when asked why she shot body selfies. Lastly, she stated that she did precisely what she wanted to do and that she has no regrets whatsoever for what she did to Charles Taylor. In an incredible phone interview with a local reporter at this period, she likened the experience of getting stabbed to going on a roller coaster. She compared the nerves and the sense of freedom to my first roller coaster ride, and that's exactly how I felt. I had no intention of doing it. You don't see it in the movies. It is truly an animal phenomenon. Amanda Taylor wants more after committing a horrible crime. From an early age, Amanda Taylor was regarded by many who knew her as a very evil and gloomy woman who was obsessed with crime, murder, and serial killers. Pictures of strange death scenes were all over her social media accounts. Amanda Taylor is one of the few women who has ever gone insane, and it frequently wasn't meant to be. Her loved ones made every effort to keep her from going insane, but those who she turned to for support chose to ignore her. Amanda is now being held accountable for all of the devastation that inspired her. Amanda Taylor's desire of becoming a well-known serial killer came to an end in this way. Admit it, when we look at horrible heroes and learn about their past, we unintentionally attempt it on ourselves. We all go through different stages in life, each with its own traumas and experiences. Have you ever had the urge to murder your neighbor because he parks in your space or plays loud music at night? However, they advise rethinking the narrative and simply shouting in the woods or by the lake. It restores moral equilibrium and soothes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. You. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Roger Kemp died in his Livewood home on March 5, 2022 at the age of 77. He took care of his family right up until the last minute and was the ideal father and husband. But until his passing, Roger was plagued by a single recollection from 20 years ago. Since tragedy had radically altered his life, he had to spend 2 arduous years becoming a careful detective in order to identify the culprit behind the premature death of his only daughter. Since the police were essentially helpless, the case might not have been solved if Roger hadn't gotten involved. Roger, however, was above the police and could not let the criminal escape punishment. Let's go back in time and observe what transpired on that fateful day. Let's get started. The setting for our story was Livewood, Kansas, a tiny, secure suburb of the state. Every neighbor in this neighborhood knows you by name and greets you with a pleasant day. On June 18, 2002, 19-year-old Alexandra Kemp's morning began as usual. Her dad had left for work. Her mother was preparing a delectable meal, while her younger brother was still in bed. Alexandra was rushing to get to work, so she didn't drink her coffee. After completing her first year of college, Allie, as her loved ones nicknamed her, spent the summer vacations back in her hometown. She was hired as a lifeguard at a public outdoor pool where her brother and boyfriend were already employed. Allie quietly examined the surroundings and cleaned the auxiliary facilities on that day, when there were hardly any guests. Allie went into the pump room and turned around when she heard a voice she didn't recognize. He rushed her and began tearing at her clothing until she gestured for him to leave the restricted area and pointed to the door. He was much stronger than Ali, who struck him in the face. She attempted to scream, but he put his palm over her mouth and drowned out any sound from the running pumps. A second later, Ali was unconscious. After a while, her brother Tyler arrived at the pool to cover for her. He was unable to locate her, but he did spot her personal stuff on a table. He called her by name and looked everywhere, but Ali did not answer. The young man called their father, Roger, in a panic, and Roger hurried to the pool, dropping everything. Roger was relieved to see that Allie was not in the pool after he and Tyler thoroughly examined the area. Roger entered the pump room and noticed a flashlight shining on a large piece of tarpaulin in the dark. He saw a foot protruding from beneath the sheet, followed by a pool of blood on the floor. At the sight, the father yelled and threw off the tarp. He dropped to his knees in an attempt to rouse her, but she was not responding. Roger Kemp reported his daughter's fatal injuries to the emergency services at 5:29 p.m. The father attempted to resuscitate his daughter during the conversation. Blood still trickled from the wounds he had caused, but he covered her lovingly with his jacket. During their conversation, Roger begged her to stay. However, the girl was not conscious. Allie Kemp, 19, was pronounced dead at the hospital after the deceased was transferred there immediately. She never returned, but I hope she was still awake and could hear me. According to Roger, a pool of blood was found close to Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp's multiple blunt force head injuries that occurred soon after she arrived at the neighboring hospital. She had a ripped top. Her neck showed evidence of strangulation and she was without pants or undergarments. Her nails were ripped off and several of her fingers were fractured, indicating that she had been severely beaten before being deprived of her life. Items were scattered haphazardly in the pump room where Allie's body was discovered. It became evident that Allie and her attacker had engaged in a heated battle, during which she persisted, but he outmatched her in strength. The victim's body was sent for forensic analysis after her life was deemed over, and the murder scene was carefully examined. Regretfully, neither the pump room nor the pool's grounds contained the weapon used in the crime. However, investigators had to figure out why a blood-stained container of ointment that was typically stored in the first aid box was discovered at the crime scene so strange. For examination, the ointment tube and its cap were gathered. In my 35 years of service, this was probably the most horrific crime that could occur in the Livewood community, said Police Chief Craig Hill, who examined the crime scene and offered his sympathies to the parents of the deceased Allie Kemp. Both the public and the investigators were left with too many unanswered questions by this atrocity, which rocked the sleepy community. Since the motive for the crime against the young woman was one of the primary questions, the inquiry was perplexed. Robbery was initially thought to be the motivation, but since her pocketbook and everything in it were undamaged, this notion was totally disproved. After obtaining the forensic examination report, it was determined that Ali had not experienced intimate partner violence, despite the second alleged motivation being an attack. Even seasoned investigators found the incident weird and intriguing because there was no motive for it, let alone either of these two. Therefore, who had the right to brutally end the life of a young woman whose life had only begun? On October 11, 1982, Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp was born in Livewood. Ali, the Kemp family's only daughter, was the much-anticipated first child. She grew up in the picturesque, tree-lined suburb of Livewood with her parents and two brothers in a loving household. She received honors when she graduated from high school. Was chosen as the most attractive girl in the 7th grade and loved poetry and soccer. In 2002, Ali followed her aspirations and enrolled at Kansas State University. Her family and boyfriend were waiting for her when she returned to her hometown of Leawood after completing her first year of university. 4 blocks from her family's house, she accepted a position as a member of the service staff at the neighborhood pool. Her brother and boyfriend were already working at a local pool, and it was a great job. Ali was therefore a young, bright woman who could not have had any adversaries because she was raised in a loving and caring environment. To obtain a more comprehensive picture of the day of the crime, investigators spoke with Ali's friends and acquaintances and kept investigating several ideas on the assault. Phil House, Ali's boyfriend, was one of the initial suspects. Ali and he had been dating for more than 5 years by 2002. He had known Ali from school. The police had to treat Phil as a suspect even though it didn't seem like he had any motive to hurt Ali. Under interrogation, Phil clarified that Ali had taken his place at the pool at 2:00 p.m. before leaving for another work. He stayed until 4 p.m., after which he was playing video games at a friend's house when he got a call informing him that Ali was in the hospital. Colleagues and acquaintances with whom Phil had been playing games verified his alibi. But he did provide the police with important information. As it happened, Phil was unable to answer when Ali contacted him at 2:52 p.m. because she did not answer the phone when he contacted her again at 3:44 p.m. Authorities surmised that Ali met her terrible end at this time. This hint did not help the police discover the perpetrator despite their determination to solve the case as soon as possible. As there should have been enough on a summer day at a public pool, there was optimism in the testimony of possible witnesses. However, the pool was nearly empty that day due to unfavorable weather, and the hunt for any hints or testimonies was moving very slowly. A few days later, it was determined that 2 workers from a lawn care firm were in the parking lot on the day of the incident. After re-interviewing the pool personnel and the neighborhood, when they were taken in for interrogation, they reported seeing an automobile circle the parking lot at approximately 2:40 p.m., occasionally pulling away and then coming back. The suspect vehicle, a beige 1980 Ford truck, was well described by them. The authorities now had a crucial piece of information, even though they were missing the car's license plate number. But one of Ali's pals provided even more useful information. A description of the suspected culprit was aided by the testimony of Laurel Wynn, a friend of Ali's. As it turned out, Ali called her friend Laurel at around 3 p.m. that day to ask her to keep her company while she worked at the pool. Since it was a foggy and chilly day, there weren't many people there. After some time, Laurel's automobile finally pulled into the pool parking area. There was no answer when she called Ali. Laurel thought it would be funny to blow loudly on a lifeguard whistle, since she didn't see Ali outdoors. Just then, a man came out of the pump room while feigning to be on the phone. Laurel suspected he was Lee's supervisor, so in order to keep her friend out of trouble, she hurried out of the pool. Laurel was able to recall the man's face as he turned around and waved to her as she left the pool area. Presuming she had spotted the offender, Laurel went without waiting for a call from her friend. Based on Laurel's account, the police produced and released a composite sketch in the hopes of identifying the offender. This led to the creation of an extremely precise sketch of the alleged culprit. Local television aired the sketch and the description of the suspicious car. The likelihood of finding and apprehending the offender was definitely improved by this publicity. And it's true that the police got a ton of reports from folks who thought they saw this man. This brought the investigation's first suspect, a young guy named James Drider, to light. Drider looked a lot like the composite sketch and had an old Ford pickup. He worked as a mechanic at a tiny auto repair business in Olata, which is about a 20-minute drive from Livewood. Police contacted the believed culprit at his place of employment after acquiring his address. James, however, had an alibi and strongly denied any involvement in the incident. James Drider was removed from the list of suspects, despite his close likeness to the composite, since his manager verified that he was at the auto business on June 18 because he was at work all day. The hunt went on. Roger persisted even as the path cooled over the course of several months. He pursued new leads while investigators worked on each one. Roger carried out his own research with tenacity. His frequent visits to the police station included a variety of suggestions for apprehending the offender. Roger's persistent efforts earned him a spot on America's Most Wanted, where he not only told Ali's story, but also displayed the composite sketch of the suspected criminal. Both local and national television networks carried the well-liked program. Police stations were inundated with fresh communications. Every message was carefully examined, but for different reasons. Almost instantly, every fresh suspect was thrown out. Phil House, Ali's 5-year boyfriend, also helped. He started a virtual quest by contacting college students via email. A reward of $50,000 0 cents was offered for any information that led to an arrest, and he encouraged them to view the America's Most Wanted show that focused on Ali's case and look at the composite sketch. The case came to a standstill once more in spite of all attempts. But cops learned something new about the once familiar James Drider 6 months after Ali was killed. As it happened, news organizations in nearby Colorado covered the hunt for a man who had committed 3 assaults in January 2003. Ryder, who had been ruled out as a suspect in Ali's murder and was now sought for assaults, was identified by Roger from the wanted sketch. The police were certain they had identified their suspect despite the driver's alibi on the day of Ali Kemp's murder, but they still needed to establish James's involvement. Investigators were unable to match DNA since the man was not in the database, because he had no past convictions. In order to compare this person's DNA with that recovered from the crime scene, they needed to examine him once again. James Drider was by this time evasive and nearly impossible to find. 3 weeks passed before the cops located him at a Utah gas station, When Drider didn't pay for his fuel, the employees arrested him and called the police. James Drider was charged with 3 assaults and may have been responsible for Ali Kemp's death. Police were dismayed to discover no similarities between his DNA sample and the sample taken from the crime scene. Ali Kemp was not killed by James Drider, a serial killer. This was a significant setback, because police had to start the case afresh after it had come so close to catching the suspect. Days stretched into weeks, and weeks into months, and the police still had no fresh leads in the case of Ali Kemp. Roger, Ali's father, tried everything in his ability to find his daughter's attacker, even though the police's interest in the case gradually diminished after 2 years. Despite having few choices, he kept in touch with USA Today, which released the composite sketch of the suspected suspect. Roger looked frantically for a man with a big face and a hint of baldness. He put up wanted signs all around the city. As a loving father, he wanted to preserve his daughter's narrative in the public memory in addition to apprehending the offender. Roger then had a simple yet excellent idea one day. He noticed a billboard at the entrance to the city. He realized that this billboard was seen every day by hundreds or possibly thousands of individuals. The composite sketch might be placed on it, why not? To rent the billboard, he got in touch with an advertising firm. After hearing Mr. Kemp's tale, the company's management offered to place the poster for free on 8 billboards along the highways close to. Roger's efforts eventually started to pay off, with an estimated 10,000 people viewing his billboards each day. Police began to get reports of persons who looked like the drawing 2 years after Ali Kemp was killed. A young man called Benjamin Appleby was among the many tips that came in as a result of the billboard, television commercials, and a larger prize. Ted Hoover was the name of this person who resided in Bantam, Connecticut. The 29-year-old man lived under the alias Hoover in order to evade being charged with a personal crime. Beginning in 1997, he possessed a Ford truck that was the same beige color as the car the suspect was thought to be driving. As it turned out, Ted Hoover was employed in 2002 to do pool maintenance, especially at the pool where Ali was killed. Equipped with this knowledge, detectives visited Ted Hoover's residence to interrogate him. He acted unsure and clearly anxious during the chat. Ted was asked to submit a DNA sample at the conclusion of the conversation in order to be removed from the suspect list. He attempted to avoid this request by making excuses, but it was obvious that he was unprepared for it. He first requested some time to reflect and asked that samples be held until he could consult with his attorney. The investigator called Ted Hoover's attorney the following day, who told him that Ted was against willingly giving the police a DNA sample because he did not want his DNA included to the national database. Investigators made an effort to get the attorney to sign a document guaranteeing that the DNA would not be added to any database and would just be utilized in connection with Ali Kemp's case. The attorney asked to take a moment to tell his client of this. 2 days later, though, the attorney replied that his client was still opposed to giving the police his DNA. The investigators were certain that this person had a secret. They recalled having a conversation with Ted Hoover at the location of Ali's death many years prior. He did not appear suspicious at the time, but the police had questioned him in relation to Ali's case without making the breakthrough they were hoping for. The detectives were forced to get an order for the mandatory collection of Ted Hoover's DNA, and when they returned to his home on March 24, 2004, they discovered it was deserted. The man was gone. During the search, Ted Hoover was formally listed as sought on suspicion of killing Ali Kemp, but Roger remained involved. He went back to the tried and true strategy of posting posters on billboards in nearby states. He bought more than 500 billboard ads. In Colorado, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, and Nebraska, Ted Hoover's face was on exhibit. Since the entire billboard campaign now cost over $100,000, 0 cents, Roger Kemp had to spend all of his funds and even sell the house his family had occupied for more than 20 years in order to pay for such a big manhunt. And it wasn't for nothing. Missouri notified the police in August 2004 that someone had recognized the individual from the billboard. The report did note, however, that this person was now going by Benjamin Appleby instead of Ted Hoover. When the police arrived at the house given in the tip, they did in fact find the man they knew to be Ted Hoover. The cops lawfully took a sample of his saliva and immediately detained him on suspicion of murder. When the DNA from the crime scene and that of Benjamin Appleby, also known as Ted Hoover, matched, Their suspicions were validated. Benjamin's past encounters with the law included intimate partner crimes and robberies. He was arrested by Connecticut police on a previous warrant after being accused of indecent exposure. He admitted to the police when they questioned him about Ali's murder that he had tried to flirt with the girl he liked, but she had not reciprocated. Benjamin lost control and attacked her when she pushed him away when he attempted to touch her. Benjamin was later accused of both attempted assault and murder. On both charges, he was found guilty. "I choked her. I suppose I have no idea why I did." In a recorded interview, Benjamin Appleby stated as much. Appleby claims that he touched her, but not very deeply. "Ang Lee," he said, and when she objected, he started beating and strangling the 19-year-old. The investigators then discovered the terrible explanation for the antiseptic ointment's open state. When Ali passed out and Appleby required lubricant, he attempted to attack her. Benjamin Appleby defended himself by claiming that he just lost it, went back to his car, and drove off. On the last day of the trial, Benjamin Appleby, also known as Ted Hoover, was found guilty and given a 50-year prison sentence on December 10, 2005. According to Kansas law, he was found guilty and given a 50-year prison term without the possibility of release until 2054. But after serving his term for a number of years, Benjamin Appleby has questioned whether his punishment under the Kansas Hard 50 legislation was fair. He contended that Kansas law automatically mandated that his sentence be changed because the elements that resulted to his Hard 50 were decided by a judge rather than a jury, as mandated by a prior U.S. Supreme Court decision. Prosecutors argue that the Hard 50 should be maintained and that Benjamin Appleby's case is exempt from the state statute. Roger Kemp cautioned the public that lowering Benjamin Appleby's prison sentence would endanger other young girls and women. Roger Kemp's battle and his search for the guy responsible for his daughter's death came to an end at this point. He had a somewhat unique notion as a result of his unwavering commitment to see Ali's attacker brought to justice. He intended to display the composite sketch on highway billboards for everyone to see. The creative use of billboards by Roger Kemp to expand his audience proved to be a very successful strategy. Following Benjamin Appleby's conviction, a number of jurisdictions nationwide made the decision to implement comparable policies, with varying degrees of success. Take Defense is the name of the Ali Kemp Educational Foundation, which Roger Kemp started. Girls and young women between the ages of 12 and 23 can receive self-defense instruction there. Workshops are held all throughout the country. Hundreds of testimonies from women have been sent by participants, stating that the training preserved their lives till his final days and even stopped attacks. Over 70,000 people nationwide have taken this self-defense course, and Kemp himself has given speeches at events and prior to each local session. Subsequently, he established the Ali Kemp Educational Foundation, or just TAKE, a self-defense program that trains women and girls of all ages how to defend yourself in perilous circumstances. For his efforts with the charity, Roger Kemp was also given the Presidential Citizens Medal in 2011. Kemp was one of 13 individuals out of 6,000 nominations to be granted one of the highest awards the president bestows on civilians. He wished to educate other women how to defend themselves, since he thought his daughter would still be alive if she had learned how to do so. He did not want to remember that terrible day that radically altered his life, and years after the terrible death of his only beloved daughter, he still could not bear to talk about the vicious attack on her. Because he tried to attack her, which is so difficult for me to say, he took her life. In an interview, Roger Kemp said that after killing her, he attempted to attack her once more. The close-knit family of friends and acquaintances who actively participated in the hunt for Alexandra Kemp's attacker continues to commemorate and lament her unexpected and unfair death, kind, passionate, and never-ending. Roger Kemp died when he was 77 years old. According to his friend and co-worker Jill Leaker, he was a true national treasure. Hundreds of people were able to obtain justice thanks to Roger Kemp's inventiveness. Since being inspired by Kemp's concept, numerous other law enforcement agencies nationwide have implemented comparable billboard tactics. In Kansas alone, these billboards have assisted law enforcement in apprehending over 30 fugitives. Roger Kemp once stated, "You have two choices on a well-known television program. You have two options. Either get out of bed and fight the battle I decided to wage, or stay in bed and cover your head." He honored his promise that I would never allow him to win. He saved the town from a vicious criminal who undoubtedly would have done the same thing again thanks to his efforts. Bravo to a genuinely strong person and a caring, devoted parent. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 17-year-old Laurel Jean Mitchell left work one warm summer evening in 1975 in the quiet town of North Webster, Indiana, she disappeared without a trace. Her dead body was discovered floating in a nearby river the following day. Who could have done something so heinous? Her murder went unsolved for almost 50 years, leaving the community haunted and her family devastated. However, a discovery in 2023 finally clarified the sinister mystery surrounding Laurel's premature passing. Who was to blame for what happened to Laurel that fateful night? You might be surprised by the answers. Now, let's explore the narrative. Do you know those places where people know your name and things are a little more laid back? That's North Webster, Indiana, to put it briefly. This small town in Kosciuszko County, which is encircled by serene lakes and beautiful scenery, is a place where neighbors become family. As families enjoy the outdoors and friends pause to talk, life moves at a leisurely pace. North Webster's allure goes beyond its lake view, with Friday night lights bringing the community together. The town proudly supports its Whipco Wildcat sports teams. North Webster's love of basketball is unrivaled, even though Indiana is well known for its basketball heritage. Who knows, this hoops-loving town may produce the next Gordon Hayward or Larry Bird. But there's more to this story than meets the eye. This close-knit community has experienced its fair share of tragedy and heartache. The community's resilience has been put to the test, and severe wounds have been caused by crimes. The murder of Laurel Jean Mitchell is one heartbreaking instance. Her life was cruelly ended, leaving her neighbors, friends, and family in shock. Laurel Mitchell was born on May 24, 1958, into a loving family as the second child of Richard and Wilma Mitchell. Her younger sister, Sarah, was only 5 years behind her older brother, Bruce, who was in California serving in the Army. Every part of their home was filled with laughter and family time, as Laurel grew up surrounded by the warmth of a loving family. Through family customs and adventures, Laurel and her siblings created lifelong memories while laughing and crying. The ability to truly connect with people was Laurel's unique gift. She became well-liked in the community because of her easy charm and kind disposition. Laurel's passions were dance and music. She was a committed dance student who honed her skills at a nearby studio. She also had a lovely voice and sang in the choir at her church. For Laurel, dancing and music were more than just pastimes. They were a way for her to express herself, find joy, and celebrate life. Her future appeared to be extremely bright. As she neared her senior year at Wawasee High School, her dreams seemed to go on forever, full of possibilities and adventure. She accepted a job at the Cokesbury Inn, a quaint eatery on the shores of Webster Lake, to add even more excitement to her summer. For a teenager, it was the ideal job, and Laurel enjoyed her job. She became very friendly with her co-workers and made customers happy with her upbeat demeanor. For the Mitchell family, that August day started out just like any other. Laurel, her younger sister Sarah, and a guest got up early and got to work on their morning tasks. The kitchen reverberated with the familiar sounds of laughter and breakfast preparation. Unaware that the day would soon turn into an unthinkable tragedy, Richard and Wilma hurried to finish their tasks and got ready to leave for work. With a cheerful smile and a positive attitude, Laurel left for her shift at the Cokesbury Inn by mid-afternoon. She enjoyed interacting with her coworkers and serving customers at her job, which she loved. She added warmth to the bustling restaurant as she moved about, laughing and joking with the regulars. Unaware of the horror that would soon be revealed, Laurel settled into the steady pace of the evening shift. Adventureland, a nearby amusement park only 0.5 miles from her place of employment, was where Laurel intended to meet up with friends following her shift. With her sights set on the exciting evening, she graciously declined a coworker's offer to drive her home after the restaurant closed. Laurel left the office at 10:15 p.m., bid farewell to her coworkers, and ventured out into the balmy summer evening. The sounds of summer filled the streets. Unaware that it would be her final moment, Laurel ventured into the darkness. Nobody saw her again after that. Laurel's parents thought she was out having fun with friends when they got home. They thought she was at the amusement park as scheduled and had no reason to be concerned. Her friends, meanwhile, believed she had left work to go home. For a responsible girl like Laurel, it was a fair assumption. Unbeknownst to everyone, though, the group had decided against going to the amusement park and instead would be attending the county fair in Warsaw. They would think about this misunderstanding a lot in the days ahead. Fear took hold as the night grew darker. Her heart raced when she realized Laurel hadn't arrived home when one of her friends came back to the Mitchell residence at around midnight. Being a responsible person, Laurel would never stay out past curfew without informing her family. Panic set in and their hearts started to race. The Mitchells made the decision to wait a little while longer, in the hopes that Laurel would arrive at any moment, despite their mounting anxiety. They engaged in tense conversation in an attempt to block out the depressing thought that something was seriously amiss. But as the minutes passed, and the minutes became hours, their fear became a pervasive dread. Uncertainty weighed down the once friendly and cozy house, and shadows appeared to grow in the recesses of their thoughts. They ultimately made the decision to report Laurel missing to the police at around 4 in the morning. In the close-knit community, word of Laurel's disappearance quickly spread, causing anxiety to permeate every home. In order to find Laurel, neighbors, friends, and even complete strangers banded together and combed through streets, roadsides, and woods. As they brought ropes, flashlights, and a strong will to find any sign of Laurel, their voices filled the still night. Officers were sent to conduct a canvass of the area after the police took the report seriously. But as the hours passed, Laurel was nowhere to be seen. A growing sense of dread took the place of hope. When Sarah awoke at home, she saw her parents upset, their faces marked with anxiety. Unspoken fear pervaded the air, and the morning routine had been upended. Sarah felt that something was seriously amiss, even though she was meant to be at a softball practice that morning. In an attempt to protect her from the growing panic that had swept the house, her parents encouraged her to leave anyhow. With a forced smile that did little to conceal her own nervousness, her mother said, "Just try to focus on your game." Sarah departed for practice with a heavy heart, but she couldn't get rid of the thought that her sister wouldn't be returning home. As she made her way to the field along the same route, the unsettling thought persisted. About 15 miles from Laurel's place of employment, Glenn Dixon and his son Hager started fishing on the Elkhart River. Instead of a calm morning as they had hoped, they discovered something terrible. A fully clothed body was spotted floating in the river. They were stopped in their tracks by the sight, and they quickly realized that they were not witnessing an accident. It was obvious that this was no accident, because the body had been in the water for a while. They phoned the police right away. Glenn and Hager made a desperate call, and officers swiftly arrived. Officers quickly filled the once serene riverbank, their radios blaring with urgent calls. Knowing they were going to break the heartbreaking news to a family, they retrieved the body with a combination of professionalism and solemn respect. There was a noticeable tension in the air as they attempted to identify the victim. Laurel Mitchell was the one. The news was like receiving a kick to the stomach. Her life ended suddenly, and the intelligent, vivacious girl who loved dancing and music was gone. The news was devastating to the Mitchell family. Richard sobbed when the officers came to deliver the heartbreaking news because he couldn't believe his beloved daughter was no longer with him. Wilma was distraught, her sorrow so deep that it seemed to consume her whole being. Known for their close ties and mutual laughter, the family felt disoriented and broken all of a sudden. Sarah felt a wave of dread when she saw the police cars parked outside their house after practice. She had a gut feeling that something was seriously amiss. Her heart was pounding as she entered, each beat echoing the fear that was building inside of her. The truth of their loss started to set in, and their world had been irrevocably destroyed. When the autopsy report was delivered a few days after Laurel's body was discovered, it brought a terrifying sense of closure. Although Laurel had drowned, the report also mentioned that she had fought back against her assailant, as evidenced by the bruises on her hands and shoulders. The confirmation of sexual assault was the most shocking discovery. Questions about how this could occur in their small town caused conversations to become heated and urgent. Who would do such a horrible thing to Laurel, who was so innocent and kind? The community's hearts were troubled for years by the case's unresolved status. The community was left feeling frustrated and hopeless as the investigation stalled despite the police's best efforts. People wanted justice for Laurel and answers. However, everything changed almost 48 years later in 2023. The community was rocked by the arrest of two elderly men who had lived in the same neighborhood and were teenagers at the time of the incident. With a mixture of grief and relief, this moment rekindled hope and was a pivotal moment in the healing process. How did this occur? It's difficult to think that after all these years, a breakthrough would eventually occur. Usually used to calm and serene days, the little town of North Webster was thrown into a state of chaos. Frank Overmeyer, one witness, remembered hearing a car's trunk slam close to when Laurel vanished. He believed the vehicle to be an Oldsmobile at the time. He didn't think it would be important later, and it didn't seem like a crucial piece of information. Investigators diligently gathered all of Laurel's possessions, including her favorite sweatshirt, shoes, a silver necklace, one earring, and clothing. The fact that her blue jeans were discovered unbuttoned and unzipped among these items added to the mystery surrounding her passing. But nobody knew what could be done with the evidence, and the technology at the time was very limited. No one in the town would soon forget the solemn occasion that was Laurel's funeral. Friends, neighbors, and classmates filled the large church, all grieving the untimely death of a young girl. With their hands clasped together, Sarah sat between her father and her older brother, Bruce. She only remembered the excruciating pain that overcame her. She had few memories of the service itself. She was struck with the realization that her confidant, her sister, was no longer there. There was no longer any sense in the world. The case was abandoned. Weeks became months, and months became years, but no answers were found despite the community's efforts and detectives' diligent work. It seemed as though Laurel's murderer had disappeared, leaving an enduring mystery in their wake. Laurel's loving parents, Richard and Wilma Mitchell, never gave up on pursuing justice. In the hopes that someone would eventually come forward with the truth, they kept the case in the public eye. Unfortunately, their health started to deteriorate, and they both died in 2012, 4 months apart. Unfortunately, they never found out who killed their daughter. The case sat on a shelf for years, gathering dust and losing its significance. But in 2007, Captain Kevin Smith of the Indiana State Police was put in charge of the inquiry. He was committed to giving Laurel's family justice. He jumped right into the cold case, carefully going over all the interviews and supporting documentation. He did not, however, discover any new leads, just like his predecessors. Only in 2013 did a woman named Renee Sexton come forward, giving the case the much-needed bombshell it needed. She described a frightening encounter she had in 1975 with a man named John Lehman. Lehman had admitted to helping his friend Fred Bandy commit a murder. Even though he didn't give any information at the time, Renee's disclosure gave the investigation new life. The community started to dare to hope that justice might finally be within reach after this new lead gave new life to a case that had previously seemed hopeless. A year later, a man by the name of Bill McDonald provided yet another important tip. He remembered that in 1975, at a party, Fred Bandy had admitted to a crime close to the river where Laurel's body was eventually found. Fred Bandy seemed more suspicious the more detectives looked into his past. They were unaware of Bandy's problematic criminal history. Red flags were raised when he was found guilty of abusing a minor in 2001. This information was sufficient to enable investigators to delve further into his background and relationships, even though it was not proof of his involvement in Laurel's case. According to a report on July 3, 2014, Bandy claimed to have committed the crime at Mallard's Roost, a public access location next to the location where Laurel's body was discovered. The Noble County Sheriff's Department was notified on September 25, 2019, that Bandy claimed he and Lehman had killed Laurel together at a high school party years prior. In 2019, Captain Smith made the decision to take a new look at the evidence in Laurel's case. He sent Laurel's clothes for DNA testing since, by that time, forensic technology had advanced. Smith believed that the answers they had been looking for decades might finally be found thanks to scientific advancements. Forensic scientists examined the clothing in great detail for weeks. Their perseverance eventually paid off, as a male DNA profile was found on the fabric. Detectives were able to rule out a number of possible suspects thanks to this discovery, which revitalized the investigation. Two men were the main focus of the detectives' attention: John Lehman and Fred Bandy. The investigation was now more precisely directed by the detectives, but they still required more hard proof. They went to Fred Bandy's home on December 5, 2022, in order to get a DNA sample. Unexpectedly helpful, Bandy, who is now 67 years old, gave the sample without hesitation. He obviously didn't realize how serious the situation was. On January 13, 2023, the results were given to the authorities. According to a certificate of analysis, Bandy had a 13 billion-fold higher probability than any other unidentified individual of contributing to the DNA discovered on Laurel's clothing. Before proceeding with Fred's arrest, the detectives knew that questioning John Lehman was an essential first step. They were aware of the urgency, but they also knew that more information was needed because Fred was strongly implicated in the crime by DNA evidence. It was imperative that both men face consequences for their heinous deed. Detectives learned that Fred had owned an Oldsmobile in 1975. As the investigation went on, Frank Overmeyer, a witness who claimed to have heard someone violently close a car trunk the night Laurel vanished, made an intriguing connection between this detail and his testimony. Fred Bandy and John Lehman were taken into custody and accused of first-degree murder on February 6, 2023-3. The news brought both relief and sadness to Laurel's family. The fact that justice was at last within their grasp gave Sarah and Bruce a sense of closure, but they were deeply troubled by their parents' absence at this time. Sarah felt a range of emotions when Captain Smith called her to tell her the news. Despite both men's not guilty pleas in court, the evidence against them was indisputable. The detectives' meticulous investigation, witness accounts, and DNA matches painted a somber picture of what most likely transpired on that fateful night in August 1975. Investigators thought that Laurel had been kidnapped, beaten, and then driven to the river where she was drowned by Fred and John. The courtroom was rocked by the disturbing details of the crime. Laurel's family prepared for the lengthy journey ahead, while Fred and John awaited their trial. Although justice was on the way, Laurel would not return. Sarah would always feel the anguish of losing her sister. Now that justice was at hand, the reality of it all felt almost unreal after decades of waiting for answers. The first hearing between Bandy and Lehman was originally set for Wednesday, February 8, 2023, in the Noble Circuit Court. Fred Bandy Jr., now 68, was charged with first-degree murder and was set to go on trial by jury for 5 days. Bandy's last pretrial conference was also set for July 29, 2024, at 3 p.m. However, no outcomes have been made public as of yet. On February 5, 2024, he attended another pretrial conference in Noble County, where trial dates were scheduled for October 7 to 11, 2024. John W. Lehman, his 68-year-old co-defendant, is involved in his own legal proceedings. At 1 p.m. on February 26, 2024, he had a pretrial conference. A hearing for a change of plea was also scheduled for June 18, at 11:30 a.m. in the Circuit Court of Noble. It was anticipated that Lehman would enter a guilty plea to the charges against him at this hearing, renouncing his not guilty plea. Lehman recently agreed to a plea agreement on August 15, 2024, which could drastically lower his sentence. The deal would sentence him to 8 years in a state prison in Indiana and drop the first-degree murder charge in favor of conspiracy to commit murder. However, this agreement is contingent upon a judge's approval, which will be decided at a hearing on October 11. This development could provide closure to the impacted families and represents a significant turning point in the case. The hearing's outcome, which will decide whether Lehman's plea agreement is accepted or if the initial charges remain, will be closely monitored. The trial for Bandy is still set for October. There is an unfillable void left by the tragically short life of Laurel Mitchell. But because of Captain Smith and his team's unwavering commitment, her killers will not escape punishment. For a community that has been waiting far too long, their unwavering efforts have ensured that justice is served. The impact of Laurel goes well beyond her sad destiny. She will live on as a testament to tenacity, optimism, and an inspirational spirit. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Victor Auxiliers, a seasoned skydiver, made another jump on a typical sunny day in Wiltshire County. The sensation of wind on her face, the rush of adrenaline, and the view of the infinite sky were all familiar to her. However, she became aware that something had gone horribly wrong shortly after she had deployed her parachute. The reserve parachute did not deploy correctly, and the lines were tangled. Victoria fell with a terrifying velocity. Her only concern during that heart-stopping moment was her kids and how they would be left without her. However, how could a seasoned teacher like this make such a mistake, and why? These questions led to the discovery of a terrifying mystery that would permanently alter Victoria's life. Victoria Auxiliers, who is she? Victoria Auxiliers was born in 1977 to a retired military officer in Edinburgh, Scotland's capital. She was lively, vivacious, and full of life from a young age. She devotedly pursued a number of sports during her school years, and when she made her first skydive at the age of 16, she instantly fell in love with the sky. Victoria entered the University of Glasgow's medical program after graduating from high school. She obtained her degree in physical therapy while still participating in sports. She joined the British Army as a physical therapist because she wanted to be like her father. Victoria developed into a highly accomplished skydiver in addition to her medical career. She completed more than 1,500 jumps and obtained her instructor's certification. As a mentor with the Army National Parachuting Association and a free-fall coach, she was a true professional. Through perseverance and hard work, Victoria rose to the position of captain by the time she turned 30, marking a significant career accomplishment. She made a good living while juggling her duties as a skydiving instructor and a physical therapist at a military hospital. Her private life, however, was less fortunate. She wed a medical colleague in 2008, but the union disintegrated after just 1 year. A tall, gregarious officer named Emile Auxiliers entered the hospital where Victoria worked in the middle of 2009. He ended up attending one of Victoria's therapy sessions while he was recuperating from a skiing accident. He quickly became the love of her life and her second husband, a love that nearly cost her everything. Emile Auxiliers, an unfaithful partner and perilous charmer. Let's now examine the primary antagonist of the narrative. Born in South Africa in 1980, Emile Auxiliers came from a wealthy British expat family that ran a construction business. His parents catered to all of his needs and desires, allowing him to grow up pampered and conceited. Emile began dating Nicolene Shepherd, a young girl, when he was 17. He was already employed at his father's business and had completed high school by then. Emile knew how to make a good impression, dressed well, and always had money to spend. Shortly before her 16th birthday, Nicolene became pregnant and gave birth to their first child, a daughter. A second child was born to the couple approximately a year and a half later. However, they never made it to the altar, even though they had 2 children together. Emile asserted that he was not prepared for the obligations of family life. He kept having affairs with other women in spite of his role as a father. Although he didn't try hard to conceal his actions, he was always able to win Nicolene back and persuade her to stay with him. Emile made the decision to relocate to the UK in the early 2000s with the intention of establishing a prosperous career, purchasing a house, and eventually bringing Nicolene and the children to live with him. On a work visa, he went to the UK, but his trip didn't go as expected. Emile took on menial side jobs to make ends meet because he was having trouble finding steady employment. He often lived with different women and made fewer calls home to save money. Emile consistently refused Nicolene's requests to bring them to the UK or return to South Africa. Citing financial difficulties, he said he was unable to provide for them. However, he frequently bought pricey things for himself and lavished gifts on his many romantic partners. Nicolene and the kids were temporarily financially supported by Emile's parents. Nicolene's prospective mother-in-law then disclosed a startling secret during one of their conversations. Emile had just gotten married. Carly Taylor, a British woman, became his new wife. Nicolin called Emil that same day and demanded an explanation. He reassured her calmly that the marriage was solely for legal purposes, to obtain permanent residency in the United Kingdom. Nicolin tried to remain composed and trusted his story, but she soon discovered he had no intention of inviting them over. She packed one suitcase, gathered her children, and took a plane to the UK, determined to force Emil to take responsibility. She desired Emil to be involved in raising their kids. By this point, Carly was expecting their second child, and Emil and Carly already had a son together. Carly was unaware of the existence of Nicolin and her two children. The unexpected appearance of Nicolin surprised Emil and his expectant wife. In an attempt to make his shocked wife understand him, Emil had to switch to South African Afrikaans. He told Nicolin quite bluntly that he had no intention of continuing to be involved in their children's lives, and that their relationship was over. The always endearing Emil was forced to tell his wife who she was, but the heartbroken Nicolin fled in tears. However, Nicolin was portrayed as a villain rather than a victim in the highly embellished story he told Carly. For about 6.5 years, Emil and Carly were married, but their marriage was not happy. It was the same pattern as in his last relationship. Emil regularly cheated on Carly with several women he met wherever he went, even though they had 2 kids together. Interestingly, Nicolin, Carly, and later Victoria would all talk about Emil's incessant demands for intimacy, even weeks after giving birth. With little consideration for the discomfort or health hazards his partners might face, Emil signed a contract to join the Army Physical Training Corps shortly after he married Carly, joining the British Armed Forces. He basically turned into a fitness instructor who earned a respectable salary and a military rank. Emil and Victoria's love story. Emil broke his ankle in a skiing accident in 2009 and ended up in the hospital. Victoria, a physical therapist, was there when he first met her. Immediately sparks flew between them. It made no difference that Victoria was 3 years older. Emil tried his best to comfort her in any way he could, because she was still emotionally healing from a recent divorce. Victoria was initially unaware that her new romantic interest was still married. Similarly, Carly was unaware that her husband was meeting with a divorce lawyer and getting ready to file for divorce. When the truth was revealed, Emil attempted to blame Carly for his marriage's failure, but she responded by telling Victoria that Nicolin and Emil had 2 other children. This realization astounded Victoria. Her ostensibly ideal partner had a convoluted past, including 4 children and 2 prior relationships. Emil, however, insisted that he had never felt this way about anyone else and declared his unwavering love for her. Victoria had already fallen deeply in love with him. Even though those words might have meant nothing to someone else, she discovered that she could accept him for who he was, flaws and all, and forgive the lies. With time, Carly and Victoria were able to establish a true friendship in addition to becoming cordial. The 2 women had become so close that Carly even trusted Victoria to take care of her kids. Emil quickly proposed to Victoria after completing his divorce in 2010. The couple threw a lavish wedding after she gladly accepted. After her parents died, Victoria used the money she inherited from them to buy a large house in Wiltshire, where they now reside. The couple's first child, a daughter named April, was born in 2011. In 2015, their son Ben was born, expanding their family. Spending a lot of time with their children, the new parents seemed committed. Their family appeared to be content and strong from the outside. Victoria was an enthusiastic skydiver who had even introduced the sport to her husband, Emil. He became an expert in packing both main and reserve parachutes and obtained his own certification as a skydiving instructor, giving the family an additional source of income. With 2 gorgeous kids, a devoted husband who had just been promoted to sergeant, and a life that appeared ideal to their friends and family, Victoria's marriage seemed like a dream come true. However, Emil soon got tired of this seemingly perfect life. He started looking for affairs, and even though he didn't do much to conceal his actions, he would constantly beg Victoria's pardon on his knees. He would vouch for the fact that these liaisons were pointless and that she was the only person he loved. In order to keep up appearances, and the appearance of a perfect family in front of friends, family, and co-workers, Victoria repeatedly forgave him. As previously stated, Victoria had been an instructor at the Army Parachute Association, and had a deep love for skydiving since she was a young girl. By early 2015, she had performed more than 2,500 jumps without any mistakes or mishaps. Naturally, Victoria had to take a break from the sport she loved so much during her pregnancy, and she missed it terribly. Her second child was born in early March 2015. Emil then shocked her on April 1st by telling her that he had reserved a tandem skydive for the two of them. Victoria was ecstatic, perceiving this as a considerate act from her spouse, who appeared to wish to inject some excitement into their everyday routine. The couple arrived at the skydiving base with their older daughter on April 4, the day of the scheduled jump. They prepared, but the weather abruptly changed against them. Heavy clouds rolled in and the wind increased, making it impossible for the plane to take off. The jump was rescheduled for Easter Sunday the following day. Upon arriving home, Emil abruptly informed Victoria that he would not be able to accompany her the following day. In addition to insisting that it would be best to leave the kids at home because they would only grow tired and no one else would be available to watch them, he said that urgent matters had arisen. Emil wished Victoria luck as he bid her farewell on the morning of April 5 and remained behind with their 5-week-old son and 4-year-old daughter. With a positive attitude, Victoria set out, looking forward to her long-awaited jump. However, the weather wasn't great again. After waiting for several hours, the group was finally given the all-clear to take off. The plane carrying 12 skydivers took off at around 3 p.m. One by one, the skydivers started their jumps at the proper altitude. Last to jump, Victoria Cillier relished every moment of her ascent through the sky, but as soon as she pulled the cord to release her parachute, she knew something was seriously amiss. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to untangle the tangled lines of her main parachute. Quickly, she sliced it off and proceeded to use her backup chute. The unimaginable occurred at that point. Approximately 1/3 of the reserve parachute opened. It looked like this might be the end, as Victoria started to spin wildly through the air at a terrifying speed. Victoria later acknowledged that, although she was afraid, she didn't consider dying. Her husband and their 2 young children were waiting for her at home, and she was thinking about them. She tried to position her body to minimize the injuries from the inevitable impact and did everything she could to slow her fall. In her ears, the wind roared. She lost all sense of time and space as everything whirled around her. The world grew dark. Victoria was lying in a recently plowed field when she came to. She couldn't understand what had happened or why there was so much noise all around her. She was confused. Her co-workers were shocked to discover her alive after racing to the scene. They were taken aback, however, when Victoria opened her eyes and requested assistance in standing up. As it happened, she had been extremely lucky. Her fall had been cushioned by the soft, loose soil, avoiding potentially fatal injuries. Victoria had suffered a broken leg, collarbone, and multiple ribs, but she miraculously survived. However, her head, internal organs, and spine were largely intact on the side she landed on. After being airlifted to the closest hospital by emergency personnel, it is almost unheard of for both parachutes to fail, and it is rarely necessary to deploy a reserve parachute. Red flags were raised right away. After learning of the incident, the skydiving base's lead instructor made the decision to examine Victoria's parachutes in person. Although the main chute's lines were tangled, it was unclear if this was the result of a packer's error or if someone had purposefully sabotaged it. Things became even more suspicious when the reserve parachute was examined. There were 2 essential pieces of equipment missing. It appeared as though these parts had never been there and had never been torn away because there was no indication of damage. Victoria came perilously close to death as a result of the reserve chute's improper deployment. A mistake of this size was practically impossible because the parachute had been inspected at least 10 times by numerous experienced professionals. The lead instructor was extremely concerned about both parachute failures. He made the decision to report a possible murder attempt to the police on his own. It just so happened that, at about the same time, Victoria's best friend Caroline called the police with a similar worry. But Caroline didn't think twice about naming the suspect she had in mind. When Caroline learned of the suspicious accident, she became concerned. She told investigators that Emil, Victoria's husband, might be connected. Caroline claims that although the marriage appeared to be happy on the surface, Emil was actually a toxic and manipulative partner. Victoria disregarded numerous warning signs because she was so consumed by her love for him. An expanding study. The parachutes turned out to be important pieces of evidence during the police's thorough investigation into the incident. Victoria, meanwhile, recovered remarkably quickly and was in the hospital for less than a month. She credited her husband's constant care and support for her quick recovery. Emile seemed to be the ideal husband, showing her affection, taking care of the house, and assisting with their kids. Victoria was therefore taken aback when policemen arrived at their door to talk to Mr. Cilliers. Emile didn't fight back. He went to the station voluntarily to respond to their inquiries. Emile, a negligent father and an unfaithful husband, maintained his composure while being questioned, but he was aware that investigators would soon find text messages he had exchanged with his many lovers. He made the decision to discuss his affairs with others in the hopes of avoiding the disclosures. He acknowledged that he had been dissatisfied in his marriage and blamed Victoria for not providing for him. He claimed that although he had been preparing to divorce her for some time, he had put it off due to the children. Emile admitted that he had been seeing an Austrian ski instructor named Stephanie Galler for about 6 months, and even had plans to wed her shortly. Emile disclosed his financial difficulties as well. He owed a lot of money to a number of individuals and businesses that provided high-interest loans. He was a self-confessed gambling addict who regularly wagered and lost, which led to his debts skyrocketing. He said that some of his creditors had started threatening him, and he even implied that Victoria's death attempt might have been a warning to him. As it happened, Emile Cilliers did have a mountain of debt, but his account of the parachute incident sounded so implausible. The fact that Emile casually stated that he had personally examined his wife's parachutes and never left them in his sight, even bringing them with him when he used the restroom, only served to heighten investigators' suspicions. The police detained him for additional interrogation after this detail raised serious concerns. Officers conversed with Victoria at home during this time, telling her about the strange details and the suspicions expressed by the lead instructor and her friend Caroline. Victoria was shaken and in disbelief. She acknowledged her husband's extramarital affairs and financial difficulties, admitting that their marriage was far from ideal. She also disclosed that Emile had not been very enthusiastic about the birth of their youngest son and had hardly spent any time with her children. Victoria found it difficult to accept that her husband would ever wish to hurt her, in spite of everything. Emile didn't initially seem to have a strong reason to divorce his wife. First of all, despite his mounting debts, Victoria had always supported him financially and forgiven him for his infidelity, giving him unfettered access to her bank account. Emile led a comfortable life and indulged in his vices. Second, Victoria had safeguarded her resources. In her will, she left her savings account and the house she purchased prior to their marriage to her sister. Her sister would take on the role of guardian for the children in the event of her death, guaranteeing Emile would not be able to access the inheritance. Victoria feared her husband would waste everything because she knew he was not responsible for his finances. Emile was also aware of this and realized that her estate would not be advantageous to him. Investigators believed that he might have been motivated by the possibility that he would receive a life insurance payout of almost £200,000 sterling if Victoria died. Emile was also planning to move abroad with his new girlfriend as part of their future plans. Victoria recalled an important detail when questioned about the parachute. Taking Victoria's backpack with him, Emile had taken their daughter to the bathroom when she needed to use it on the day of the jump. According to the rules, all equipment had to be returned because the jump was canceled that day due to bad weather. However, Emile persuaded Victoria to leave the equipment in a locker, claiming that doing so would avoid the lines at the equipment window the following morning and save time. Victoria insisted, however, that her husband was not allowed to tamper with the parachutes. She noted that he had only been gone for roughly 5 minutes, which was, in her opinion, not nearly enough time to make any changes to the equipment. Caroline talked about a terrifying experience that happened a week prior to the unsuccessful parachute jump during her interview. Victoria had almost died from a gas leak at home. Victoria and their 2 kids were left alone when Emile said he had to spend the night at the barracks the previous evening. Victoria smelled gas the following morning. When she called Emile to tell him, he told her that she was just dreaming and told her to start cooking without worrying. Fortunately, Victoria was not easily persuaded. When the technician from the gas company arrived after she called, they found a significant leak at the gas valve located inside a cabinet close to the stove. The valve nut's noticeable scratches indicated that someone had used a wrench to tamper with it. Emil was notoriously clumsy with tools, so it appeared that he was the one who made the marks. Additionally, there were blood traces on the valve from a cut he probably sustained while working on it quickly, and he hadn't bothered to clean up the evidence. According to investigators, he had loosened the nut just enough to start a slow leak, not enough to be noticeable unless there was an explosion. Later, Emil asserted that the valve had most likely come loose due to vibrations from a nearby building's construction. The incident was written off as a strange accident at the time, and no one suspected Emil of foul play. However, if an explosion had occurred, Victoria and their 2 small children might have perished, instantly resolving Emil's issues. Determined to depart for Austria with his new partner Stephanie, he swiftly came up with the plan with the parachutes after that plan failed. The suspected attacker is defended by the victim. Victoria persisted in defending her husband, claiming he could never want her dead, in spite of all the dubious evidence and witness statements. At that point, investigators decided it was time to expose her to the harsh reality of the man she had lived with. They told Stephanie about Emil's messages, in which he essentially asked her to marry him. He had written about his desire to start a new life, and his profound regrets about marrying Victoria. That wasn't all, though. Emil had profiles on several dating apps, was seeing a number of other women, and even went to speed dating events to meet new people for casual dates. But finding out that her husband had been having an affair with his ex-wife Carly was the greatest betrayal for Victoria. Unaware of Emil's dishonesty, Carly and Victoria were good friends who frequently worked out weekend custody arrangements for the children. Although Victoria acknowledged that the gas leak incident had raised suspicions from the beginning, she chose to ignore them because she believed her husband would never endanger their children. In addition, he had been gone nearly 3 times as long as Emil, who had only been in the bathroom for 5 minutes with her parachute. He said their daughter had spent a lot of time in the restroom when he got back. Victoria was also aware that her husband was using her credit cards to make extravagant purchases for his mistresses. Emil, however, had consistently maintained that fraudsters had somehow obtained his account details and pledged to notify the authorities of the theft, even though he never did. The case was taken to court because of Victoria's and other witnesses' strong testimony. An expert would only need roughly 10 minutes to sabotage both parachutes and repack them carefully enough to evade detection, according to a reenactment done during the investigation. The fact that Emil had allegedly attempted to harm his wife twice, putting not only her but also their children in danger, persisted even though the majority of the evidence appeared circumstantial. When the trial started in November 2017, Emil vehemently denied all of the charges. He asserted that he would never endanger his own children and that he would never harm the mother of his children. In addition, he claimed that Victoria had been on the edge of a breakdown after multiple heated arguments with him and that she may have tampered with her own parachute because she was suffering from severe postpartum depression. Victoria was experiencing an odd situation. Emil almost seemed to hypnotize her. She reiterated his allegations in court, saying he couldn't have hurt her or their kids. She even acknowledged that she had experienced depression following the birth of their son. Attendees at the trial were unable to ignore how strongly Emil continued to influence her. Emil was found guilty of all charges on June 15, 2018, and given a life sentence with the possibility of release after at least 18 years. Victoria finally admitted to herself that she had been living with a real monster for all those years, and she filed for divorce shortly after the trial. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Imagine spending your entire life believing you know everything there is to know about the people in your life, only to discover that they have been keeping a terrifying secret for 25 years. Unbeknownst to us, family secrets have the power to influence our lives and occasionally prevent us from achieving true happiness. It can seem like your entire world is about to fall apart when the truth is revealed. For me, It's a dangerous gamble to believe what someone says after all these years. It's difficult to picture coexisting with someone, being aware of their sinister secrets and remaining silent. But were there private interests involved? Together, let's dive in and discover the truth. A chilling tale of love, treachery, and a complex mystery involving unsolved crimes that rocked the sleepy town of Holland, Michigan, to its foundation, will be covered today. Every resident had their own theories about what might have happened because the incidents were so shocking. The suspect was finally put on trial after years of investigation, but was the right person held responsible? Gail Weingarten, the eighth child in a large and close-knit family, was born on April 24, 1965, to Wendell and Dorothy Weingarten. She was raised in Michigan's Ottawa County. Despite their lack of wealth, the family was well known for their close ties and concern for one another. They were the epitome of what it meant to be a loving, cohesive family. Notwithstanding their cozy home, financial hardships were frequent, and Gail had a childhood dream of a job that would enable her to buy the things that all children desire. She saved up money and shared with her older sister, Cheryl, that she planned to work hard so she'd always have enough to buy anything she wanted. As a teenager, Gail landed her first job as a waitress. Although the pay wasn't much, she made good money through tips and worked tirelessly. Her charming, friendly, and warm nature meant she never left anyone in her circle indifferent. At 18, Gail experienced her first true love. The relationship moved fast. The young couple moved in together, dreaming of having their own home and starting a family. They lived together for about a year. In 1984, when Gail was 19, she started a new job where she met a 25-year-old contractor named Rick Brink. At first sight, it was love. Gail ended her previous relationship and threw herself completely into her new romance. Rick was so captivated by her that on the very first day they met, he told his mom he had found the woman he wanted to marry. He was head over heels, and their relationship blossomed with beautiful dates and romantic outings. Rick went out of his way to make Gail happy, fulfilling her every wish, and the two of them were deeply in love, feeling absolutely fulfilled together. They were truly a perfect match, both hard-working, ambitious, and full of energy. They shared the same dreams for the future, wanting to work hard and eventually raise a family in the home they hoped to buy. One summer, they visited Rick's family lake house at Lake Michigan, where he had a boat. Gail tried water skiing, and everyone who knew them said they looked like the perfect couple. On April 25, 1986, just one day before Gail's birthday, they got married in a small church ceremony, surrounded by family and friends. They had a long and happy life ahead of them. Garrett Brink, Rick's father, assisted them in locating the ideal house they had been envisioning. It was an old house on Ransom Street, on the outskirts of their hometown of Holland, Michigan, on roughly 20 acres of land. The newlyweds were excited to begin remodeling so they could move in, and Garrett got a great deal. Rick was prepared to take on the renovation of their house because he was a trained carpenter, a skilled handyman, and a former employee of a furniture company. They recorded their progress on video as they moved into their partially renovated home by October 1987. As they cleaned, painted, demolished walls, and fixed floors, the once ancient house was being given a new lease on life. They had been married for roughly 18 months when they moved in. They were prepared to move forward with their lives and start a family, so Gail told her sister that the next room to be remodeled would be a nursery. Rick and Gail had a terrific time at one of Rick's high school friends' weddings on November 21, 1987, but neither of them showed up for work the next day. Rick was employed at the time by Trendway, a large furniture company. It was totally out of character for him to not show up for work without telling anyone, as he was known for being dependable and hardworking. When Rick's boss tried to call his house, no one picked up. Then, worried, he contacted Rick's parents to find out why he hadn't shown up for work. The manager truly cared about his staff members' welfare. Rick's folks were just as concerned. They knew their son well enough to know that he would never go silent about anything. When they made the decision to call Gail's place of employment to see how she was doing, they discovered that she had also failed to arrive that morning. Rick's parents were worried and anxious, so they hurried to check on their son and daughter-in-law. They saw Rick's car parked in the driveway as soon as they got to Rick and Gail's house. They were relieved and hoped the couple was at home. possibly sleeping in or simply feeling ill. However, they noticed Rick inside the car in an odd position as they got closer. His head was resting against the passenger side door, his body hunched over, and he was seated on the driver's side with his knees on the floor beneath the steering wheel. Garrett, Rick's father, approached and yelled his son's name, but no one answered. Rick was unconscious when Garrett reached in and tapped his shoulder, and he could see blood dripping from Rick's head. Rick's parents were horrified, and they refrained from going inside out of concern for what else they might discover. They got in touch with the Ottawa County Sheriff's Department right away. Upon their arrival, the deputies entered the house. They checked the bedroom and discovered Gail. Initially, it appeared that Gail was just sleeping with a pillow over her face, but when the officers lifted the pillow, they found that it was bloody and that Gail had passed away. 3 close-range shots had been fired at her. After backup arrived in a matter of minutes, detectives started going through the house in an effort to find any hints or proof that might point to the culprit. They meticulously examined the area, attempting to piece together what had transpired. The officers' first hypothesis was that this might have been a premeditated act against Gail, and that Rick hurt himself because he was upset. But after conducting a thorough search of Rick's vehicle, they discovered no evidence or weapon that would indicate he was responsible for the attack on his wife prior to his suicide. Without a clear motive or suspect, the idyllic romance that had started at work and inspired hopes of a happy family life abruptly ended in tragedy and violence. The inquiry went on. It was determined that a .22 caliber revolver was the weapon used in the crime. Later on, it was established that Rick had been shot in the head, which was the cause of his death. He was shot at close range twice. Investigators discovered a bullet hole in Rick's car's passenger side window. Authorities thought the perpetrator was someone the victims knew because the window was broken and the driver's side window was partially rolled down. This led them to speculate that Rick probably knew the individual and did not perceive any imminent danger because he had rolled down the window to talk to them. Furthermore, it was evident from examining the house that this was not a robbery. There were no indications of a struggle or forced entry. Everything was in its proper place, the door had not been broken into, and nothing had been looted. Cash and credit cards were still in Rick and Gail's wallets, which were discovered on the kitchen table. There were pieces of jewelry all over the house. No weapon, shell casings, or other important evidence was found in the house, and both victims were still wearing their wedding rings. The fact that the recovered bullets were still inside the victims suggests that the suspect came with the sole intent of killing them. Physical evidence that could be used for analysis was either non-existent or insufficient. In the house, 6 fingerprints were discovered. 2 of them did not match any records in law enforcement databases, and the other 4 were victims. According to the results of the forensic analysis, Rick and Gail were murdered early on November 22. The case was the subject of rumors and conjecture, but not all suspects were prepared to come forward or alert the authorities. The investigators were unable to identify any possible suspects or make any arrests due to the lack of evidence, but it was determined that Rick and Gail were last seen at approximately 11 p.m. when they were departing their friend's wedding reception on November 21. Their deaths took place between then and the next day, almost a full day before they were discovered, the autopsy revealed. Investigators kept interviewing friends, family, co-workers, and anyone else who knew Gail and Rick in the hopes of learning more about the couple's last known contacts. They started by talking to Ryan Weingarten, Gail's brother. He brought up Gail's former boyfriend who had once confronted her in public and declared his love and jealousy for her. Gail was already married and content, but he had tried to get her to return to him. Gail's ex-boyfriend was located by the police and taken into custody for interrogation. He even consented to take a polygraph test, which he passed, and denied any involvement. The authorities ruled him out as a possible suspect because he also had a strong alibi. The police got another lead about 3 or 4 days into the investigation. According to the former owner of Rick and Gail's home, who came forward to the police station, the criminal may have been searching for him and was unaware that he had moved out. Former owner Shotgun was a motorcycle rider who had been a member of a motorcycle club. He had previously engaged in the trafficking of weapons and prohibited substances. Shotgun, however, eventually turned informant because he opposed the sale of illegal drugs to minors. He primarily provided information about people involved in this type of illegal activity while working with federal agents. The investigators followed up on this lead. They spoke with members of different Detroit motorcycle clubs and conducted interviews with other informants. They searched for evidence, but were unable to connect these groups to any criminal activity or the double crime that involved Gail and Rick. A month or so later, this theory was also rejected. When another crime happened close to the Brinks' house on Christmas Eve, a new lead surfaced. Deborah Wilson was discovered dead from a fatal assault in her own backyard. She had been attacked and suffered a serious neck injury. Gail and Deborah had attended the same high school and were in the same class, it was found during the investigation. Because of their similar ages and overlapping social networks, there was instant conjecture that the crimes might be related. The people of the little town were afraid. Fear spread that a possible suspect was still out there, and the community was on high alert. Because of the crime's irrationality, people began to fear for their personal safety and wonder if there would be additional victims. But as time passed, investigators failed to discover any link between the two incidents. Eventually, the young married couple's double crime case was put on hold. For the next 20 years, all of the documents and supporting documentation were kept in storage. Family members and friends gradually lost faith that justice would ever be done. It taught the families to accept the fact that they may never find out the truth about what truly happened to their loved ones. However, after 20 long years of waiting, the truth was finally revealed, exposing dark family secrets in addition to an unexpected suspect. No one was taken into custody after Rick and Gail Brink died. To look into unsolved crimes, the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office established a cold case team in 2009. By 2011, the 24-year-old Brink couple's case had been reopened by detectives Venus Repper and David Blakely. To make progress on these cold cases, they began going through old documents and interviewed more than 200 people. For roughly 7 or 8 years, the detectives collaborated and came up with their own plan. They used time as an advantage in their strategy. They worked from a different angle, in the hopes of capturing information that might have been missed in the initial inquiry. Detective Repper explained, "Loyalties change, friendships change, and people who might have kept a secret back then may no longer feel the need to do so, or they may have held on to it for so long that they just want to let it go." The detectives returned their attention to Rick and Gail's case after closing the Deborah Wilson case, in which the suspect had already died. They started interviewing some family members almost a year later. They came across some perplexing information when they talked to one of Gail's aunts and her sister, Cheryl Murphy. Over the years, both women said strange comments made by Ryan Weingarten, Gail and Cheryl's brother, had upset them. The aunt claims that these remarks started at the couple's funeral. She remembered Ryan asking her, "Do you think I could have done it?" She was shocked and wondered if it weren't for a family quarrel the night before the tragedy, and that Gail and Rick might still be alive. On the 20th of November, Gail called her aunt. Gail began by complaining to her aunt about her brother Ryan, claiming that he owed her money and was not in a rush to repay it. Ryan also called their aunt shortly after, expressing his annoyance over Gail. He was upset, saying that Gail refused to let their parents park their camper on her driveway, acting superior to the rest of the family. Gail's aunt was aware that the Weingardens had a history of having trouble parking the family camper. The aunt later clarified that the elder Weingardens were temporarily residing in their camper on Ryan's driveway after selling their house for an unknown reason. They were unable to remain there for very long, though, because this arrangement was against county codes. Gail refused to let their parents park close to her house, despite Ryan's efforts to find a solution in their conversation. Ryan was furious about this. "Sometimes I wonder if I did it because of that argument," Ryan said, obviously alluding to the crime, according to the aunt and Cheryl. The detectives were intrigued but perplexed after talking to Cheryl and the aunt. They discovered that Ryan and his girlfriend Pam had been questioned at the scene of the crime after going through the case files again. They said they had laundered at a laundromat and then at a friend's house during the evening, but the detectives saw that no one had ever gotten in touch with this friend to confirm their alibi. Later, it was found that Ryan and Pam were still together when the investigation was reopened, after getting married a few years after the crime. The mystery was further compounded when they were both summoned for further interrogation in October 2012. Pam acknowledged the falsity of their 1,987 alibi during the initial interrogation. In reality, they hadn't visited the friend's home. She maintained, however, that she was positive Ryan was innocent. On January 15, 2013, she was brought in for another interview. Ryan had insisted that Pam not speak to the police without an attorney, so this time there was a personnel specialist. 3 days later, detectives visited Pam's workplace to question her further because they thought she might be hiding something. Pam refused to have a personnel specialist present this time. The detectives decided to continue the interview at the police station after she began to open up. That's where Pam finally came clean. Ryan had told her many years ago that he was to blame for his sister's and her husband's deaths. Pam disclosed even more information a few months later. She acknowledged that Ryan had taken her to the Brinks house the day after the crime, but before the bodies were found. In fact, Pam saw their blood-covered bodies. She had been silent for 25 years because she loved him, but she was also afraid because Ryan had threatened her time and time again, telling her that if she ever spoke up, she would suffer the same fate. Before the bodies were discovered, Ryan confessed to the crime because he was envious of Rick Brink's success and happiness, Pam Weingarten also told investigators. Additionally, he was concerned that Gail might disclose a sinister family secret, that he and Gail had once been romantically involved. Ryan Weingarten was taken into custody and charged with first-degree murder after Pam testified that he killed his sister and her husband. He recounted 3 incidents of intimate contact with his sister Gail during their adolescence while testifying. He asserted that during their most recent encounter, they merely touched one another. Ryan testified in his own defense during the trial. He gave an explanation when the subject of his private conversations with Gail was raised. He said they were both merely interested in one another and nothing else. He admitted that they might have explored more if they had had more time together, but their mother quickly entered the room and nothing more came of it. He went on to say that after they discovered some marijuana in their father's truck, they started touching each other while intoxicated. Although he claimed that a similar incident occurred later, he maintained that it was the final instance. He insisted that he never did anything more than touch, and that these incidents were consensual. Pam was the main witness for the prosecution when Ryan's trial started in March 2014. Ryan's sister, Cheryl, and his aunt were among the other witnesses who were called, and they both related the odd remarks he had made over the years. Jim Meacham, a friend of Ryan's, was another witness. Jim said he frequently came over to Ryan's house for coffee in the mornings, just to sit and talk. According to Jim's testimony, when he visited Ryan's home early on November 23, Ryan informed him that his sister and her husband had passed away. Jim assumed it was some sort of routine issue and didn't inquire. He did point out, though, that Ryan had disclosed this information a few hours prior to the body's official discovery. In an effort to cast doubt on Jim's memory, the defense contended that his chat with Ryan may have happened the day following the body's discovery rather than earlier. Although they couldn't say for sure, they were certain that there was cause for skepticism, considering the more than 25 years that had passed since the incident. Other important points were also brought up by the defense. Their main contention was that Ryan was innocent, and that Pam's testimony, which lacked any concrete physical evidence or corroborating evidence, was the only evidence against him. Ryan Weingarten was convicted by a jury on 2 counts of first-degree murder on March 28, 2014, for the deaths of Rick and Gail Brink. It took only 4 hours to deliberate. Cheryl Murphy, Ryan's sister, said after the verdict, "We're done. We finally got him." Judge John Hulsing sentenced Ryan to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole less than a month later. He said, "This was a cruel crime. You are a cruel, cold-blooded criminal." Ryan insisted on his innocence right up until the very end and never confessed to the police. Both the defense and the prosecution centered their arguments on their theories over the course of the following year. The defense argued that rather than Ryan killing his sister and her husband out of jealousy, or because of an alleged relationship he wanted to conceal, the crime was more likely to be a case of mistaken identity directed at the home's former owner. They emphasized that Ryan had no problems with Gail's past partners, and that Rick was neither her first serious boyfriend nor her first roommate. The defense contended that the idea that the couple was murdered to conceal a sibling relationship was flimsy. In an attempt to undermine Pam's testimony, the defense asked why she had waited more than 20 years to share her version of events. In summary, Pam and Ryan had only been dating for a few months prior to the crime. She testified in court and told investigators that the day before Rick's parents found the bodies, Ryan approached her immediately after the crime, confessed, and then took her to the crime scene. He threatened to hurt her if she ever mentioned it after showing her the bodies. Although Pam was not yet his wife at the time and they were childless, she says she knew he had killed his sister but still stayed with him, eventually getting married and starting a family. People, I'm in shock. Although the defense was right to point out that there was no forensic evidence and that the motive appeared weak, the prosecution made a number of counterarguments, some of which were indirect evidence. Initially, they emphasized that each victim had been shot in the face and head, which is frequently a sign of a private motive for the crime. In the end, Ryan Weingarten received a life sentence without the possibility of release. The court considered Ryan's appeal in August 2015. The defense requested a new trial or the overturning of the conviction. They argued that Pam's testimony was the only evidence against Ryan, and that the jury ought to have seen her police interviews to show how investigators had allegedly coerced her. However, the court disapproved and maintained the conviction. The length of time that had passed since the crime, which went unsolved for an excessive amount of time, was one of the case's difficulties. No weapon was found, no forensic evidence was found, and the prosecution's motive appeared to be conjectural. Jurors frequently base their verdicts on motive, even though it isn't a legal prerequisite for a conviction. Presenting a believable motive, such as a conflict between Ryan and Gail over their parents or the camper situation, might have been more persuasive. However, before this crime, Ryan had no criminal record. Naturally, we are aware that innocence is not always implied by a spotless record. Some people simply escape detection. Furthermore, other people's testimony, mainly that of his wife, was the only solid evidence against him. Although his aunt and sister's claims regarding Ryan's odd remarks over the years may seem dubious, they are not concrete evidence. Was Pam truly manipulated by investigators, as the defense alleged? She may have been a woman contemplating divorce and managed to permanently separate herself from Ryan, even though she was able to divulge important information during her interrogations. Although this isn't confirmed, it does seem dangerous to sentence someone to life in prison based only on the statements of someone who says she has feared her husband for 25 years, even though she has never displayed any signs of that fear to others. Why didn't Pam call the police when she could have easily ended the relationship and wasn't yet married to him? And why didn't anyone else come forward if she had confided in someone else? People's allegiances can change over time, according to one of the detectives. Years later, people who once kept sinister secrets might change their minds. They may no longer have the same attachment to the person they once protected, or they may wish to allay their conscience. This case, in my opinion, is too complicated to reach a definitive conclusion. Without enough proof, relying only on Pam's testimony casts doubt on the conviction's fairness. Was the jury's verdict correct? Or was the prosecution's case based on unsubstantiated claims? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The tragic death of Barbara Faye Villarreal occurred in Garland, Texas, on November 7, 1986. A large kitchen knife was found embedded in her body after she was brutally stabbed and murdered in her own home. There were bloodstains all over the crime scene, which was horrifying and gory. Despite detectives' efforts, the case remained unsolved for almost 40 years. The killer had been hiding in plain sight, leaving a trail of unsolved questions until 2023, when advances in DNA technology revealed the truth. What sinister motives drove Barbara's horrific fate, and who was the mastermind behind it? You'll be amazed at the response. Let's examine the specifics. Garland is a city with a tale of resiliency and hope located in the center of the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex. The city was named in honor of Attorney General Augustus H. Garland and was established in 1887 as a result of the merger of Duck Creek and Embry. Garland eventually became Dallas County's third most populated city. However, there were difficulties along the way. The city, which is in Tornado Alley, had one of its worst days in May 1927, when a terrible tornado ripped through the streets, killing 17 people and leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Even though the city was brought to its knees, its spirit was unwavering. A feeling of solidarity and resilience surfaced as the residents of Garland rebuilt their homes and lives. They banded together and helped one another through the difficult times. One family's joy and love served as an example for others. They were so cherished and admired by everyone that nobody could have predicted the heartache that would soon ensue. Everyone was delighted by Barbara's radiant smile. Her family's love was evident and strong, and her presence brightened the space. However, life had other ideas, and this family would soon experience a tragedy that would upend their entire way of life. On December 23, 1958, Barbara Faye Villarreal was born in Peru, Indiana. She was the youngest of her mother's first marriage's 4 children. Barbara suffered a terrible loss when her father died when she was a little child. The family circle grew after her mother remarried and had 2 more children. 12 Mile, a tiny community a few miles north of Peru, Indiana, was where Barbara grew up. She was surrounded by warmth and love there, which helped to mold her into the kind and sympathetic person she is today. Her early years were characterized by adventure, laughter, and a strong sense of familial values. She loved the little things, like swimming in the local lake and riding her bike to her grandparents' corner store to buy candy. Her extended family, which included many cousins with whom she enjoyed sharing recipes and making memories, was always present on Sundays and holidays. At home, Barbara loved spending time with Kami, her faithful Pomeranian friend. As she matured into a young woman, her compassion, warmth, and understanding nature became increasingly apparent. Her heart was always willing to lend a helping hand to others, and her radiant smile could light up any space. Barbara married Domingo Diaz Villarreal on February 25, 1979, and the two of them created a life full of promise, love, and laughter. Barbara had made a name for herself in the accounting division of DeGolyer and McNaughton in Dallas, Texas, by the time she turned 27. She and Domingo settled in Garland, where they were surrounded by friends and neighbors in the 3600 block of Colbath Street. One of them was Barbara's best friend, Lisa Nugent, who loved her for being a kind, considerate, sweet, and wonderful person in general. A feeling of unease descended upon the tiny New Mexico town of Lovington on the evening of November 7, 1986. In stark contrast to the horror taking place inside the Villarreal residence, the sky was a serene shade of pink and orange. Domingo Villarreal was standing at a neighbor's door at 8:52 p.m., his hands shaking, his eyes wide, and his voice trembling. Slightly lucid from shock, he begged for assistance. "There's a problem with Barbara," he managed to say. After the neighbor promptly dialed 911, emergency personnel reached the location in a matter of minutes. The house was illuminated by the flashing lights of the police cars and ambulances that occupied the street. Officers entered and were greeted by a sight that chilled them to the bone. Barbara was brutally stabbed several times, and a large kitchen knife was still embedded in her body as she lay lifeless on the floor. As a brutal reminder of the evil that had killed her, the knife appeared to mock the scene. In his first statement, Domingo claimed that 2 men had broken into their house, bound him, and pulled Barbara into a different room. He stated that when Barbara's screams shattered the night air, he was in the backyard. She was being held captive by 2 armed men when he hurried inside. Barbara was led to a different room by 1 man, and Domingo was able to flee after the other man made him perform a sexual act at gunpoint. The police listened carefully, but every second that went by made them more skeptical. Domingo's face looked emotionless and his story sounded scripted. Fueled by doubts and questions, the investigation got underway. What actually took place that fateful evening? Did Domingo commit the crime, or was he a victim? Although paramedics responded quickly, Barbara's injuries were obviously serious. Although it was later discovered that she had been dead for more than an hour prior to their arrival, she was declared dead at 9:50 p.m. The full scope of the horror was disclosed in the medical examiner's report. She had numerous stab wounds all over her body, each of which was a testament to the attacker's violence and rage. An investigation into a homicide was started. For the Garland Police Department, the initial investigation into Barbara Villarreal's murder was a difficult and complicated procedure. It was evident as soon as they got to the crime scene that this case would call for painstaking attention to detail and unwavering resolve. With furniture overturned and personal belongings strewn all over the floor, the house was in a state of chaos that suggested a violent struggle. Several areas had bloodstains, indicating Barbara had put up a valiant fight against her assailant. To record the scene, investigators collected blood samples, removed fingerprints from different surfaces, and took a ton of pictures. A big kitchen knife that was thought to have been used in the murder was sealed as evidence and sent for forensic analysis. Nevertheless, the technology available at the time made it difficult to draw firm conclusions from the evidence. It simply wasn't adding up. Something was missing. Police interviewed a large number of neighbors, friends, and family members in the days after the murder. Barbara was described by close friends and family as a loving, kind person who had no known enemies. Nonetheless, some claimed she had been involved in a few family conflicts, which made police wonder if there might have been a personal motivation for the crime. As investigators continued their investigation, they discovered startling information about the family. Although many saw Barbara and Domingo as a happy couple, others witnessed them fighting regularly and dealing with serious problems. Their relationship was viewed differently by those who knew them. At first, the police thought Domingo might be a murderer. He was exonerated following a rigorous interrogation, but the investigation came to a standstill because Domingo was no longer a suspect. They had no additional suspects, no evidence, and no fresh leads. The investigation stalled, and the police had no idea what to do next. A faint blood trail discovered outside the house was the only hint, but it didn't belong to Barbara or Domingo. Detectives were left wondering who could have committed such a horrible crime, because this enigmatic blood was the only indication that a killer was present. The loss devastated Domingo and Barbara's family. They struggled to find peace, as the graphic picture of her death tormented them. Fearing that anyone could be the victim of such a horrible crime, the community was also rocked. The suffering and uncertainty were exacerbated by the lack of answers. It took a pivotal discovery to reveal the truth about her untimely death, so the case remained a mystery. It was challenging for investigators to make meaningful progress because of the dearth of eyewitnesses and hard evidence. Blood samples provided no useful information, and fingerprints taken from the crime scene did not match anyone in databases that were currently in use. The police were left with a number of unsolved questions and dead ends. The case started to lose steam as the weeks stretched into months. The investigation's initial enthusiasm faded, and it encountered many difficulties. Despite their continued cooperation with the police and their intense desire for answers, Barbara's family's optimism for a speedy resolution started to fade. The case was never entirely dropped, even though there was no progress. Regular reviews were carried out by the Garland Police Department, which went over the evidence again and spoke with important witnesses again. The case was still unresolved, though, and there were no fresh leads or discoveries. 2 years later, in 1988, Domingo lost his life in a shootout in Mexico, bringing tragedy once more. Detectives learned a startling fact after his death. Domingo Villarreal had been using a stolen identity. Fingerprint analysis revealed that his true identity was Jesus Canales. Barbara's parents told police in 1994 that weeks after the murder, Jesus Canales had called them from Mexico and said he had killed one of the victims and was pursuing the other, Liborio Canales of Rodeo, Mexico. Domingo was charged with orchestrating Barbara's murder with the assistance of 2 family members, but because there was insufficient evidence, police were unable to draw any firm conclusions. Detectives also spoke with a neighbor who claimed to have discovered Domingo in her kitchen a month prior to the murder. Later, she realized her kitchen knife was gone. She verified that the missing knife was the same one when detectives showed her a picture of the murder weapon. The Villarreal case became one of many unsolved murders as the years went by. The police department, however, was adamant about solving the case and refused to give up. Public assistance was requested through media appeals. The investigation was given a much-needed boost when a cold case team was brought in to offer new insights and creative expertise. Every tip, no matter how small, was followed by the police department, which worked tirelessly. Over the years, Garland police detectives and the FBI followed up on a number of leads in Mexico and the United States, officials said. However, no noteworthy discoveries were made until 2022. A major development in 2022 was brought about by advances in DNA technology. Detectives were able to re-examine the evidence with new eyes thanks to this creative tool, which gave the investigation new life. Investigators were able to use extensive public genetic databases to find possible relatives of the suspect through investigative genetic genealogy, which blends DNA testing with conventional genealogical research. Detectives could gradually identify the criminal by comparing DNA samples taken from the crime scene with these databases. The potential reward was huge, but the process was time-consuming. Barbara's family and everyone else who had suffered the loss of a loved one to violence had hope because this potent tool had already solved a number of cold cases across the country. Police reopened the Villarreal case in 2022. The case was about to take a drastic turn, and the possibilities seemed endless with the development of DNA technology. Now, investigators could examine small samples, make connections between disparate pieces, and find buried clues. The Garland Police Department used cutting-edge DNA technology to solve the long-standing mystery in 2023, a year filled with revelation. Surprisingly, a DNA sample from the crime scene was matched to Liborio Canales after police retested every sample. Investigative genetic genealogy, which followed Canales' family tree and helped identify him as the suspect, made this discovery possible. An incredible twist came to light after more research. Domingo Villarreal had a brother named Liborio Canales. Even more startling was the fact that Jesus, Domingo had never told Barbara or the police that he had a brother. Liborio Canales was taken into custody by the Lovington Police Department on Tuesday, July 18, 2023, without any opposition. On a federal murder warrant, he was arrested and checked into the Lea County Detention Center. It was found by the police that he had left the country 2 days after killing his sister-in-law, Barbara. He had come to the United States from Mexico to celebrate his birthday with his family, not realizing that he was being pursued by police, which is why his arrest was successful. Authorities in New Mexico and the Garland Police Department worked together to make the arrest. Investigators had been following Canales around, and they quickly caught him when he crossed the border. Canales was taken into custody without incident and did not resist arrest. After that, he was taken for additional interrogation and processing. Liborio Canales eventually broke under the strain of interrogation and admitted to the horrible crime that had remained unsolved for almost 40 years. He came clean about the shocking reality of what actually transpired on that fateful day, because the weight of his secrets had become too much to bear. Canales claims that a family argument that had gotten out of hand was the driving force behind Barbara's heinous murder. Even though the specifics of the conflict are still unknown, it is clear that tension had been rising for a while before a tragic altercation. Authorities were able to assemble the evidence and create a compelling case against Canales thanks to his confession. Later, he was accused of killing Barbara. The legal proceedings proceeded swiftly because of his advanced age and the overwhelming evidence against him. Canales would ultimately be held accountable for his deeds, providing Barbara's family with closure and the community with justice. Given the seriousness of the accusations, the judge set Canales' bond at $1 million. After being deported to Texas, Canales was subjected to additional legal proceedings. An important first step toward taking responsibility for his actions was his booking into the Dallas County Jail on August 18. Canales received a 20-year prison sentence after his extradition and booking. This sentence probably means he will be incarcerated for the rest of his life because of his advanced age. After waiting for justice for almost 40 years, Barbara's family felt a sense of closure after the sentencing. The case demonstrated how crucial cold case units are, and how DNA technology can be used to solve even the most difficult cases. It also gave families of other unsolved crimes hope. According to Barbara's mother, the way the Villarreal case was resolved had a big influence on how investigations were conducted. The Barbara Villarreal case serves as an example of the effectiveness of tenacity and creativity in criminal investigations. Through the unwavering efforts of law enforcement and the revolutionary potential of DNA technology, a cold case that appeared destined to go unsolved was turned into a tale of justice. The knowledge gained from this case will continue to direct and motivate those committed to cracking cold cases and providing closure to families as we move forward. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, Don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever questioned how well you actually know the neighbors? What's behind their warm grins and informal salutations? Psychologists and investigators concur that people with psychopathic tendencies are more likely to commit violent crimes, but there are no clear rules for spotting potentially dangerous people among your acquaintances. The beginning of this eerie case involves Brian and Beverly Mauck, an apparently ideal couple whose lives appeared to be straight out of a fairy tale. They enjoyed traveling and spending time together, were financially stable, and were incredibly in love. However, when they relocated to a different neighborhood, everything was different. Beverly and Brian were found dead in their house shortly after they had moved in. Investigators were immediately directed to a nearby residence by blood evidence found at the scene. Even the most experienced detectives were taken aback by the motivation behind this heinous act. Brian and Beverly Mauck's love story. At a party hosted by a mutual friend in the spring of 2001, Brian and Beverly first crossed paths. They were both college students at the time, but it was obvious they had discovered something unique as soon as their eyes met. They were inseparable after their initial mutual admiration swiftly developed into a strong bond. The couple visited each other's families in turn that summer, introducing their partners to their parents and being forthright about their sincere intentions. The relationship was immediately approved by both families, who noted how well the two complemented one another. From an early age, Beverly and Brian had been active and daring. They were never satisfied to remain motionless for long and thrived on sports, thrills, and novel experiences. Beverly was a gifted athlete who loved learning new languages, played guitar effortlessly, and was an excellent baseball and track star. She was loved by both her peers and her friends, and her bright smile could light up any space. Sports that were riskier and more unusual had always appealed to Brian. He was passionate about rock climbing, surfing, and diving, and he loved taking risks. A true adventurer at heart, he saw danger not as a threat, but as a challenge he was always ready to face. Every year, he tried to visit a new place and learn a new skill. When Brian and Beverly first saw and spoke to each other, they immediately realized they were on the same wavelength. This became the starting point for their intense and fulfilling relationship. Together, they climbed mountains, skied and snowboarded, went scuba diving, and conquered waves and peaks alike. Despite their whirlwind romance and seemingly perfect relationship, the couple wasn't in a rush to get married. They both wanted to finish their education first. Once they graduated, they focused on saving for a house. Brian began building a career at an industrial company, and Beverly got a job as a hotel administrator, where her language skills were invaluable. On May 15, 2006, the couple officially tied the knot. They held a beautiful ceremony by the ocean, inviting only their closest family and friends. Afterward, they went on a long honeymoon, visiting several countries. When they returned, Brian and Beverly purchased a spacious home in the quiet town of Graham in Clearfield County, Pennsylvania. The house was located in a scenic and sparsely populated area near a forest and a river. It was a perfect place to start their family and enjoy a peaceful life. Brian worked as an engineer at a branch of a large industrial company, while Beverly focused on translation work and decided to pursue a second degree. The couple quickly got to know their neighbors and made friends in their new town. Unfortunately, their happy and carefree life didn't last long. A startling incident in a quiet neighborhood. Around 8 a.m. on Saturday, November 17, 2007, Brian's friend Steven showed up at the couple's home. That morning, the two were going fishing. When Steven knocked on the door, no one answered. Steven knocked more loudly and waited, thinking that Brian had likely overslept, but there was no sound in the house. Steven made the decision to wait in his car for roughly half an hour while making several unsuccessful attempts to call Brian, but his calls were not answered. Frustrated and feeling a bit upset that his friend might have changed plans without telling him, Steven eventually left to fish on his own, since he had all the necessary gear with him. Later that day, still unable to reach Brian or Beverly, Steven decided to return to their house once again. There was no answer at the door. This time, Steven decided to walk around the property and look through the windows. he was starting to feel uneasy. Brian was a responsible and punctual person who wouldn't just disappear without notifying anyone. When Stephen reached the garage, he looked through a small window and saw that the couple's car was parked inside. This made him even more anxious, but he tried to push away any bad thoughts. Moving to the living room window, he attempted to see inside, but as it was already getting dark outside and the house lights were off, it was hard to make anything out. What he could see, however, left him deeply alarmed. The TV was lying face down on the floor, and just beyond it, something large and unmoving was on the ground. Stephen rushed back to his car to grab his fishing flashlight, switched it on, and directed the beam into the living room. What he saw froze him in terror. On the floor lay two bodies, partially covered with a blanket that was soaked through with blood. One bare foot stuck out from one side, and a hand was visible on the other. Horrified, Stephen immediately called emergency services to report what he had seen. He waited for law enforcement to arrive, staying by the house of his friends. When officers arrived, Stephen was the first to be interviewed. He recounted everything he knew about the day and expressed deep regret that he hadn't checked the windows earlier that morning when neither Brian nor Beverly answered his knocks or calls. Examining the crime scene, the front door wasn't locked, nor was it forced open, which immediately raised suspicions. Inside, in the living room, the lifeless bodies of the homeowners were discovered. Both had been dead for at least 12 hours. Based on initial observations, the cause of death was determined to be gunshot wounds inflicted by a large caliber weapon. Each victim had been shot 3 times, leaving no chance of survival. The precision of the attack indicated that the assailant was determined and deliberate. But why? There were no signs of theft, personal belongings, cell phones, and even cash were untouched, ruling out robbery as a motive. There were no signs of struggle, and apart from the gunshot wounds, the bodies showed no evidence of other injuries or aggression. Investigators were left with the chilling impression that this was either a calculated execution or a deeply personal act of vengeance. However, according to witnesses, the couple had no known enemies or unresolved conflicts. The bodies had been moved after the crime, as evidenced by drag marks smeared with blood across the floor. The perpetrator had clumsily attempted to clean up, leaving smeared blood trails and splatters on the walls and furniture, indicating where the victims had been during the attack. 6 spent shell casings were found at the scene. Surprisingly, the assailant hadn't bothered to collect them. Later, forensics verified that a .22 caliber revolver was used to fire the shots. Investigators came to the conclusion that a single perpetrator most likely shot both victims using the same weapon. The lock remained intact, indicating that the couple had voluntarily allowed the guest inside. Investigators speculated that Brian may have answered the door, identified the guest, and granted them entry. He may have turned toward the living room after inviting the individual inside, but the moment he did, the attacker produced a gun and fired 3 close-range shots into Brian's back. One of the bullets left his body and hit the TV screen, knocking it to the ground. Beverly probably came out of the bedroom because of the noise. She attempted to flee when she noticed her husband lying in a pool of blood and the attacker standing close by. Unfortunately, she didn't get very far before she was killed in the hallway after being hit in the back by 3 bullets. Later, her body was pulled into the living room and set next to Brian's. The fact that both victims were still in their pajamas suggests that the crime was committed while they were asleep in the early hours of the morning. It was still unclear why the attacker had wrapped a blanket over the bodies. The drag marks on the floor were smeared, giving the impression that someone had attempted to clean them but had instead made the situation more chaotic. It appeared as if someone had attempted to sweep away a sizable bloodstain that was close to the body. Investigators discovered a long-handled plastic broom behind the couch, its bristles matted with dried blood. But the reason the broom handle was left at the scene was because the criminal had carefully cleaned it of fingerprints. The reason for the broom's use quickly became apparent. The criminal had been carefully cleaning the floor in an attempt to remove bloody shoe prints. Similarly, palm prints and smudged fingerprints were discovered on door handles, furniture, and walls, making identification impossible. Experienced forensic investigators were aware that the longer a criminal remained at the scene, the more likely it was that they would leave behind something incriminating, even if the attacker made an effort to clean up and hide their tracks. Their intuition was right. They discovered a crucial clue. a partial boot print on the blanket that covered the victims' bodies. Because it wasn't blood-stained, the print wasn't immediately noticeable. Rather, the tread pattern showed on the fabric underneath it, and it was imprinted where there was only a thin layer of blood on the floor. After sending the blanket to a lab, forensic experts determined that the tread belonged to a rare type of heavy-duty work boots with a unique sole design. After more research, it was discovered that a Clearfield County construction company had recently bought multiple pairs of these exact boots. With this lead, investigators started questioning company employees in an effort to reduce the number of possible suspects on their list. Detectives discovered a palm print on one of the surfaces of the house in addition to the shoe print. There was optimism that the case would be resolved in a matter of days, and it appeared to be a breakthrough. Nevertheless, no matches were found when the print was scanned through law enforcement databases. This implied that the offender had no past records and had never had their fingerprints taken by the police. The initial suspect, Stephen, the friend who had found the bodies and alerted the police to the crime, was, of course, the first suspect. Suspicion was aroused by the fact that he had been to the crime scene twice that day, but Stephen clarified that he didn't call the police until later because he had thought earlier in the morning that Brian and Beverly were just sleeping. Stephen was shocked and furious to learn that he was a suspect. He had no alibi because he said he had been fishing by the river by himself for almost the whole day, where no one else had seen him. Nevertheless, his timeline was confirmed by investigators using traffic camera footage. As he had described, the recordings verified that he had traveled to and from the fishing site during the day. Stephen was further exonerated by fingerprint analysis, as tests for gunshot residue on his skin and clothing revealed no evidence, and his prints did not match any recovered from the scene. Furthermore, the boot prints were not the same size as Stephen's shoes, and he had no affiliation with the construction company that had bought the boots. All suspicions against him were abandoned, since there was no proof linking him to the crime. An unexpected observer. In the meantime, detectives interviewed neighbors extensively in an attempt to locate witnesses. They eventually received a promising lead when they knocked on the door of Daniel and Jennifer Tabaris, who lived across the street from the Mocks. When they called, Daniel said he was happy to answer their questions, but that his wife Jennifer was at work. He disclosed that at approximately 5:30 a.m., he now knows that the strange noises he heard from the Mauck's house on the day of the crime were gunshots. Daniel, intrigued but wary, had noticed a white pickup truck parked close to the Mauck's home through his window. He was positive the car was not the couple's. Two men left the Mauck's home a few minutes after the loud noises were heard. The low light just before dawn made it difficult for Daniel Tavares, the witness, to get a clear view of them, but he gave a thorough account of the white pickup truck's driver that was parked close to the house. Daniel reported that the driver was a white man of about 40 years of age, with a sturdy build, long dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, and a mustache. Additionally, he saw a tattoo on the man's left hand, though he was unable to discern the design. No other neighbors reported seeing anything similar, despite the fact that this information seemed promising. Brian and Beverly's friends, family, and co-workers were unable to name anyone in their social circle who fit this description or had a truck like that. The fact that the car was not visible on any local traffic cameras further suggests that the criminals may have evaded detection by taking a detour through the woods. A county-wide alert was issued for the white pickup truck, but no leads were found. A fresh suspect surfaces. In an interview with detectives, Beverly's mother recalled that a few months prior to the crime, her daughter had brought up Jeremy Flint, a neighbor. Law enforcement had been keeping an eye on Jeremy, a 22-year-old man, for dealing illegal substances. Other neighbors had made disparaging remarks about him, and his home was notorious for being visited by suspicious people on a regular basis. Because of this, investigators began to think about him as a possible suspect in the heinous double crime. Jeremy wasn't home when the police came to visit him. At first, they believed he might have run away after committing the crime. After interviewing more neighbors, it was discovered that Brian and Beverly had thrown a small party at their house just before the tragedy. Jeremy had unexpectedly arrived, uninvited and under the influence of drugs. His actions were characterized as aggressive by witnesses. He incited arguments, insulted visitors, and harassed a few of the women. He eventually had to leave, but not before promising that the couple would come to regret what they had done. A cell phone and a gun with ammunition that had been kept in a pantry drawer were among the things that Brian and Beverly discovered missing from their house the following day. The couple chose to confront Jeremy because they were positive he was to blame. They visited his home and firmly but politely demanded the return of their belongings, threatening to call the police if they weren't given back. It might have been a risky error to make this rash threat against someone connected to illegal activity. Jeremy refused to return the items and denied stealing anything, but inexplicably the missing items turned up in the couple's backyard the next day. Beverly and Brian were certain that Jeremy had left them there overnight. Even though the incident seemed to be over, Beverly was still uncomfortable. She started urging her husband to think about relocating to a different neighborhood because she was afraid of being home alone. The alibi of Jeremy. When Jeremy eventually made it back to town, he was taken into custody by police to be questioned. He returned the day after the crime, but it soon became apparent that he had been out of town for almost a week. He had spent 6 days with his parents after traveling to another state to see them. He had been out drinking with friends the night of the crime, according to surveillance footage from a bar, and his alibi was supported by multiple witnesses. Furthermore, forensic analysis verified that Jeremy's palm prints and fingerprints did not correspond with those discovered at the scene. Jeremy was ruled out as a suspect because there was no evidence linking him to the crime. Recent advances in the case. The only witness in the case, Daniel Tavares, was contacted again in the hopes that he might remember something new after investigators had exhausted all other suspects and leads. Daniel's story abruptly changed during this follow-up visit. In addition to describing one of the men leaving the house with a scar on his cheek, he claimed to recall specifics about the clothing the criminals were wearing. Daniel had previously mentioned that the men's faces were hidden by hoodies, so this was a startling change. Daniel was asked to identify the window he had been looking through at the time of the incident by a detective. Despite the fact that it was daylight, the detective's analysis of the view revealed that it was still challenging to discern the specifics of a person across the street. It seemed unlikely that Daniel could have seen so much, given that the events had occurred in the early morning twilight. This disparity raised the possibility that Daniel had been lying all along. However, why? Was he personally responsible for the crime? Daniel produced a number of pairs of dress shoes, boots, and sneakers when investigators asked to see his footwear, but none of them matched the footprint discovered at the scene. Detectives began to examine Daniel more closely, however, as his story changed and his actions became more suspicious. A difficult history. The background of Daniel Tavares proved to be extremely disturbing. His life took a bad turn early on. He was born in 1966 as the youngest child in a military family. Daniel's mother took care of him and his 3 older sisters after his parents divorced when he was only 4 years old. Shortly after, his father got married again and showed little concern for his former spouse's kids. Daniel had left school by the 9th grade, started stealing, running away from home, and experimenting with illegal drugs. He was first arrested for robbery when he was 18, but then his estranged father stepped in and helped him get probation instead of going to jail. The father appeared to want to give Daniel another chance, possibly out of guilt. Even so, Daniel kept getting into trouble with the law over the years. He was always given light sentences for his offenses. Daniel's father tried to provide for him after he relocated to Florida in the late 1980s. In addition to trying to help Daniel find stable work, his father funded an expensive treatment program at a private rehabilitation clinic. However, Daniel was caught stealing and dealing drugs once more within 6 months. He was sent back to live with his mother after his father gave up this time. Daniel's dependencies had started to negatively impact his mental health by this time. He received a schizophrenia diagnosis and medication within a year, but Daniel hardly ever took his drugs as prescribed. Rather, he combined them with alcohol, which resulted in violent and hazardous outbursts. A case of violence. During a fight with his mother in July 1991, Daniel snatched up a knife and attacked her, wounding her almost 30 times. At the scene, she passed away. Daniel stated during his trial that he was influenced by voices in his head that told him to kill her. Psychiatrists appointed by the court, however, concluded that Daniel was legally liable because he had been aware of his actions. He received a 20-year prison sentence. Daniel served less time than the entire sentence and was released on parole in 2006. Daniel Tavares started communicating with Jennifer Freitas while incarcerated, and the two eventually fell in love. Jennifer awaited his release and they were married as soon as he was granted parole. Around the same time as the Mauk couple, Daniel moved into her house in Graham, a small town. Daniel broke the conditions of his parole by moving to a different state. He ought to have been taken into custody right away, but a technical glitch and police carelessness kept that from happening. Even after detectives discovered a bloody handprint at the Mauk's crime scene, Daniel managed to avoid detection because his fingerprints were inadvertently deleted from the criminal database. It was as if everything was somehow conspiring in his favor. Daniel briefly worked for a construction company that bought the rare work boots connected to the crime, according to additional investigation, but there was not enough hard evidence for detectives to make an arrest. They had to carefully construct their case so as not to alert Daniel or Jennifer, his possible accomplice. Placing the trap. Daniel was asked to come to the police station on November 24, 2007, ostensibly to help with composite sketches of possible suspects. He enthusiastically accepted and enthusiastically described and assisted in drawing portraits of people he had made up entirely for about an hour. He was preoccupied when a second officer walked in and remarked nonchalantly that in order to rule Daniel out as a suspect, they needed to get his fingerprint. After some hesitation, Daniel finally consented, certain that there would be no evidence of his presence at the crime scene. The officer casually mentioned that investigators had discovered an unidentified bloody handprint at the Mauk's residence after fingerprinting. Daniel tensed visibly and started to explain that his prints might have been left at the Mauk's house because he had been friendly with them and frequently visited them. The officer calmly replied that there was no reason to be concerned because the handprint was bloody and obviously that of the criminal. The discussion then turned to Daniel's past by a second detective. Daniel confessed to killing his mother after he brought up the crime for which he had served time. Unexpectedly, Daniel started to describe the horrifying specifics of that crime with icy fervor. He gave off the air of a real psychopath, grinning as he explained what he had done. Forensic experts were comparing Daniel's prints to those recovered from the crime scene in the meantime. Detectives presented Daniel with the evidence after the results showed a perfect match. Anger immediately replaced his arrogant manner. However, officers handcuffed him and placed him under arrest before he could lash out. Daniel was forced to confess and assist investigators due to the overwhelming evidence against him. He clarified that he had spent hours drinking and using potent drugs at a bar the night before the crime. The bar staff threw him out and threatened to call the police when he ran out of money to pay his tab. Daniel Tavares was furious when he remembered that he had given his neighbor Brian Mauk a tattoo as a friendly gesture the month before. Daniel, however, arbitrarily demanded $50 for the service after deciding that he should be paid for his labor. At 5 in the morning, armed with his revolver, he arrived at the Mauk's home while they were still sleeping together when Brian opened the door. Irritated by the early visit, Daniel's demand for money was there. Perplexed and irritated, Brian declined, instructing Daniel to return once he had calmed down. However, Daniel insisted. Brian decided it would be simpler to pay in order to defuse the situation, so he went to another room to get the money. Daniel took offense at a comment he made as he was leaving. Daniel became indignant at this. In an instant, he pulled out his gun and shot Brian 3 times in the back. Beverly was awakened by gunfire and went outside to investigate. She saw Daniel standing with a gun over her husband, who was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. She attempted to flee back to the bedroom after realizing the danger, but she was shot 3 times in the back before she could do so. Upon acknowledging the seriousness of his actions, Daniel returned home and asked his wife Jennifer to assist in cleaning up the crime scene. Sadly, Jennifer didn't appear shocked by what he did. Together, they carried Beverly's body into the living room, set it next to Brian, and wrapped a blanket around them both. Jennifer proposed erasing the bloody footprints with a broom. Additionally, she carefully cleaned surfaces to get rid of fingerprints, but she overlooked one important one. After cleaning was completed, Daniel threw the murder weapon into a nearby river. The revolver was never found, despite investigators' best efforts. The fallout. Daniel Tavares received a life sentence without the chance of release. Jennifer, his wife, expressed profound regret, saying she had aided Daniel because she was afraid for her own safety. She only received a 1-year prison sentence for tampering with the evidence. A terrible discovery was made in 2015 by new homeowners remodeling the house where Daniel had previously resided with his mother. They discovered human remains when they were digging in the backyard. The remains were identified by forensic analysis as belonging to a young neighbor who vanished in 1990. Investigators found that Daniel had been attracted to the woman romantically, but had reacted violently and fatally when she turned him down. Her body was interred in his mother's backyard, where it was kept secret for many years. Daniel was given a second life sentence for this offense. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At this point, a single horrifying discovery validated the police officer's worst fears. A psychotic murderer was at large. The murderer believed he had escaped, but he was unaware that he had been captured on camera. The police discovered a lead that would turn the case around just when it appeared to be unsolvable. But the first chapter of his dark tale exposed a horror so unthinkable that it rocked even the most infamous offenders to their foundation. On April 7, 2016, at 7:36 p.m., a homeless woman in Pasco County, Florida, dialed 911. She had discovered something she would never forget while searching for cans. The suspected area was in the vicinity of Newport Richey's Woodlands. Matthew Adamo, the Pasco County Sheriff, was scheduled to look into the report. Detectives initially thought it was a homeless altercation gone wrong, but they quickly discovered they were dealing with something far more sinister. The caller, who was questioned by detectives, stated that a man's headless body was found next to a shopping center and a community of mobile homes. She immediately fled again, preventing the scene from becoming contaminated. The investigative team split up into two groups after verifying that the body was indeed in the wooded area. One was to find evidence, and the other was to secure the body. They hoped to find something gruesome that might have been captured on camera at the Metro PCS store, which was fortunately the closest location. The majority of the CCTV footage had been deleted when the staff member led them to the room where it was being recorded. Everything on the camera had been deleted because the building had just been purchased by new owners on Friday. Meanwhile, another group of police officers cleared the path to the body and secured the area. Finding the victim and making preliminary inferences were their top priorities. The investigators were on the verge of discovering something that would completely change the course of their investigation. They had an idea of who the deceased might have been as soon as they discovered the body belonged to a woman. Just over a mile from the forested area, in October 2015, 21-year-old Brooklyn Peck was reported missing. Her case was declared unsolved by the police following a protracted investigation. The hope of finding Brooklyn safe and sound had faded along with the exhaustion of the search for her. However, after 6 traumatic months, Brooklyn's family once again hoped to find some sort of closure when the recently discovered body was reported on the news. However, the coroner's report, which would be obtained once forensics had safely removed the body and performed tests, was necessary to confirm whether it was Brooklyn. However, all of that had to wait until the crime scene was thoroughly examined, and the body's ambiguous location was making things more difficult. They were eventually able to examine the body up close at approximately 9:05 p.m. The officers had no idea that they were going to come across one of the most devastating discoveries of their lives. Since she was still wearing jewelry, the investigators concluded that it wasn't a robbery gone wrong. Her face had been so severely mutilated that it was unrecognizable, and her clothing was pulled over it. Her torn stockings further raised suspicions among the police that this crime scene was more than a landfill. This was the precise location where the victim had died. They had brought her here and killed her. It was extremely unsettling to consider that another person would do this to someone and abandon them without a sense of identity, purpose, or concern. They were certain that the investigation would not be simple. The victim had endured the most terrible final moments, whether or not it was Brooklyn. In actuality, the detectives had never seen a more heinous case of sexual assault. The medical examiner's office eventually informed them that blunt force trauma to the head was the cause of death. The investigators were aware that they had seen the aftermath of a deranged, unsettling fantasy. The real, unsettling tale would begin to take shape here. Their best guess for the Jane Doe's identity was Brooke Lynn Peck. The detectives immersed themselves in Brooke Lynn's case file while the body was prepared for forensic examination. They discovered something grim there. They found a physical characteristic that made it impossible for the body to be Brooke Lynn, even before the forensic report disproved the link between the body and Brooke Lynn. This was just one of the many twists that made this case feel like a movie. The tip of the recovered body's left pointer finger was still present, but Brooke Lynn's was missing. They now understood that Brooke Lynn Peck was not the deceased. They felt a wide range of emotions upon learning that this was not Brooke Lynn. They had been hoping for some closure, so they went from being relieved and happy that it wasn't her to feeling sad that it wasn't her. The effort to positively identify Jane Doe was a complete failure. Searching through the month's missing persons reports until they discovered a good match was the next difficult task. In an effort to identify the woman, and if at all possible, provide closure to yet another family in need of answers, they launched a thorough search through recent missing persons reports. After searching through the documents, they eventually discovered a match, a woman who had been reported missing just a few weeks earlier and who looked remarkably similar to the body they had found. The detectives realized they were starting a completely new investigation after making this identification. Judith Terrianos, age 52, was the owner of the body. The family of this grandmother, who had been missing for more than a month, was in the same state of desperation as Brooke Lynn's. They were aware that it would take a careful balancing act between forensic accuracy and unwavering resolve, and maybe a little bit of luck, to find out what had happened to this woman. Their attention now turned to discovering the truth about Judith's terrible fate, even though Brooke Lynn's case was still pending. Newport Richey was not Judith's home. She was only a guest. She had gone there to visit a friend who was fighting cancer with another friend. Unfortunately, she never came home. Born in September 1963, Judith Terrianos was originally from Maine. When she was younger, she frequently took family vacations to Greece because she loved to travel. The 52-year-old who had volunteered at a bookstore and worked at a nursing home in the past was said to be a kind and compassionate individual. In February 2016, the mother of three had gone to Florida to take care of a sick friend. By obtaining a fingerprint from the deceased, the medical examiner's office was able to identify the person as Judith Terrianos. The CCTV footage collected from the area gave detectives a vital lead when they eventually identified Judith, which gave the case new life. The detectives divided into groups. A couple of detectives went to a convenience store to get video, and a few others went to find her last known location. They focused on a convenience store and a number of nearby companies. She was seen buying alcohol at a nearby convenience store which she was known to frequent in the first surveillance footage they found. In the surveillance footage, they saw Judith and another individual buying her items at the time. She was seen in the video purchasing alcohol at a nearby convenience store with an unnamed man. That left the police with a suspect to pursue, one who might have the answers to this puzzling riddle. They were unsure whether the man was the cause of Judith's death or if he was just another acquaintance when they found the surveillance footage of her in the convenience store with him. He might be able to help them with the investigation. Since he was the last person seen with Judith, identifying him became the top priority. He wasn't registered, regrettably, because the DNA evidence taken from the crime scene didn't match anything in the database. With only a description and a picture of the man, the detectives had no choice but to search the neighborhood. In the hopes that someone would recognize their main suspect, they went back to the trailer park and knocked on as many doors as they could. All of them provided hazy descriptions, suggesting that they were either unaware of what had occurred or that they were unwilling to speak with the police. They came closest to a man named Grizzly, who possessed both evidence and information. He provided them with concrete proof and information that went beyond mere rumors. He told the police that although he didn't know the man well, he had provided him with a place to stay for a few days. Additionally, he told the detectives that the man had forgotten his bag. Because it directly connected the suspect's clothing to the scene, Grizzly's disclosure was a significant turning point in the case. But that was where Grizzly's knowledge abruptly stopped. He said that aside from the fact that the suspect appeared nervous, bordering on paranoid, and eager to get out of town, he didn't know much about him. Grizzly claims that although the man had discussed purchasing a one-way ticket to Chicago, he had not provided any personal information, not even his name. An unexpected lead was about to be given to detectives, and it developed in a way that added to the mystery's unnerving aspects. The police suspected that there might be a lead so significant that it would completely blow the case apart. They promptly gave him the assurance that anything he revealed would be treated with the highest confidentiality and protection, because they were at a pivotal point in their investigation. Stefan was the first to speak. Stefan knew the mystery man as well as Judith. His name, Stefan said, was Timothy. Timothy had mentioned his interest in Judy while they were together at a convenience store. The investigators had never been closer to the truth, thanks to Grizzly's evidence linking the mystery man to the scene, and Stefan's now implied willingness to divulge something significant. Something Stefan was about to reveal would finally solve the mystery once and for all. Even though the mystery man had finally been identified, Stefan had more in store for us. Police had found a bottle of rubbing alcohol at the scene. They were unaware of its significance at the time. They now knew that in an effort to hide his identity by destroying the DNA, he had poured rubbing alcohol on her body. The man was recognized by Stefan as Timothy Johnson. After expressing interest in Judith, Timothy's feelings would take a deadly turn in a matter of hours. The detectives were on the verge of making a discovery that would completely change the course of events. For them, it marked a significant turning point. After investigating Timothy Johnson's background, detectives discovered that he had been arrested 4 times in Florida for domestic abuse, aggravated battery, and twice for not showing up for court. Curiously, 3 weeks prior to the discovery of Judith's body, one of those arrests for aggravated assault occurred. He broke into a woman's house late at night after drinking too much. More significantly, though, this indicated that he was already under police arrest. Timothy Johnson lacked any genuine regret for his crimes and was incredibly heartless. With CCTV footage, witness statements, and evidence that placed him close to the crime scene, the detectives were now prepared to address the most pressing issue. Just the video evidence was important. Witnesses also recalled Timothy's unpredictable behavior and interactions with Judith in the days preceding her death, and it caught him close to the crime scene around the time of Judith's murder. As the pieces came together, the detectives were ready to construct a strong case because they knew that Timothy's violent past gave the current charges context and substance. When the detectives went to the prison to question the cold-blooded killer, the police thought they had finally located him, but they had no idea that this was only the beginning. Detectives discovered as they dug deeper that they were looking into a pattern of increasing violence rather than just one murder. Johnson's history of arrests suggested that he was used to getting away with grave consequences for his behavior. In June 2015, Timothy entered a no-contest plea for misdemeanor battery, adding to his criminal history. In December 2015, he was also accused of resisting a police officer and violating his probation. Timothy was arrested in January 2016 for using a knife to break into the home of his former roommate. The ex-roommate reportedly claimed that he had previously threatened to break up with her. Timothy, however, was set free in February 2016. Since he had been incarcerated since March 23, 2016, for a probation violation, the authorities didn't have to search far for him once Judith was located. He reportedly acknowledged having consensual sex with Judith, but withheld further details. However, other prisoners came forward with information stating that Timothy had described what had happened and confessed to killing Judith. They anticipated a confession, but they were taken by surprise. He didn't confess to his crimes until he was officially booked, charged with first-degree murder, and put inside the prison walls. But not to the investigators. He conversed with another prisoner instead. He smashed her face in and suffocated her to death, then went to a place that would make anyone's skin crawl. Timothy was merely idly sitting there. He was not in a panic. He wasn't going crazy. He appeared to have experienced nothing at all. Timothy used his victim's pilfered credit card to eat some waffles. Those who dared to imagine what he would do next would never be able to forget it. Timothy Johnson received a life sentence. By commemorating Judith Therianos, we pay tribute to her life and promote a society in which each person is treated with respect and dignity, preventing further victims of needless violence. Nothing really surprises the police, who always see the worst in people. The police were affected by this, even though it was sickening and unsettling. Some people experienced nightmares, not so much because of him, as because of how awful her final moments were. Investigators and the general public were left wondering, was he struggling with guilt, or was there a darker side to his selective silence? This confession's timing and nature sparked numerous debates. Timothy was ultimately convicted of first-degree murder and given a life sentence in October 2017. For the January 2016 incident, he was also found guilty on 2 counts of aggravated assault and sentenced to 5 years in prison each. According to prison records, Timothy is still a prisoner at the Union Correctional Institution in Rayford, Florida. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We take a look at events that happened in 2019 in the UK. On April 28, 2019, 39-year-old care worker Emma Faulds vanished under mysterious circumstances. After receiving a call from her family 2 days later, the police began a thorough investigation to find out Emma's true fate. 700 square miles had to be searched by the police. In 2019, Emma resided in Kilmarnock. Located in southwest Scotland's East Ayrshire, Kilmarnock is a town and former burgh. There was quiet and comfort in her home, and she was always followed faithfully by her dog Maverick. Emma led a quiet, measured life. In addition to having a good heart, she was well known among her neighbors for her ability to relate to everyone. Emma regarded her dog Maverick, a cute West Highland Terrier, as a son, and more than just a pet. They would enjoy the fresh air and the splendor of nature while taking long walks together in parks and woods. Emma visited her parents on April 25, 2019. Her father, Ian, 70, and mother, Margaret Faulds, 70, were thrilled to see their daughter. Emma always brought a sense of coziness and warmth to her visits with her parents. Emma's parents talked about their plans and memories during dinner. Even though she had heard these stories a lot, she always discovered something fresh and motivational in them. Her parents occasionally reminisced about Emma's early years and how the family used to go on picnics at the lake. The conversation at the table was informal and laid back. Immersed in the recollections of her carefree childhood, Emma shared their laughter. However, the discussion continued. In order to prepare for the future, her parents informed her that they would be traveling to Brighton to see relatives who resided there. Emma remarked to herself how her parents, in spite of their advanced age, made plans with ease and joy, still full of life and adventure. They continued their conversation over a cup of coffee in the living room after dinner. For Emma, this evening served as a reminder of the value of family, of the unseen thread that unites generations, and of what is genuinely important in life, in addition to being a chance to spend time with her loved ones. Nobody could have predicted that the family's tranquility would vanish in a matter of days. Emma informed her parents that on Sunday, April 28th, she would be meeting up with her friend Ross Willocks. Ross and Emma had been friends for 18 years. Both of them were wardens at Kilmarnock Prison when they first met. Emma wanted to visit Ross after telling her parents that he had adopted a dog from a shelter. Emma told her sister via text that she was going to have a bit of a mad one. Ross resided in Monkton's Fairfield Park. Emma texted a friend at around 8 p.m. to let them know she was at Ross's house, where she would be spending the night and enjoying a glass of wine. Emma's phone was referred to as an extension of her arm because she was typically in constant communication with her loved ones. However, Emma didn't text or call any of her family members or friends the following day. Margaret, her mother, said this was completely uncharacteristic. Emma's parents were in Brighton visiting relatives on April 30th. Emma's employers called her mother, Margaret, to inform her that her daughter had failed to show up for work. Emma's parents were immediately aware that something was amiss because she spoke to a friend or family member every day. "We were on edge and decided to report her missing because it was so unlike her," said her dad. Around 4:30 p.m. when police officers broke into Emma's apartment on Fullerton Street in Kilmarnock that day, they found her pet dog, Maverick, home by himself. A neighbor had heard Emma sobbing. Everyone knew Emma well enough to know that she would never leave her dog alone. Emma kept Maverick in a cage during his recovery from a recent operation on his cruciate ligament to prevent him from jumping and running around. The investigation, known as Operation Salsion, immediately focused on Ross Willox because he was the last person to see her alive. At approximately 11 p.m., Willox informed officers that Emma had made the decision to drive back to her apartment, which was less than 9 miles away. He claimed that while they were at his Moncton home, she became anxious about her recently operated dog and wanted to bring it home. They chose to visit her apartment. He claimed that after traveling with her, he took roughly a dozen lines of cocaine. According to Willox, Emma was cheerful and upbeat and was having fun. She was planning a cruise and discussing her upcoming 40th birthday. At around 7 a.m., he said, he took a taxi home. April 29. After Emma was reported missing, her sister, Myram Faulds, who works in Abu Dhabi, went back to Scotland to assist in the search. On May 1, 2019, she took a plane back to Scotland and started assisting with her sister's search. Emma vanished the following day, leaving a profound sense of unease and uncertainty in her wake. Her family launched a difficult and demanding search for her as soon as they couldn't get in touch with her. The police swiftly acted, coordinating with Emma's friends and relatives. Soon, informational pamphlets with Emma's picture were lining the city's streets. They asked that anyone with information about her contact the police, and they included information about her last known location. On social media, word of Emma's disappearance spread, and every post on her family page drew an increasing number of supportive comments and wishes for her safe return home. Desperate, Emma's family begged for assistance from the public every day. The authors wrote, "Any detail could be crucial. Please help us find Emma." The police also asked for assistance from the town's residents, realizing how urgent it was to solve the case. Private CCTV camera owners were asked to review their footage by detectives. Maybe something suspicious would be captured on camera, or perhaps Emma's figure would be glimpsed among the typical street scenes. A strong feeling of unease was mingled with both hope and fear. Everyone who knew Emma and cared for her, however, remained hopeful. The town was unified by the shared objective of locating Emma and returning her home, despite the fact that hundreds of total strangers did not remain uninterested. The police placed a high premium on gathering evidence related to Emma's disappearance. Every discovery might hold the key to the woman's unexplained disappearance, and every bit of evidence and witness statement added to the puzzle that investigators were attempting to solve. Every little detail had to be considered in their hard work. For detectives, every discussion with neighbors and family members became a source of fresh concepts and theories that might help explain Emma's fate. One of the key success factors was the investigative team's capacity to carefully examine the evidence. They were able to create a tenuous but significant series of events that ultimately led to Emma's demise because of their meticulous attention to detail and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Furthermore, it was critical that the investigators take into account both the psychological and physical evidence. They made an effort to learn more about Emma's personality, relationships with other people, potential enemies, and the reasons behind her actions that most people would find improbable. Emma's vehicle was essential to the chronology. At 5:39 p.m., dashcam footage showed the blue BMW 1 Series parked outside Ross Willox's residence. April 28. Emma's car was parked outside her house the following morning, but strangely it was parked on the other side of the street. Emma always parked her car directly outside her apartment because she suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder. When the police were able to obtain footage from a private CCTV camera, they were extremely fortunate to discover that Emma was not the driver of the car, but rather a man. Let's examine the video that was made public by the police. If you pay close attention, you can see the driver cleaning the dashboard and steering wheel of the vehicle. Investigators think Ross Willox was the driver of Emma's car and was aware of Emma's fate. After Emma was reported missing, her family and friends posted posters and handed out leaflets throughout Ayrshire. But Willox chose not to participate. Sarah Faulds, Emma's sister, told investigators that she spoke with Willox after Emma vanished, and he provided her with 2 different accounts of what transpired. "Hi Ross, I'm just wondering if she's still with you. No one's seen her," she texted Willox on April 30, 2019, to which he responded that she wasn't with him. In a subsequent message, Willox told Sarah that he had driven Emma home himself. When Sarah inquired about the time of her departure, he replied, "Sunday. Maverick was getting rowdy with my dog, Patty, and Emma was getting stressed." Experts started using CCTV and cell phone analysis to map Willox's movements as the hunt for Emma grew more intense. CCTV footage of Willox purchasing bleach, rubber gloves, and tins of outdoor disinfectant from multiple stores was found. When we put all those pieces of evidence together, it painted a suspicious picture of Ross Willox's movements. They also looked into his background and found that he had previously constructed wind farms in Dumfries and Galloway, close to the Galloway Forest, according to Detective Crombie. When cameras captured 2 trips to the region in the days after Emma vanished, this became crucial. The first was in his Mercedes SUV on April 29. The second was in a Jaguar he purchased for his wife, who was working overseas when Emma disappeared. Later, during the search of the Jaguar, a police dog trained to detect the smell of dead bodies repeatedly barked at the boot area, providing a positive indication. In addition to an officer with extensive local knowledge and experience working as a wind farm liaison, police also called in search specialists from the UK National Crime Agency. According to Detective Crombie, some areas of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest Park resembled the moon's surface. Willox's cell phone was examined by digital forensic specialists, who then superimposed the CCTV footage that was found on the routes he took in the 48 hours following Emma's disappearance. As previously stated, the police dog made a signal when searching Willox's Jaguar. Even though investigators knew Emma was dead, they still needed more solid proof to find Willox guilty. They had to locate Emma's remains. Police called for assistance from the public once more. The Mercedes on Monday, April 29, and the Jaguar on Tuesday, April 30, were both known to have been on the A714 Girvan to Newton Stewart Road. Detective Martin Fergus, who was in charge of the investigation, stated, "What Emma's family is going through is unimaginable, and our priority is to find her. I am thankful to members of the public who have been in touch and have provided us with valuable information which has led us to explore this area. I believe the A714 route is key to helping us find Emma, and I am appealing again to those who use this route regularly. Please take time to think back and consider if you saw a Mercedes or Jaguar car on this road, or parked up somewhere, or even off-road. If you have dashcam footage, please take the time to go through and check it. You may not realize it, but you could have captured footage of the vehicles in these locations, which could provide us with vital information and assist us in finding Emma." Since Willox was the sole suspect in the Emma Faulds disappearance case, he was constantly monitored by the police. Neil Moore, Ross Willox's best friend, gave the police another crucial lead. Moore claimed that after Willox requested to use his device, he noticed the searches on it. On May 8, 2019, Moore told prosecutor Paul Kearney that he discovered searches he had not made on his iPad. They included: do police put tracking devices on cars? Can cars be traced by GPS? And can UK police trace your car without a warrant? Willox was being watched when he was taken into custody at his mother's home on May 8 on suspicion of Emma's murder. Declaring that he had no idea where Emma might be, he entered a not guilty plea. The Galloway Forest is roughly 700 square miles in size. However, police were able to concentrate on a search area by employing specialized techniques. During Operation Salzan, in the search of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest area where Emma's body was suspected to be, police called in Professor Lorna Dawson. Among other things, the soil expert was asked to inspect Willox Timberland boots. On June 11th, Professor Dawson presented her findings. Emma's nude remains were discovered 24 hours later, concealed in a section of Glen Truel Forest that is not typically traversed by people. When comparing the soil that covered Emma's body to the boots, there was a 92% match. Another potential match from the forest site was discovered beneath the Jaguar car's wheel arch. As a wind farm project manager, Willox was familiar with the area, but he told police that he was only there to walk his dogs if they saw him. He was also located in and around the area by mobile phone analysis. According to Detective Pakalek, Bear, his dog, who was trained specifically to locate dead bodies, started barking, signaling that he had discovered something. To conduct additional investigation, the officer went back to the location. Pakalek put on sterile gloves and stated, "I lifted the vegetation to see if it was a body part or torso. I could see the lower portion of a naked body." A service was held at Holmesford Bridge Crematorium after hundreds of mourners paid their respects at Kilmarnock's New Lay Kirk. Maverick, Emma's West Highland Terrier, was leading the procession out of the church while sporting a blue bow tie. Emma's relatives posted on the family's butcher shop's social media page that they felt compelled to make a public statement. Only now. They claimed that during this incredibly depressing and agonizing time, they had received fields of flowers, hundreds of messages, and countless cards. This proves that there is a great caring community spirit in Kilmarnock and further afield, indeed worldwide, they stated. The Faulds family and Emma's dog, Maverick, signed off on the message, saying, "Thank you all so much for your support and kindness you have shown us during the past few weeks. We're not there yet, and it will be a long time until we get answers to all the questions that have been haunting us, but knowing that everyone is with us makes it easier to bear." Emma Faulds' murder has been charged against Ross Willicks. In addition, Willicks is accused of trying to thwart the course of justice by concealing Emma's body for several days before disposing of it in a forest, and by trying to conceal his alleged role in her demise from April 28 to May 8, 2019. According to the prosecution, he searched online for information on blood and how to disable vehicle tracking and disposed of Emma's clothes, belongings, and cell phone. Prosecutors also claim Willicks asked officers where Emma was and said he was concerned, leaving voicemails on her phone on multiple occasions while feigning to think she was still alive. Despite Emma's apparent neck injury, jurors were informed that her body was so decomposed that a pathologist was unable to determine what killed her. Dr. John Williams, a pathologist, testified in Glasgow's High Court that he examined Emma Faulds after her death, but because of the state of decomposition, Dr. Williams said he could only determine so much from her remains. He added that he was unable to pinpoint Emma's death date when questioned by prosecutor Paul Kearney. According to Dr. Williams's report, there were no significant natural diseases found, and she did not have any fractures to her arms, legs, or ribs. In response to the question posed by prosecutor Paul Kearney, "So nothing to point to a natural cause, but with the great caveat that your examination was affected by the state of decomposition?" Dr. Williams said, "That is right." It was discovered during the trial that Emma Faulds' toxicology samples included traces of alcohol and painkillers. The jury was informed that the cause of death must be declared undetermined after Dr. Williams read from his report saying, "In summary, the medical cause of death has not been established. The degree of decomposition has limited many aspects of the post-mortem." Joanne Cochran, a forensic scientist, described to the court how, while inspecting the BMW in September 2019, she removed a tape from a seat lever. It matched Ross Willicks' DNA profile, according to the expert. The trial also heard how blood was found in the accused's house. 2 tiny droplets that matched Ross Willicks' father's DNA profile were discovered. According to forensic scientist Joanne Cochran, no additional blood was discovered, but there was a tiny staining of contact blood elsewhere that was thought to match the accused. At the trial, Willicks had denied murder. In his version of events, he claimed to have left Ms. Faulds fit and well after partying with her for a while before they drove to her apartment in Kilmarnock, Ayrshire, which was about 9 miles away. Willicks' attorney, Donald Findlay, stated that it would not be suitable to offer any apologies on behalf of his client, who disputes his own responsibility. According to Findlay, he is not the kind of person I would have expected to have found himself guilty of a crime of murder. The murder of somebody that he knew and cared for. They cared for each other, not in any romantic sense, but as friends. Something catastrophic went wrong in the early hours of the morning and one life was lost. Margaret Faulds, Emma's mother, described the location of her daughter's discovery on the first day of the trial as, "No one would walk there or drive there. You would have to see it to believe how remote it was." Nevertheless, one individual went there with the intention of ensuring that no one would discover what he had done to his friend of nearly 20 years. Professor Lorna Dawson, a soil specialist, presented her results on June 11 after testing the Mercedes and Jaguar vehicles for soil and a pair of Willicks's Timberland boots. Search teams eventually located Emma after refocusing on damp, marshy areas as a result of Professor Dawson's analysis. She informed the trial that the deposition site was not a place you would typically walk through, and that there was no natural path to it. Her words, "You would avoid it." Professor Dawson stated that rather than originating from a similar common bog habitat, the soil recovered from the boots came from the deposition site. A jury convicted Willocks of murder and attempted obstruction of justice following a 6-week trial. Miriam and Sarah, Emma's distraught sisters and parents, were there to hear the decision. The judge stated to Willocks, "You know what the sentence for murder will be. It will be life imprisonment. Be under no misapprehension. This was a foul crime on a young woman loved by her family. You would have visited upon them a lifetime of wondering if she was still alive had her body not been recovered as a result of the sterling work by the police and experts. It was in such a remote place, and you had intended her body would never be recovered." Willocks showed no emotion as he announced the decision. The heartless murderer acknowledged that he was not involved in Emma's search. He maintained that the bleach bottles were not used to remove any traces of a crime, but rather to clean his decking. Only he really knows what caused Emma's death, and it's still unclear what transpired between them at his house that evening. Ross Willocks received a life sentence in prison in June 2021. Before he can apply for parole, he must serve 20 years in prison. Only you will know what happened in your house that night that led to you killing your friend. You were not as clever as you thought you were, Willocks was told by Judge Mulholland. In a statement issued following the guilty verdict, Emma's family stated, "We are absolutely devastated by Emma's death, and her not being with us has left a tremendous void in all our lives. We cannot believe she was taken from us in such a violent way. And what makes it even worse is that Ross Willocks was supposed to be her friend. The last 2 years have been the worst our family has ever experienced, culminating in a 6-week murder trial in the High Court in Glasgow, which ended earlier today. The conclusion, as you are probably aware, is that the man who murdered our beloved Emma has been found guilty. I feel, on behalf of my family, that I should use this message to thank everyone, friends, customers, and the wider community, for their fantastic support, kindness, and help when needed. We know we will never get Emma back, but we feel, with all the professionals involved in the case, we've got justice for her." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Faith Hedgepeth, then 19 years old, was discovered dead in her Chapel Hill apartment in 2012. When authorities started their investigation, they soon encountered a wall of uncertainty and dead ends. They were diverted by conflicting accounts from her closest friends and family, odd 911 calls, and false leads. Investigators were frequently left with more questions than answers. When a seemingly promising lead turned out to be a dead end, the case became colder as time went on and important pieces of evidence stopped making sense. The identity of Faith's killer remained a mystery despite constant efforts. Why did the inquiry stall so significantly, and who was responsible for her brutal death? Let's investigate this case. Unaware of the tragic turn their day would take, Rosario and her companion Marisol Rangel arrived back at their flat just before 11 a.m. on September 6, 2012. They called for Faith as they walked in, but the place was oddly silent. Uncertain of what to anticipate, they approached Faith's bedroom with trepidation. They were stunned by what they discovered. Faith's corpse was on the ground, partially wrapped in a blanket and covered in blood. 3 years after Faith was brutally killed in an apartment she shared with a friend by a killer who is still at large, there are still many unanswered questions and speculations surrounding this case. Shocked, Rosario called 911, her voice shaking as she described what she had found. Once vibrant, Faith was gone, leaving the friends to wonder forever, who could have done this, and why? We must examine the final hours of Faith's life in order to comprehend what transpired to get to this point. Around 5:45 p.m. on the evening of September 5, 2012, Faith went to a rush event for Alpha Pi Omega, a Native American sorority at the University of North Carolina. She met Rosario after departing at 7:15 p.m., and the two of them studied at the library until almost 9 p.m. Around this same period, Faith texted her father about her plans for the future. He still has the final voicemail he ever got from her saved. After returning to the flat at around 11:30 p.m., they went out once more, landing at The Thrill, a nightclub, at 12:40 a.m. They danced and socialized for around an hour and a half. Their departure was captured by security cameras. Since Rosario wasn't feeling well, they made the decision to return to the flat, arriving just as Faith's Facebook account was accessed. Faith's phone sent a text message to Rosario's ex-boyfriend Brandon Edwards at approximately 3:40 a.m. "Hey B, can you come over here please? Rosario needs you more." You know. Please let her know you care." 3 minutes later, the same phone sent another message that contained the word "than," which was thought to be a correction for a typo in the first message. The last known activity on Hedgepeth's phone was this text exchange. After that, Rosario attempted to get in touch with Edwards and then collegiate soccer player Jordan McCrary, but neither of them answered. Rosario thought Faith was asleep when she left the flat at 4:25 a.m. She stayed at a friend's place until the next morning. Rosario attempted to contact Faith once more at 10:30 a.m., but received no response. She contacted Marisol out of concern, and the two of them proceeded to the apartment where Faith's death was found. Who was in charge? Is Rosario Rangel or another person involved? Faith's cause of death is still unknown, but as the inquiry progresses, more information will become available. Faith Hedgepeth, a proud member of the Holly-Washapani Native American tribe, was born in 1992 in Warren County, North Carolina. After her parents divorced, Faith was raised by her mother, Connie, and she grew up in a difficult home. Connie, who had 3 children already, named her Faith because she thought it would give her the courage and optimism she needed to raise a 4th kid in a challenging situation. Faith was a good student in spite of these obstacles. As a cheerleader, honor student, and involved member of multiple clubs, she succeeded in high school. She attended the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill thanks to her diligence, which earned her a Gates Millennium Scholarship. Faith dreamed of becoming a teacher or a pediatrician and wanted to be the first member of her family to earn a college degree. Despite taking the spring 2012 semester off, she had a successful first 2 years at UNC Chach. She shared a Chapel Hill off-campus apartment with her friend Karina Rosario and Rosario's boyfriend Eric Taco Jones throughout that summer. But Karina and Eric had a violent relationship, and Faith assisted Karina in obtaining a protective order against Eric after he twice attempted to enter into their apartment. Eric lost his temper and even threatened to kill Faith if he couldn't reconcile with Karina. Faith's life had taken a dark turn, and even though she continued to have hope for the future, she found herself in a precarious situation. Faith's family was devastated by her passing. Faith's loss was unfathomable to her mother, who had already dealt with a lot of difficulties as a single mom raising her children. Having lost a sister who served as a support system and role model, Faith's siblings were also devastated. Her family was left to deal with her passing. She had been a bright, kind young woman with a bright future. In addition to being extremely personal, Faith's passing was a setback for the entire community, which had supported her aspirations and watched her develop. Her family was left feeling incredibly empty and unable to comprehend why someone so full of promise had been brutally ripped from them. The choice to start the investigation into Faith's death in secret sparked immediate criticism. In contrast to standard police practice, the Chapel Hill authorities took considerable care to conceal information. All records were sealed by a court order, and even the media's repeated requests for information were turned down. The police worked discreetly behind closed doors, gathering evidence from the incident without disclosing what they had discovered, while the community awaited answers. Semen and extracted DNA were the first important clues from the actual crime site. When the autopsy report stated that Faith had died from blunt force trauma to the head, most likely from a rum bottle, the question became even more complicated, even though it matched male DNA discovered elsewhere in the apartment. From the beginning, the police focused on one man, Karina Rosario's ex-boyfriend, Eric Taco Jones. He was a prime suspect because of his history of domestic abuse and his previous threats against Faith. "Forgive me for what I am about to do," Jones had even warned in a text message to a friend the night before the murder, and he later shared the same statement on Twitter. He altered his Facebook banner to a haunting precursor to what appeared to be an admission of guilt 3 days after Faith's death. "Dear Lord, forgive me for all my sins and the sins I may commit today." Police were unable to directly link Jones to the crime in spite of these warning signs. He provided a DNA sample, but it did not match the evidence gathered at the scene. No matches were found in additional DNA testing from other individuals, including those who had visited the local nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent time. After Jones was formally ruled out as a suspect, the inquiry appeared to come to a standstill. It appeared as though the puzzle pieces would be put together fast when the inquiry into Faith's death originally started, but as time passed, detectives discovered evidence that only made the mystery more complex. The disclosure of some anticipated and some surprising details suggested an incomprehensible level of intricacy. The 911 call, which would subsequently come under close examination, was a crucial piece of evidence in the case. After discovering her friends dead at their apartment, Karina Rosario called. Many found it strange that she only referred to Faith as her buddy during the call, never mentioning her by name. Reporter Tom Gasparovia questioned the legitimacy of the conversation, speculating that it might not have been Rosario but perhaps Marisol Rangel, whose voice sounded similar. Additionally, Rosario appeared abnormally hesitant during the conversation, despite the dispatcher's repeated requests for her to check Faith's respiration, Gasparovia noted. Was the individual who found the body truly as innocent as they appeared to be? Was the 911 call itself a hint? The people who were following the case started to have these types of questions. The odd information wasn't limited to the 911 call either. Confusion was further exacerbated by another important piece of evidence discovered close to the crime scene: a mysterious letter written on a piece of ripped paper. Written in a sloppy hand with a ballpoint pen, the message said, "I'm not stupid, bitch, jealous." Its rambling, angry writing appeared to be the result of a fit of wrath, but it was unclear what it meant. Why would someone leave a letter at a murder site? The ripped piece of paper seems to have come from a takeaway bag from Time Out, where Faith and Karina had eaten at that evening. However, was the note a spontaneous outburst or a private communication to Faith? When forensic specialists examined the note, they discovered that the handwriting was erratic. The word stupid, which was written much more clearly, was underlined by one, perhaps by someone attempting to hide their identity or deceive investigators. Even more concerning was the fact that the message seemed to be written before the murder because there was blood all around the room, and the note itself seemed free of blood. Why abandon it? Was it a deliberate deception or a hint? Reporter Tom Gasparelli speculated that Faith might not have been the intended recipient of the note. The murderer might have planted it to trick detectives. Was it a last desperate communication, or was it a lie? The note's emotional tone suggested intense annoyance or jealousy. Was it Faith or someone else that the murderer was angry at? Faith's own phone provided yet another horrifying piece of evidence in her case. Faith's phone unintentionally called a friend the night before she was murdered, recording a brief but unsettling chat. With background noise and muddled conversations, it initially appeared to be a simple pocket dial accident. However, when audio specialist Arlo West examined the call, he found some concerning snippets. West also claimed to hear a woman's voice saying, "I think she's dying," followed by a man's voice saying, "Do it anyhow." References to Eric and Rosie that seemed to connect the conversation to Faith's roommate Karina Rosario and her violent past with Eric Taco Jones were also heard. The call's timestamp of 1:23 a.m. coincided with the claimed time when Faith arrived at the club. Police initially brushed it off, thinking the call was simply background noise from a night out. However, West pointed out that there were several oddities, such as the unusual absence of typical nightclub sounds, which gave the scene a strange vibe. Did the call record the last seconds before Faith was killed? Or might it have been recorded earlier? These unresolved issues gave an already terrible case a troubling undertone. Investigators were left with more questions than answers as they combed through this perplexing evidence. Although these pieces of evidence were far from conclusive, they were sufficient to raise the possibility that the murderer may have left behind more than just tangible evidence at the site. They might have left a trail of psychological hints that, if the investigators could decipher their actual meaning, could tell us a lot about the killer's mental state. The public's annoyance increased while the case went unresolved. A $29,000 0-cents reward was given by the university, the Halawashaponi tribe, the local Crime Stoppers chapter, and the apartment complex where Faith had resided for any information that resulted in an arrest. It was believed that the reward would lead to a tip that would completely unravel the case. However, months and weeks went by with no improvement. There was still no breakthrough when Governor Bev Perdue increased the award by an additional $10.00. The probe was conducted in secret in the interim. The UNC student newspaper, the Daily Tar Heel, petitioned for the release of the secret documents in November 2012. The case remained sealed beneath a veil of silence when the court rejected their plea, despite publicly claiming that their daughter's death certificate verified she had been battered. Faith's family was also kept in the dark about several specifics. The town of Chapel Hill remained uneasy as the months passed. The FBI has created a profile of the male DNA recovered from the scene by January 2013. According to the authorities, this person had lived close to Faith, had expressed interest in her, and his actions had probably changed after the crime. The court nevertheless mandated that the records be kept secret in spite of this development. The public was left in the dark about the case, which appeared to be proceeding behind closed doors. The police didn't formally ask the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation for assistance until September 2013, a full year after Faith's passing. Chris Blue, the police chief for Chapel Hill, acknowledged that they had run out of options and that the case had gone cold. The murder of Faith was still a mystery, and the case files were still sealed. After 2 months, the inquiry took yet another unsettling turn. Publications such as the Tar Heel started to doubt the investigation's objectivity. Why hadn't the police pursued important leads? Although the police had never thoroughly searched the neighborhood, neighbors in the apartment building where Faith had resided said they had concerns about Eric Jones long before the murder. Only Faith's apartment had actually been completely examined. The other apartments in the complex, including the woods beyond the building, had not been looked at. When it was discovered that police had never examined security footage from the Thrills parking lot, a significant lost opportunity became apparent. The owner of the towing firm that was in charge of the parking lot, the nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent the night before the murder, had installed security cameras that may have recorded important footage. But it wasn't until almost 19 months after the incident that the police requested to view it. The court eventually ordered the records to be opened in 2014. Following a great deal of public pressure. Following the release of important papers by investigators, such as the search warrants and investigative notes, there was a flurry of media coverage. These documents demonstrated the extent, or lack thereof, of the police involvement in the case. They also offered the first glimpse of the chronology of events that preceded Faith's demise. The autopsy report was eventually released to the public in September 2014, over 2 years after the murder. It validated the suspicions of many. Faith had suffered severe physical abuse. Blood was discovered beneath her fingernails, indicating that she had retaliated against the severe blow to her head. Initially believed to be the key to identifying the murderer, the DNA recovered from the site remained a mystery. The question of who killed Faith Hedgepeth and why remained unanswered despite ongoing investigation. Unanswered questions became more pressing as the investigation progressed. Had the police conducted the inquiry improperly in the beginning? The most disturbing of all was the identity of the man whose DNA was discovered at the scene, and the reason behind Faith's murder. For years to come, these questions would still exist. Faith Hedgepeth's death remained a mystery for years, with many speculations but no conclusive solutions. One thing was certain: despite the speculation about suspects and motivations, Faith's killer was probably someone who knew her. According to Chapel Hill police, the murder was committed by a member of her UNC Chapel Hill social circle rather than at random. Investigators interviewed more than 2,000 people over the years, obtained 750 people's DNA, and reduced the number of potential suspects to 10. Chief Chris Blue stressed in 2016 that the case was still very much alive despite the lapse of time. In their quest for the truth, the police continued to concentrate on this core group. However, the issue still stood. What motivated the murderer to carry out such a heinous act, and who was the murderer? But on September 23, 2016, almost 4 years after Faith's passing, the case took even another unexpected turn as the inquiry proceeded to uncover. Unexpectedly, the Chapel Hill police announced that they had teamed up with Parabon Nanolabs, a genetic testing business that had created a device that could create physical representations of suspects using their DNA. This public image provided a unique look at the unidentified culprit and was solely based on the DNA profile found at the crime site. It wasn't a perfect portrait, of course. It was predicated on phenotyping, which is the process of predicting physical characteristics from an individual's genetic makeup. Snapshot: Parabin's technology uses DNA to forecast skin tone, freckles, eye and hair color, and even the shape of a person's face. The president of the organization indicated that, while their system could provide a remarkably high level of detail regarding a person's possible appearance, it was unable to forecast a person's height or weight. A man of mixed ancestry, mainly Native American and European with some Latino heritage, was the image produced by DNA analysis. In addition to having origins in Mexican, Colombian, and Iberian civilizations, he was probably dark-skinned, black-hailed, and freckle-free, with faint indications of South American and African heritage. The forecast provided a very accurate likeness and was made with over 80% confidence. Investigators were able to see a potential suspect for the first time thanks to this picture, but it also made them wonder, who was this person? Why had the police failed to identify them? And how did their DNA get to the crime scene? Notwithstanding this recent development, journalist Tom Gasparoli hypothesized in 2017 that the murderer might be a distant acquaintance of Faith's who harbored animosity or resentment toward her. When authorities began concentrating on Faith's roommate, Karina Rosario, this theory gathered traction. Since Rosario never mentioned Faith by name and only ever referred to her as a friend, her 911 call raised questions. Faith's texts to her ex-boyfriend that evening conveyed a sense of urgency over Rosario's need for him. Although Rosario claimed to have left the flat while Faith was asleep, there were questions raised regarding her account. Rosario remained silent and had moved away, but she kept in touch with investigators. Gasparoli made hints that she might be more knowledgeable than she was admitting and that she might have the secret to cracking the case. The question was whether the truth will ever be revealed for so long. A significant development in the case did not occur until 2021. A breakthrough in September 2021 would finally provide resolution after almost 10 years of mystery, but it also sparked new inquiries. Miguel Salguero Olivares, 28, of Durham, North Carolina, was taken into custody by Chapel Hill police after he had not been previously considered a suspect. Why was he arrested and what changed? DNA was the solution. In August 2021, Salguero Olivares was detained on a different charge of driving under the influence. However, the DNA found during his arrest would eventually link him to Faith Hedgepeth's murder. According to court records filed in January 2022, Salguero Olivares' DNA and the palm print on the murder weapon both matched those taken from the crime site. Even though the discovery marked a sea change in the case, the police were still hesitant to speak in public. Chief Blue informed the media that although Salguero Olivares had been taken into custody, the full narrative will take time to develop. Now, it was unclear how Salguero Olivares, an unidentified player in the case, had gotten involved. How did he relate to Faith? Although the arrest introduced a new level of intricacy to the case, it did not provide all the answers. Did Salguero Olivares have a close relationship with Faith, or was his involvement only incidental? What had motivated him to carry out such a horrific crime was maybe even more disturbing. Salguero Olivares is currently in 2024, awaiting his trial, and minimal information is available about him. New possibilities and previous ideas of Faith's death blended together as investigators examined Salguero Olivares' involvement. Did he have a deeper connection to her? Or was he just a stranger? What did that mean for Rosario and other suspects if he was involved? Roland Hedgepeth, Faith's father, conveyed his appreciation and thanked God for allowing him to see this event. Connie Hedgepeth, Faith's mother, assured the public that the truth regarding her daughter's passing will eventually come to light. While Salguero Olivares' arrest provided some clarification, it also sparked other inquiries. After years of research, the case remained mysterious, and the full tale was still unknown as it entered its second decade. Although the arrest didn't end the investigation, it did offer a new dimension and raise questions about whether this was the last piece, or merely a new development in an ongoing mystery. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The discovery of the victim's body is usually the first piece of information we receive after a murder. From that point forward, the police begin their investigation to determine what happened and who committed the crime. But not this time. In this case, the typical scenario was disrupted when the victim identified their assailant before he committed the crime. This story occurred recently, in early May 2022, in the city of Peleón Norte de Santander Department, one of Colombia's 32 departments. In this city, there lived a 16-year-old girl named Ana Karina Blanco Duran. She was the oldest of 3 children in a modest family, similar to many others in the region. However, this had no impact on Karina's personality or dreams. She was in the 11th grade and eagerly awaiting graduation. Karina's relatives and friends described her as disciplined and determined, but also cheerful, sociable, and optimistic. However, like most teenagers, she had doubts. She expressed her thoughts in a letter she wrote for a school assignment 2 weeks ago. In the letter, the girl stated that, like everyone else, she had goals that she wanted to achieve. However, at the time, she was preoccupied with being happy, studying, and assisting her mother, whom she described as a beautiful, strong, and resilient woman who had a huge influence over her. The following year, the girl intended to attend university and study psychology or philosophy. This would allow her to pursue her dreams, the most important of which was to buy a house for her mother. At the same time, Karina acknowledged her overwhelming fears and doubts. She wrote that she was afraid of growing up and facing the big world alone. She sometimes wished she could go back in time and play with dolls again, something she didn't get to do as a child because she had to grow up quickly and help her parents. Karina, almost prophetically, explained what would happen to her in 2 weeks in her final sentence. She wrote that she feared human evil, and she was not mistaken. What she was afraid of eventually shattered her dreams. Karina awoke early on May 3, 2022, as she usually does. She lived in La Vega, a village in the Cashra municipality. Karina had to walk for at least an hour every day along several country roads to the bus stop that would take her to school because her village was relatively remote. The morning progressed as usual. The student awoke, ate breakfast, said her goodbyes to her family, and left the house at 5:30 a.m. However, shortly after Karina left, her father began receiving messages from her. It was unusual. Karina wrote to her father that while walking down the country road, she noticed someone following her. A man was approaching her very closely. When the girl quickened her pace, the stranger did the same. If she attempted to take a different path, he would follow her. Karina was understandably uneasy and suspicious. She mustered the courage to take a discreet photo of the stranger and send it to her father so he would know who was after her. Cesar Blanco, Karina's father, became extremely concerned for his daughter's safety. He dashed out of the house, taking the same route to the bus stop that she had taken, but he couldn't find her anywhere. The man assumed the danger was over and Karina had safely boarded the bus. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Karina's parents were later informed by the school that she did not attend class that day. Karina's parents reported her disappearance to the police. Because it was a small village where everyone knew each other, word of the incident spread quickly among the locals. The girl's family distributed a photograph of the stranger who had been following her since the morning. A few hours later, a man who worked at a local farm mentioned another farm worker who looked very similar to the man in the photograph. Despite the blurry image, he believed he recognized him. Additionally, that worker was late for work on the same day. Armed with this information, several villagers and Karina's relatives went to the farm where these men worked and demanded answers from the person Karina had most likely photographed. The man in question was Alexander Quio, a 55-year-old Venezuelan native. He had arrived in town 4 months ago and was staying with a relative. Alexander had found work on the farm where he was located. The people were outraged by the schoolgirl's disappearance and acted aggressively. He eventually admitted to assaulting Karina, killing her, and disposing of her body in the Cashra River. It's understandable that the villagers, particularly Karina's relatives, wanted to take matters into their own hands following such a confession. However, the police arrived just on time. The officers apprehended the suspect, rescuing him from the angry mob. The police took Alexander Carrillo to the station and began interrogation. He repeated what he had previously told the villagers. He admitted to killing the schoolgirl and revealed where her body was disposed of. Following the crime, he cleaned himself up, changed his blood-stained clothes for clean ones, and returned to work. The man truly believed he would never be found, unaware that the victim had taken a photograph of him. During the interrogation, villagers gathered near the station. They were furious and wanted to take matters into their own hands. Concerned for the man's safety and believing his life was in danger, the police decided to transport him to another location. They escorted the suspect out of the station and attempted to get him into the car. However, when the crowd began to act, they dragged Carrillo from the vehicle and attacked him. The police couldn't intervene because there were so many of them. The mob beat the perpetrator with sticks and stones before someone attacked him with a knife, killing him. Even after that, the crowd refused to disperse and blocked the police from approaching until they were certain that the man had died. Karina's body was discovered on the riverbank, exactly where her assailant had indicated. Her bag was nearby. The girl was partially undressed, and the autopsy revealed she had been sexually assaulted. She died of 2 penetrating wounds to her chest and neck. According to the police, Alexander Carrillo had been watching Karina for several days, meeting her every morning as she walked to school while he went to work. This version is supported by the fact that, a few days before the attack, Karina informed her school friends that she was being followed by a stranger, which made her extremely uncomfortable. The police have stated that the investigation will not be terminated at this time. They will investigate the actions of the local police officers who allowed the man's lynching, as well as who initiated the attack and delivered the fatal blow. According to local media reports, it was a relative of Karina, but the individual's identity has not been revealed. Pain and outrage swept through the city. An event was organized at Karina's school to honor her memory, while also protesting the killing of women. Students and teachers wrote an open letter to express their outrage at the current state of affairs. She wasn't drinking, she was not dressed provocatively, she wasn't in a bar. She walked to school every weekday wearing rubber boots because she lived on a farm, and she, like many other boys and girls in the country, had to overcome obstacles in order to receive an education. She feared that someone was following her. She was just 16, terrified. Her dreams, desires, and life were stolen from her. After Karina's voice was silenced, all that remained were the voices of those of us who demanded a safer environment and normal families in which children were taught not to hit, violate, or murder one another. Karina's killer did not see her as a person with her own life, dreams, and loving family, so the villagers decided to repay him in kind. Lynching is considered unacceptable by many, and it has no place in a civilized society. However, for many others, it simply reflects a lack of faith in the justice system. They are dissatisfied with the prevalence of impunity and the fact that the criminal will never face the harshest penalties. They believe the police are not doing their jobs, so they have decided to take action to remedy the situation. It is heartbreaking to see girls who leave for school and never return, becoming victims of murder. But in this case, Karina was the one who exposed the criminal. Karina did not behave recklessly. She immediately sensed the danger emanating from the persistent stranger, secretly photographing him and sending it to her father. She let him be caught before he could harm another innocent girl. Unfortunately, it was too late for her. However, without that photograph, the police could have gone days, months, or even years without finding the killer. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered the lengths people will go to in pursuit of love? However, what if that love turns out to be something else? What if everything you see is a carefully constructed web of deception and manipulation, and the protagonist of this tale is enmeshed in his own fantasies? The multi-millionaire from Wales, who appeared to have it all, ended up trapped in his own delusions, which caused him to let his life descend into a nightmare and bring down those around him. There are no simple solutions in this tale, and you'll be astounded to see how deeply feelings and passions drove events to a terrible conclusion. The Welsh tycoon and multimillionaire Peter Morgan, who was once at the pinnacle of his success and had unimaginable fortune, was suddenly on the verge of catastrophe. Pay great attention to every detail, because there is significantly less truth to this story than you might imagine. His life, which appeared to be full of wealth and perfect harmony, concealed behind its facade the darkness that frequently engulfs people going through a midlife crisis. A crisis that upends routine and forces a person to grasp at the opportunities they lost in their youth, ultimately leading them down a perilous path. This tale opens on a peaceful Welsh morning, in the traditional way that it was used as a haven for those looking for comfort behind its fortified walls. One woman admitted that her lover, who had previously made her happy, had turned into nothing more than a source of annoyance as they sat on a sofa in a hut nestled in the thick forest, revealing their secrets. She was about to make a choice that would alter everything. A man, meanwhile, was sitting at his house miles away, gripping his cell phone. His trembling fingers seemed to be an attempt to cling to what little tranquility he still had. He had heard words that would change his life forever only a moment before. Born in 1962 on a 300-acre farm close to Newport, Peter Morgan has a long history of achievement and wealth. This narrative took place in Wales in 2016. His family was financially secure when he was growing up. He realized early on that his future was predetermined. He would follow in his parents' footsteps and become a farmer. Even yet, Peter displayed characteristics of entitlement and disinterest in learning. He had a simple picture of his life and never dreamed of venturing beyond the known bounds. He left school at the age of 16 to work in the family business, which turned out to be a reliable source of money even though he had no official schooling. For many years, Peter's life was predictable. He married a childhood friend, worked on the farm, and settled down with his 2 kids in the small town of USK. For a while, Peter was content with the security and comfort of family life, but on his 30th birthday, he made the decision to turn his life around. He left the farm to start his own business, which was very profitable, despite not being very exciting. His network of industrial chicken houses began with poultry barns. The business prospered, and Peter sold it for 7 figures by the time he was 40. This turned out to be a pivotal moment in his life. Although the midlife crisis arrived subtly, its consequences were severe and swift. It seemed as though Peter had suddenly changed from a reasonable businessman to a man who was driven to experience life in all its ferocity and disorder. He started spending money like there was no tomorrow, purchasing expensive vehicles like Lamborghinis and Ferraris and furnishing his newly purchased estate with ostentatious accessories like a helicopter and a tank. It soon became clear that he was fascinated by weaponry. He had an AK-47 on the desk in his office, but that was just how it looked. Financial excess was only one aspect of the changes in his life. Peter initially stepped over the line when he paid a performer for an intimate service at a private club, while on a business trip to Amsterdam. He woke up and felt compelled to continue after this, which was his first act of infidelity. Peter lived a double life from that point on, one that was characterized by stability and family, the other by luxury and the indulgence in forbidden pleasures. At a VIP club in 2011, Peter's life changed when a friend introduced him to an app that allowed him to reserve top escorts. His demise began with this exchange of words. After returning home, Peter immersed himself in the virtual world where his dreams came true. Morgan soon made it a point to never see the same lady twice, so he spent all of his free time looking through profiles and setting up encounters with escorts all over the nation. From Newport to Cardiff, every encounter was different and special. Cleverly disguising it as work travel, it was his own escape from his family life. Helen, his wife, had no suspicions. Peter had mastered the art of hiding his activities by claiming that his trips were necessary for work, and Helen, perhaps preoccupied with her own obligations, was unaware that her husband was leading a double life. In the year 2000, everything changed. At the age of 12, Peter met a young, vivacious woman named Georgina Simmons on his 50th birthday. Georgina was born into a household of 3 boys and grew up in Newport. She was confident, headstrong, and had a strong personality. At 16, she left school, found work at a call center, and enrolled in cosmetology classes at the same time. The connection between Georgina and Peter Deem, a guy 6 years her senior, school first appeared to be a dependable route to a secure future. But when she gave birth to her daughter Emily at the age of 17, her life started to change. She attempted to adapt to her new job as a mother, but she soon met Peter Morgan, who would fundamentally alter her life. As a young mother, Georgina Simmons attempted to fit in at Peter's mother's home, where they shared a small daughter. She had just enough money from her job at a contact center to scrape by, and she woke up every morning in the dingy, unwelcoming dwelling. She was aware that she wanted more. She firmly believed that she was entitled to greater things, including more money, freedom, and excitement. She was tired of spending her days in a stuffy office on the phone, and she yearned for something more, something that would give her life purpose and luxury. Georgina's boyfriend, Pete, was a quiet, homely man who didn't like for parties or a flamboyant lifestyle. She frequently grumbled about their meager income and how they had to make compromises on everything as a result. He was happy with routine and stability, unlike Georgina, but his longing for a peaceful, uncomplicated life made her feel stuck and unable to see a way out. Georgina made the decision to make a living by using her looks. The young lady almost developed an obsession with her appearance. She started wearing provocative clothing, playing around with cosmetics, and exploring the potential of cosmetic surgery. She soon had liposuction, 2 breast augmentation procedures, and burlesque and exotic dance classes. A world with unrestricted financial flow became possible as a result. She began earning amounts she had previously only dreamed about while working at a private dance club. She made the decision to undergo a whole makeover in order to draw the interest of rich guys who could afford to hire her. Her life began to alter at this point. Eventually, Georgina and Pete were able to leave his mother's house and move into their own apartment. She also thought she had at last acquired some independence for a while. However, it was insufficient. Her aspirations and desire for luxury increased daily. She started thinking about becoming a high-end escort after her job at the club failed to meet her needs, which she rationalized to herself as a means of providing her daughter with a better future. Under the alias Hannah James, she signed up for a well-known app that charged high prices for a variety of services. Georgina was correct when she predicted that her skills and appearance would draw in wealthy clients. Pete opposed the idea, even though he was aware of Georgina's ambitions. He didn't want his spouse to do such work because he was aware of the dangers associated with those kinds of interactions. But he had to make a compromise since he loved Georgina and was afraid of losing her. In exchange for keeping their love secret from their families, the pair consented to an open relationship, enabling Georgina to carry on with her escort business. Only a few clients had access to her private life and services, which were kept under wraps. When Peter Morgan, a multimillionaire going through a midlife crisis, came across Georgina's photo on the app in May 2012, her profile became viral. He was enthralled right away and set up a meeting. As Peter and Georgina ate dinner together on their first date and engaged in light conversation, Peter felt a connection he had been lacking. Her confidence as well as her appearance drew him in. He paid her $200, 0 cents, for a kiss that night, but by morning the sum had increased dramatically. For Peter it was more than work, but for Georgina it was simply labor. Peter preferred variety and had never met the same woman twice before, but Georgina was different. Their encounters went from once a month to once a week, and he was prepared to repeatedly pay for her time. Peter became aware that he was in love with her. Money was no longer a concern and he enjoyed being with her. He was paying for her business as well as her services. Morgan lavished her with presents, clothing, shoes, pricey jewelry, and even a red Ferrari while they were out to eat and watch movies together. Over time, his emotions started to develop into an obsession. As much as possible, Peter wanted Georgina by his side. She was more than just an escort to him now. She was a companion, something his wife and kids would never leave. Peter paid Georgina $10,000, 0 cents, to stay with him for the weekend, not realizing that another woman was spending time with him in their family home. Helen, Peter's wife, was unaware that the events unfolding in her bedroom could cause their marriage to fall apart. It was all business to Georgina. It didn't interest her. Despite Peter's increasing fixation on her, all attention was on the lavish amount of money he spent. Without showing any regret, she kept seeing other clients. Even her boyfriend Pete stayed in her life in spite of her relationship with Morgan. This didn't stop Peter, though. He chose to give Georgina greater exclusive rights, since the one thing that disturbed him was the idea of other clients spending time with her as well. The concept of sharing her was intolerable. Georgina accepted that Morgan was willing to spend a huge amount of money on her being his only partner. She was aware that one client may bring in more money than dozens of others. From that point on, Georgina only saw Peter, who was earning about $133,000 a month. This sum paid for her personal expenses, food, and living expenses. Although it appeared that everything was under control for a while, their agreement was about to set off a series of events that would permanently alter their lives. For Georgina and her daughter, the old mansion, which seemed cut off from reality, turned into a sort of jail. Intoxicated by his wealth and power, Peter Morgan thought he had complete control over his new princess's life. Since the main house was too dilapidated, he moved Georgina into a small bungalow on the estate's grounds, claiming it was for her and her child's safety. As part of their agreement, Morgan made sure her boyfriend Pete Dedium was not allowed to enter the property at all, which effectively isolated Georgina. This isolated existence in an opulent environment continued for 3 years. Peter made every effort to fabricate a fantasy of a fairy tale for Georgina, including lavish holidays in South Africa, expensive presents, and trips to London and other cities. He made it a point to spend as much time with her as he could, and paid for her beauty procedures. Georgina had evolved into more than an escort in his mind. She was like family. Peter was utterly engrossed in his fantasy as they drove ATVs throughout the estate, watched movies, walked along well-kept trails, and enjoyed private moments. However, beneath all of this apparent luxury, fissures were starting to appear. Even though she lived in a castle, Georgina continued to carry out her tasks without showing any affection for Peter, treating him as merely a client. Her boyfriend, Pete Deem, was able to visit her less frequently the more time she spent with Morgan. He tried to alter the situation as he battled her absence and the widening gap between their worlds. Pete started concentrating on improving himself, working out and trying to look more attractive to Georgina. He upgraded his wardrobe with designer clothes, lost weight, and even whitened his teeth in the hopes of regaining her attention. But the truth was far harsher than he had expected. Helen, Peter's wife, meanwhile, began to suspect that anything was up. She had long disregarded her husband's dubious business travels, but when she found a receipt for flowers sent to a different woman, everything changed. She was aware that her husband had been cheating on her for a while, but rather than addressing him, she further distanced herself by going about her everyday business. She appeared to be happy with this arrangement, or maybe she just didn't want to become involved. Georgina started calling her lovers Rich Pete and Poor Pete at the same time, obviously preferring the former. Pete was humiliated by this moniker, which made him feel even less successful. Despite being surrounded by luxury, life in the castle remained detached from the outside world. While her daughter was growing up apart from her father, Georgina spent days and nights with Morgan. Her relationship with Pete disintegrated totally during this time, but Georgina remained unconcerned, seeing Morgan only as a source of money. Peter paid extra costs, totaling thousands of dollars for each session with Georgina. This made it possible for Georgina to continue living a luxury lifestyle. She began inviting other ladies into the castle to keep things interesting, and Peter enjoyed the extra thrill this brought. Though he insisted that she continue to be his primary companion, he frequently asked Georgina to meet new ladies since he enjoyed these scenarios. Peter once invited Georgina and one of her escort pals to his family home while his wife and children were on vacation. They spent the evening having a good time in the marital bedroom. Morgan, however, desired more. In order to fulfill his dream of a trio consisting of his wife Georgina and himself, he asked one of the women to wear Helen's clothing. He was aware that Helen would never consent to such a situation in practice, but it didn't stop him at the time. Peter was unaware that Georgina was recording everything as his fantasy came to life. She captured every moment of the night, from her friend changing into Peter's wife's clothes to everything that happened in the bedroom. Later on, the sequence of events would be significantly influenced by this footage. While the affair went on, Morgan's life started to fall apart. Pete Deem, Georgina's first boyfriend, had had enough. The fact that his partner was spending more time with Morgan than with him and their daughter was becoming intolerable to him. The first breach in Georgina's existence came when he made the decision to break up with her. Helen found out shortly after Peter's wife did. When she unintentionally discovered texts between her husband and Georgina, she realized how serious the infidelity was and made the decision to cease ignoring it. Helen would no longer listen to Peter's explanations, even if he was confessing everything. She demanded a sizable portion of their assets when she filed for divorce. In a short period of time, Georgina experienced two catastrophes that she was unable to recover from. The first was when her father committed suicide in the middle of 2015. She was totally devastated by the incident, and before she could move past that loss, she experienced yet another catastrophe. After their split, her ex-boyfriend Pete Deem also committed suicide because he was unable to handle living without Georgina and their daughter, and had fallen into a deep melancholy. He was discovered hanging in a wooded area in November 2015. The last straw was these incidents. Georgina, who was once powerful and self-assured, plunged into a deep sadness. Alcohol and illegal drugs became her friends. She was drawn into a darkness that seemed unbreakable as her life began to fall apart because she was unable to cope with the loss and the suffering. As time went on, Peter and Georgina's friendship soured. She ignored his efforts to maintain their relationship and started to coldly separate herself. In her heart, Georgina held him accountable for her ex-partner Pete's passing. She believed that he was the one who had destroyed her life, so she turned to another man, a longtime friend she had known for years, for solace. Their relationship began to develop as she felt liberated from pressure and control in his company. For Georgina, it was a chance to break free from Morgan's control and experience real care and support. But this new man's presence made me quite uneasy. Georgina was considered his property by Peter Morgan, who refused to let her spend time with anyone else. Over time, it became increasingly clear that Peter considered her as his property, since he was often reminding her of the money he had invested in her life, supporting her and her kid, and that, in his opinion, gave him the right to control her. She grew more rebellious the more he attempted to manipulate her. Every time they went to an event together, Georgina stopped putting up with his allegations and demands. She publicly humiliated him and made him feel unworthy without hesitation. Her fiery and unyielding nature was suddenly working against him. Her actions grew more damaging. As Georgina's use of mind-altering substances increased and Child Protective Services learned of her unhealthy lifestyle, she further plunged into a world of illegal drugs and alcohol in an effort to dull the agony of her losses and failures. Concerned about Georgina's suitability as a mother to her daughter Emily, authorities opened an investigation. Simmons' initial response upon learning of the investigation was to place the blame on Peter. She was certain that in order to exert more control over her life, he had notified social services. Even though there was no proof that Morgan was involved, Georgina would not hear any justifications. She believed that he was to blame for all of her bad luck, so she chose to speak with him directly, which led to a heated argument. This controversy turned into the pinnacle of their escalating hostility. Peter, a man accustomed to dominance, was unable to release her. In order to keep tabs on Georgina's every action, he started spying on her. Making use of his access to the estate, he placed listening devices in the cottage, where Georgina resided. Since each device had a SIM card, he was able to make calls and listen in on what was going on in the room when he was at home. Every day, Peter would connect to the gadgets and listen in on her discussions. This concern with surveillance turned into a full-fledged obsession. To find out if Georgina was cheating on him or scheming against him, he would call the devices up to 10 times a day and listen to recordings for hours. Over 2 months went by, and the majority of the talks Peter overheard were routine, including small talk with friends and conversations with her daughter. But all that changed on January 10, 2016. George had a close friend over that day, and when Peter called to listen, the conversation changed. Georgina was venting about him, and he heard it. She said that although she felt stuck because of Peter's financial support, her life with him had turned into a nightmare. She acknowledged feeling like a prisoner in the estate, and resented him for bringing child services into her life. Thankfully, Georgia was not in danger of losing custody of her daughter because the child services investigation was over. She did not, however, intend to inform Morgan of this result. She understood that she could take advantage of his emotions to further exploit him and obtain more money. Georgina was aware that the possibility of losing her daughter was a potent instrument for manipulating Peter, and she was determined to take use of it in order to obtain as much as possible. However, she had a more ambitious plan. Peter heard Georgina candidly inform her friend that she planned to deceive him into signing the bungalow to her before permanently severing their relationship. The compromising video footage of the night they spent together with her friend who had disguised up in Peter's wife's clothes, was another weapon she had at her disposal. By threatening to show the video to Morgan's ex-wife and daughters, she intended to blackmail him. Peter heard her plan and knew that everything depended on it. He realized that Georgina's goal was to ruin his life by taking advantage of his weaknesses. His whole universe seemed to be crumbling under him at that very moment. He was aware that his acquaintances and associates would abandon him if his daughters learned about the recording and would not want to interact with him. As he listened to these revelations in the quiet of his house, Peter Morgan experienced a range of emotions from shock to wrath, realizing that all he had worked so hard to build could fall apart in an instant. The fact that the lady he trusted was planning such a betrayal astounded him. Her remarks minimized all that he had done for her, exposing their relationship as a figment of her imagination, in which he was only a puppet. After barely surviving the night on January 11, Peter started to carefully consider every stage of his revenge plan in an effort to take back control of his life. His phone's search history revealed his plans the very next day. He was researching everything he may require to carry out his scheme. Peter Morgan bought rope, rubber gloves, plastic bags, and zip ties from a hardware store on January 12. He made a beeline for the house where Georgina resided as soon as he got back to the estate. He made no effort to be polite this time. He addressed her right away and claimed to be aware of her plans. He made it plain that he would not permit things to go in that manner and accused her of blackmail. In a last-ditch effort to retain her, Peter promised her everything, including marriage and a portion of his fortune. As he tossed a stack of cash at her feet, he even proposed to get a life insurance policy, designating her as the beneficiary and guaranteeing her $1 million in the event that he passed away. However, she ruthlessly turned him down rather than accepting his offer. Peter became blindly angry after hearing her hateful and disdainful remarks. His goal was to scare her, so he grabbed the rope and looped it around her neck in an attempt to intimidate her. His intentions changed, though, when Georgina threatened to cover all costs. An act of brutality was the result of all the rage, frustration, and disappointment that were inside of him. Peter closed his eyes, tightened the rope, and kept going until her respiration ceased. Peter felt nothing but emptiness when Georgina Simon's life passed away. He wrapped her body in plastic, secured her ankles and wrists with zip ties, and put on the rubber gloves. Then, believing that no one would discover her there, he took her to an old family home where his family had resided. He concealed her in an outbuilding. However, his recklessness and haste proved to be his downfall. Every action was recorded by the security cameras he had personally placed, and authorities were able to follow Georgina's whereabouts thanks to her cell phone, which he neglected to switch off. Georgina's friends and acquaintances were worried when she failed to arrive to pick up her kid from school. When her absence became evident in the evening, the police promptly began searching. Morgan, attempting to stick to his story, emerged as the prime suspect. He stated that she had asked him to go when he saw her around noon. Peter tried to claim that he seized Georgina's phone to shield her from dangerous substances, but the police soon discovered that he was lying under pressure from detectives. He was brought to the station for more interrogation, nevertheless, because his account was not credible. A few hours later, he sobbed and admitted to Georgina's killing, saying he had been driven to the brink. He tried to defend his behavior by claiming that he had given her everything in the hopes of preserving their relationship, but all he received in return was dishonesty and threats. Peter Morgan's trial garnered a lot of media attention. He later attempted to argue for a lighter sentence despite his confession, pointing to emotional and mental health problems. An attempt was made to reduce the accusation to manslaughter by distress, but in the end, the evidence, including his own confession and the surveillance footage, was so strong that Peter Morgan was given a life sentence, with the chance of release after at least 25 years. This is where I want to take a moment to address every one of you directly. There is more to this story than a detective story or a criminal report. It's a tragedy that exposes the frailty and preoccupation of people. Attachment was mistaken for ownership by Peter Morgan, a man who yearned for acceptance and love. He ultimately fell prey to his own illusion that he could purchase a relationship with money. Motivated by her aspirations and the wish to provide her daughter with a brighter future, Georgina was unable to stop and became entangled in a game that ultimately led to catastrophe. Little Emily, who lost both her parents, is maybe the most sorrowful character in this story. She fell prey to adult games where she had no reason to worry about the future. Remember that if you own up to your faults early on and refrain from basing your pleasure on deception and power, you can always find a way out of even the most dramatic and challenging circumstances. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.